le subjonctif. Okay, so it's quite important, and then as usual when we introduce a mode or a tense, then we'll divide the video in two parts. The first part will be l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif, and then the second part will concern la formation, so how do we construct this subjonctif. But let's first see l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif. And so we'll use le subjonctif when we want to express une obligation, une volonté, une possibilité, un doute, un sentiment, une appréciation, un jugement. Okay, so that's the idea. So if you want to express une obligation, something you have to do, une volonté, something you want to do, une possibilité, possibility, un doute, a doubt, un sentiment, a feeling, une appréciation, appreciation, and then un jugement, judgment. So in these cases, we'll use after this verb le subjonctif. Okay, so let's see first une obligation. So for example, we'll have this verb falloir and then the construction falloir que. So you will see that when we talk about le subjonctif, each time we will have after the verb we will have que, and then the following verb will be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so that's the concept. All right, so for instance, if we have a look at these sentences, so falloir, it's to need, to have to. Okay, il faut que tu écoutes. All right, il faut que tu écoutes. All right, and then in that case here, so we'll see a bit later, of course, how to make it, but still, you've got this verb, écouter, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, il faut que tu écoutes. Il faut que les étudiants travaillent. All right, il faut que les étudiants, and then here you've got the verb travailler, to work, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, so far it doesn't look that difficult, because if you look carefully, it looks like something that we encountered a long time ago when we started to learn French, maybe Unit 1 or Unit 2, okay, but then we'll see that a bit later. So, une volonté, something you want to do, and then, well, the verb that normally we tend to use is the verb vouloir, vouloir, to want, okay, vouloir que will be followed by le subjonctif. For instance, je veux que mon frère vienne me voir. All right, je veux que mon frère, my brother. Here you've got the form, la subjunctive form of venir, venir to come, me voir, see me. Okay, and then le directeur veut que les employés arrivent à l'heure. So le directeur, the director, veut que les employés, the employees, arrivent, to arrive, à l'heure, on time, okay? And in that case, arriver, to arrive, here, it's the subjunctive form, okay? So, une possibilité, possibility, so let's see what we've got. The structure could be être possible que, okay? To be possible. Hein? Donc, être possible, and then que, as usual, remember. So, for instance, il est possible que mes amis viennent ce soir. Okay? Il est possible que, so it could be translated like, it is possible that, okay? Mes amis, my friends, and then venir here, to come, so this form here is the subjunctive form, ce soir, tonight. So, in that case, you should put your verb here at the subjunctive. Un doute, a doubt. So let's see what we've got. And the structure, so être sûr, to be sure, okay? But then, of course, you should put the negative form of this to be sure. So, ne pas être sûr que, okay? Because you want to express a doubt. So, je ne suis pas sûr qu'il parle anglais. Okay? So, I'm not sure that. And then, il, he, parler, to talk, to speak, anglais, English, okay? And here, you've got your verb, parle, and this form is the subjunctive, Okay, let's see the next one. Un sentiment, a feeling. Okay, so for this sentiment, let's see what we've got. So we could have avoir peur que, okay, to be afraid that, avoir envie que, well, it could be translated as to want, okay, to fancy, être désolé que, to be sorry, that, être content, to be happy, satisfied, que, okay, all right, for these structures, then you should make a subjunctive after, so they should be followed by une forme subjonctive. Okay, and then let's see une appréciation. Une appréciation, for instance, we could have this préférer, to prefer, préférer que, okay, aimer mieux, mieux is better, aimer, to like or to love, better that, okay, aimer mieux que, and then these structures should be followed by une forme subjonctive, okay, and then un jugement, judgment, so it could be c'est important que, it's important that, il est dommage que, il est regrettable que, and they should be followed by a subjunctive form. All right? Be careful. The following verbs: croire, to believe, penser, to think, trouver, to find, especially when you express your opinion, okay, to find, I find that, être sûr, okay, so these verbs are normally followed by the indicative form, so all the tenses we saw so far, okay, but then when you put these verbs at the negative form, then they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, so keep that in mind. So croire, penser, trouver, être sûr. If you want to use these verbs and put them at the negative form, they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, let's see now how we'll make this subjunctive form. And so the tricky thing normally when we talk about the subjunctive is that you will have two different parts, okay? So the important thing is that you must know by heart, of course, the present form, so of the verb that we saw a long time ago, okay? So because the idea is that you will have to use this il at the plural form here, okay? And this form of the present will help you to build the forms of the subjunctive for je, for tu, for il, for elle, for il, and for elle. Okay, so the form of your verb at the present, at the third person of the plural, will help you to construct the subjunctive form for all these persons here. And that's the difficulty because, of course, for nous and vous, well, you will have to use the nous form of the present to construct nous and vous. And that's the tricky thing of the subjunctive. So that's the reason why in many cases students tend to say that, oh my God, it's too difficult. It's just because we've got two different ways of making, well, the form for je, tu, il, elle, and elle, and then nous and vous. But then don't be afraid because in most of the cases you will see that it's quite easy, all right? So you know what? I will take a tricky verb. Just to start, we'll take a tricky verb, and after that you will think that the rest is really easy. So let's take prendre, for instance. And so as I told you, the idea is to take the present form of the verb, okay? And the first one, so that we should take is the plural, so third person of the plural, and it goes like ils prennent, okay? Prendre is to take. Ils prennent, so that's the present form, okay? For ils. And then we've got nous prenons, okay? Because remember, we're using this nous prenons form. We'll use it for nous and for vous of the subjunctive, okay? So we can spot first the ending because we know that ENT is the ending for il. and then ons is the ending for nous. And of course, what we'll do is we'll take them away. So we'll put the endings away and we'll keep only this first part here and the first part here. And so what we'll do is we'll take this first part, okay, so the part that we took away from this il form, all right, and then we'll put je. Je, so we take it back, have a look, it goes here, and we put the ending. The ending for will be for je, sorry. The ending for je will be okay? The ending for tu will be es. The ending for il, elle will be and the ending for il, elle at the plural form will be ent, okay? If you look carefully, it's not that strange. I mean, these endings are quite common, and we've been encountering these endings, you know, previously. If you think about the present form, then it looks a bit familiar, okay? So, je prenne, tu prennes, ils prennent, elles prennent, ils prennent, et elles prennent. Then phonetically, as usual, remember, we've got only one form here. It is exactly the same form, so we pronounce it the same way, but of course, as usual, we write it differently, okay? So keep in mind that ending for je is ending for tu is es, ending for il, elle is and ending for il, elle at the plural form is ent. Okay, so it's the first part, okay, because if you remember, we had as well this part from nous, okay, and as I told you, the difficulty of the subjunctive is just because we will have a difference of construction for nous and vous, and so in that case, we'll take this first part here, we put it here, and we put the ending ions, ion. And the ending for vous is ie. So we get nous prenions, vous preniez. All right? So if we think carefully, ending ions for nous, iez for vous. Okay? If you remember, it looks quite familiar because it's the ending as well for the imparfait form that we saw a while ago. Okay, so let's have a look now. The full thing. So, que je prenne, que tu prennes, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent, que nous prenions, que vous preniez, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent. And this is the reason why students are a bit worried usually at the beginning, just because, as we saw, we've got two different constructions. So for the first part here, and the second part for nous and vous. Okay, but I took this special verb, prendre, to take on purpose because I thought that it was quite difficult. So, you know, now you can see the way to make it, and after that, well, first we'll see back again one more time the ending. So es, ions, iez, ent. All right, but then now we'll see the verbs from the first group, so regular groups ending with er. After that, we'll see the second group, regular group ending, verbs ending with er. Remember, not all the er verbs, but still. After that, we'll see verbs from the third group. After that, we'll see irregular verbs. And then finally, we'll finish with être and avoir. Okay, so let's see now the first group, and you will see that it's quite easy because we get que je parle, que tu parles, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, que nous parlions, que vous parliez, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle. All right, this is the subjunctive, and it's quite interesting because if you take the time to look at it, que je parle, it's exactly the same form as the present form. Que tu parles, same thing. Qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, exactly the same thing as the present form. And then qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, same it's like the present form. Que nous parlions and que vous parliez, it's exactly the same thing as the imparfait. All right? So normally, and that's the thing, if you watched all the videos, especially the video concerning the present tense and the imparfait, well, you know this subjunctive form already. Let's take a second verb. Que j'écoute, que tu écoutes, qu'il écoute, qu'elle écoute, que nous écoutions, que vous écoutiez, qu'ils écoutent, qu'elles écoutent. And it is exactly the same thing. This is like the present, like the present, like the present, and like the present. This is like the imparfait, and this is like the imparfait. Okay? Parler is to speak or to talk. Écouter, to listen. Alright? So now let's see how it goes for the second group. Alright? So second group, I took the classic example, finir, to finish or to end. Que je finisse, que tu finisses, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse, que nous finissions, que vous finissiez, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse. Okay, so you can see that, well, you've got the endings es, ions, sorry, iez, ent. Alright? And then, que je choisisse, que tu choisisses, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse, que nous choisissions, que vous choisissiez, qu'ils choisissent, qu'elles choisissent. Alright? So the good thing is that for the second group of verbs, well, basically you don't have any difference, any major difference between the je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, and il, elle. You've got the same first part, okay? You just need to put the endings after. Alright? So, third group now, and I took the verb partir, que je parte, que tu partes, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte, que nous partions, que vous partiez, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte. Same thing here, not really difficult because anyway, it is exactly the same form. You just need to add at the end the endings. Parte, part, part, partions, partiez, parte. Let's take another example. The verb mettre, to put, que je mette, que tu mettes, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette, que nous mettions, que vous mettiez, qu'ils mettent, qu'elles mettent. So you can see that for these verbs it's exactly the same thing. So actually the first part will stay the same. You just need to put the endings according to what we saw previously. So es, ions, iez, ent. Okay, but then of course we've got some irregular verbs because we're talking about French language. So let's start now. And so the verb faire, to do, will become que je fasse. Okay, so here you've got the ending, and so it does mean that this first part will stay the same. You just need to change the endings. Que tu fasses es, qu'il fasse etc., etc. Alright? Savoir will give you que je sache. Okay? Same thing here. Is here, but then of course you will take it away, and after that you will put the endings that we saw es, ions, iez, ent, according to the person, of course. And then pouvoir, can, will give you que je puisse. Exactly the same thing here. You take the away, and then you put the endings according to the person. Okay, so remember, faire, to do, que je fasse, savoir, to know, que je sache, pouvoir, can, que je puisse. All right? And then, well, of course, as I did put that, I forgot that. Ending es, ions, iez, ent. Of course, we've got some more tricky verbs, and aller is usually one of them. Aller means to go. Have a look. Que j'aille, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous allions, que vous alliez, qu'ils aillent, qu'elles aillent. Okay, sorry, I did forget the feminine form here. Okay, so que j'aille, listen to me, aille, okay, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous, and that's the difference here, allions, allions, okay? Que vous alliez, okay? I don't make the liaison just for you to listen carefully. Allier, okay? So if you want to make the liaison, que vous alliez, okay? And then qu'ils aillent, and the feminine form, qu'elles aillent. All right? And so the other tricky verb is vouloir, want, que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. All right? Same thing here. We'll have a quite important difference between the je, tu, il, and nous, vous. Okay? Que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. And of course, we'll finish with être and avoir because they are usually quite tricky. Être, so to be, will give you at the subjonctif que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, so as usual, good news is that soit, and then soit here. You write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. Okay, and then soyons here for nous, soyez for vous. So I repeat, que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. And last but not least, avoir, to have, que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Alright, so same thing here, est, and est. Phonetically the same, but try to remember how to write them, okay? And then ayons, ayez. So let's read them one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Le passé du subjonctif. So remember in the previous video we saw le présent du subjonctif, and in that video or in this video we'll discover together how to make this past form of the subjunctive. Okay, so as in all the videos I've been making for the tenses or the modes, then it will be divided in two parts. The first part, l'utilisation or l'emploi, sorry, when do we use it, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay, so let's start with l'utilisation. And so remember that we will use this passé du subjonctif to express, of course, something that happened in the past, but then the expression of le regret, la satisfaction, la désapprobation, and la surprise. Okay, so if you want to express this regret, satisfaction, désapprobation could be translated as disapproval, and then surprise. Okay, so the first one, regret. Okay, let's have a look at it. And we've got these structures. C'est dommage que, okay, it is a pity that, okay, and then if you continue with a past structure, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Dommage que, well, exactly the same thing, but then it's more spoken because you've been dropping the subject and the verb, okay, so you can use that orally. In maybe not in formal situations, it would be better to use this c'est dommage que, okay? And then regretter, to regret, que, okay? And after that, you should put this passé du subjonctif, of course, if what comes after should be at the past form, all right? Then we'll see la satisfaction, okay? So here are the structures that we could use. C'est bien que, it is good that. Je suis content que, I am happy that, or then just as we had previously, content que, okay, so you just drop the subject and the verb, and then in that case it's more spoken, less formal. And ça me fait plaisir, it pleases me, that, okay, so if you want to introduce something in the past after, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Désapprobation, and so we could have this ça m'ennuie que, it annoys me that, ça m'agace que, it bothers me that, je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that, okay, and the same thing, what's coming after, if you want to express something in the past, then it should be le passé du subjonctif. And last but not least, la surprise, the surprise. C'est bizarre que, bizarre, strange, it's strange that. Je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that. C'est drôle que, it's funny that. And if you want to express something after, at the past, it should be le passé du subjonctif. Okay, so now we'll see how to make this passé du subjonctif. And first, well, the best way will be to have a look at, well, this first sentence, que je mange, and it is the subjonctif présent form, okay, and the second one, que j'ai mangé, this is le passé du subjonctif. Second example, que tu regardes, same thing here, you've got the subjonctif présent, and que tu aies regardé, here you've got the subjonctif passé. And the third example, qu'il aille, so it's the verb aller, to go, and it's the subjonctif présent. Qu'il soit allé, and here we've got as well le subjonctif passé. So if you have a look at it, first, what can you spot? You can spot that first here and here, you've got avoir, okay, the subjonctif présent form, and then after that you've got this participe passé here and here. And here we've got être, and after that we've got the participe passé form. So from what you see, and so especially now this is unit 10, so I assume that you've been watching the previous videos that we've been making, or I've been making, concerning the composed tenses. And maybe here you can see that actually this passé du subjonctif will be constructed like all the composed tenses that we saw so far. So first, avoir, and then it should be at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. Or, in some cases, you will use être at the subjonctif présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. So it's quite interesting because this passé du subjonctif is not really tricky when you think about the way it is made, okay? Because it will follow exactly the same rules as we've been seeing so far. So first, if you're not sure, you put avoir, okay? But then definitely you should know the conjugation of avoir at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you'll get your subjonctif passé. Remember, for être, as usual, we're talking about exceptions, and here they come. Aller, to go. Arriver, to arrive. Descendre, to go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to enter, to come in. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. Venir, to come. All these verbs will be requiring être at this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And then, of course, as we saw previously, all the reflexive verbs, so se regarder, s'appeler, for instance, se présenter, they will require être. So as long as you've got these verbs, you know, se, something, then you should keep in mind that you will have to construct them with être. And of course, they will behave a bit differently because you will have to add little things, but we'll see that in this lesson, don't worry. Okay, so now we should definitely review one more time the subjunctive present form of avoir and être, because these are the first forms that we will use to construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay, and so avoir goes like que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, so remember one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, and then être will go like que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, and then one more time, just for the fun. Que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. All right, so try to remember them by heart, because especially if you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, these forms are the first one that you will have to put, okay? Normally the second part, well, at this point you should start to remember them. I mean, this participe passé form should be quite okay, but then don't worry, we'll work on that, okay? Because, well, the thing you get to remember when it comes to the participe passé form is that for the first group of verbs, or regular verbs ending with er, it will be quite easy, because if we take the verb parler, to talk, to speak, so it's ending with this er, and then this participe passé will be parler with the accent. Okay? Regarder, to watch, same rule, it will end with this accent aigu. And then even aller, you know, this tricky verb from the third group, aller means to go, even this one is quite easy when it comes to the participe passé, because it will be aller. Second group of verbs, not all the er, remember, but then regular, and they're quite easy to make, because the verb like choisir, to choose, so ending with er, will become choisi. Okay? Finir, to finish, to end, will become fini. All right? And then unir, to unite, will become uni. All right? So er will become i. Of course, the third group of verb is quite tricky. I've been making a video regarding this participe passé thing, so if it's not clear for you, I would advise you to watch this video. But then, well, some subgroups, but of course they don't include everything. But so far, let's do that. So eu, connaître, to know, will become connu. Okay. Voir, so oir, will become vu, u. All right. So I, partir, will become parti. Rire, so ire, will become ri. Okay. And then the it, phonetically you pronounce I because final t is not pronounced, but still. Écrire, to write. Écrit. By the way, partir is to leave, rire is to laugh. Okay. So écrire, to write, will become écrit. Dire, to say, will become dit. All right, and then es now, final s not pronounced, but still you need to write it. Mettre, for instance, e-w-t-r-e, will become mi, es. Prendre, e-n-d-r-e, will become pris. All right, but then if you're not sure, as I said, watch the video because it will be useful. And then let's take the verb parler as we had, and let's put the passé du subjonctif form. So it goes like that: que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so as we saw, first you put avoir at the subjunctive present form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get here a beautiful passé du subjonctif. Okay, and if you noticed, I've been putting this accent aigu in orange just to show you that in normal structures like this one, when you've got first the subject and after that the verb, you shouldn't put anything after your or at the end of your participe passé. So even if like here the subject is feminine, nothing comes after. Okay, so que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so that's the passé du subjonctif for the verb parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, but then, of course, we've got some tricky things, and if you remember from the past tenses that we saw, it's exactly the same rule. If we take, well, these verbs that will require être, like you see here, qu'il soit allé. Okay, remember we saw that aller needs to be conjugated with être, like here, qu'il soit allé. So here, aller will end with accent aigu like that. But then if we put the feminine form, so qu'elle soit allée, it will be exactly as we saw for all the other composed tenses. You will have to put at the end of your participe passé the mark of the feminine. And at the end is the mark of the feminine. If you've got the plural, like here, il at the plural form, so soit, and then aller, well, you should put the mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé, and s is the mark of the plural. And last but not least, if you've got, like here, the feminine plural, so qu'elle soit allée, remember to put at the end of your participe passé first the mark of the feminine, so then the mark of the plural, s. The good thing, as usual in French, is you will pronounce it aller, 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 and aller. So technically you don't pronounce the final you don't pronounce the final s, and you don't pronounce the final es, but still you should write them. Okay, so let's see now the full thing for aller, and it goes like that. Que je sois allé, okay, I won't make the liaison just to make it more clear, okay, que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right, and now with the liaison, because I know that you want them. Que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, remember, no liaison when we've got these two. Qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right? And then now we can see these famous verbs, reflexive verbs, okay? So the one that we saw with the se something, okay? Que je me sois présenté. Okay, so it will go like that. Que je, and then remember for these reflexive verbs, you've got to put this me, so for je me sois présenté. Okay? Que je me sois présenté, que tu te sois présenté. Okay, so we'll have to add this te. Qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée, que nous nous soyons présentés, que vous vous soyez présenté, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée. All right, so remember here, so you've got the option of the feminine. Same thing here. So here the masculine because it's il, he. Here you've got the feminine because it's elle, she. All right. Here you've got the plural form, and then masculine plural, so accent aigu s, and then E accent aigu, ES for the feminine plural here, qu'elle se soit présentée. Okay? Alright, so if there is one thing to remember, it is the following. If you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, first you will have to put avoir at the subjonctif présent, then your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. In all these exceptions that we saw, être, subjonctif présent, and the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé form. Le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So it will be one of few videos that I wanted to make regarding the subjonctif. So we've been introducing the subjonctif in the two previous videos, and then we'll see in this lesson and in the coming lessons when do we use this subjunctive form, because that's normally one of the big questions that students ask me. Okay, and so this first video will concentrate on le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So let's discover together when do we use le subjonctif. So we will use le subjonctif after bien que. Okay, bien que. À supposer que, ok, à supposer que, en admettant que, en admettant que, avant que, avant que, ok, so let's repeat them, bien que, à supposer que, en admettant que, avant que. Okay, so keep in mind, after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue now. Encore que. Encore que. Quoique. Quoique. De crainte que. De crainte que. De peur que. De peur que. Okay, so one more time. Encore que, quoique, de crainte que, de peur que. And then remember, after these expressions, we will use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. À condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, all right, so one more time, à condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, and remember, after these expressions, you will use le subjonctif. De sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, okay, one more time, de sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, and then remember, after them, you will use le subjonctif. Jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, one more time, jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que. And remember, after these, you will use le subjonctif. Le subjonctif, so we'll continue because we've been seeing that in the previous video as well. But then, if you want to express l'opinion, le doute, or la possibilité, then with these things, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, opinion, doute would be doubt, and then possibilité, possibility. Okay, so let's see together when are we going to use le subjonctif? And we are going to use le subjonctif after these expressions. So, il est douteux que. Okay? Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. Il est peu probable que. Okay, so one more time. Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. And remember, after these little things, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue now. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. And after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? Let's continue. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. Il est juste que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. And all these expressions will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? So we continue. Accepter que. Okay? Accepter que. Douter que. Douter que. S'attendre à ce que. S'attendre à ce que. Détester que. Détester que. Chercher, and then something, qui, and after, it will be followed by the subjonctif. Okay? So, one more time. Accepter que, douter que, s'attendre à ce que, détester que, chercher qui, okay? And that will be followed by le subjonctif. Well, if you want to express les sentiments et les émotions, so sentiments, feelings, and emotions, in many cases you will have to use le subjonctif, okay? And we'll see together all these expressions that will normally be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il est étonnant que. Il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. Il est bizarre que. Il est rare que. Il est rare que. Okay, one more time. So, il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. And then, il est rare que. Remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Il est regrettable que. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. Il est surprenant que. Il est dommage que. Il est dommage que. So one more time. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. il est surprenant que, and il est dommage que. And remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue. Il est utile que. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. Il est inutile que. Apprécier que. Apprécier que. Avoir peur que. Avoir peur que. Être étonné que. Être étonné que. So one more time. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. Apprécier que. Avoir peur que. Être étonné que. Will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Avoir honte que. Avoir honte que. Se réjouir que. Se réjouir que. Être content que. Être content que. Être heureux que. Être heureux que. Être triste que. Être triste que. So one more time. Avoir honte que. Se réjouir que. Être content que. Être heureux que. Être triste que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Être désolé que. Être désolé que. Être surpris que. Être surpris que. Déplorer que. Déplorer que. Redouter que. Redouter que. Craindre que. Craindre que. So one more time. Être désolé que. Être surpris que. Déplorer que. Redouter que. Craindre que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Détester que. Détester que. Aimer que. Aimer que. Adorer que. Adorer que. Regretter que. Regretter que. So one more time. Détester que. Aimer que. Adorer que. Regretter que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll continue our big thing regarding le subjonctif, and in that case we'll see, well, when you want to express what we call les conseils, les désirs et les ordres, okay? So conseil could be translated as advices, désir, desires, and then ordre, orders, okay? So we'll see expressions that will require le subjonctif after them. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il vaut mieux que. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. Il est nécessaire que. So remember one more time. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's continue. Il faut que. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. Il est urgent que. OK? One more time. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. OK? And it continues. Demander que. Demander que. Éviter que. Éviter que. Exiger que. exiger que, désirer que, désirer que, interdire que, interdire que. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Demander que, éviter que, exiger que, désirer que, interdire que, and all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Tenir à ce que, tenir à ce que, aimer mieux que, aimer mieux que, s'opposer que, s'opposer que, commander que, commander que, donner l'ordre que, donner l'ordre que. One more time. Tenir à ce que, aimer mieux que, s'opposer que, commander que, donner l'ordre que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif. Ordonner que, ordonner que, permettre que, permettre que, préférer que, préférer que, empêcher que, empêcher que, proposer que, proposer que, one more time, ordonner que, permettre que, préférer que, empêcher que, proposer que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif. Recommander que, recommander que, suggérer que, suggérer que, vouloir que, vouloir que, souhaiter que, souhaiter que, one more time, recommander que, suggérer que, vouloir que, souhaiter que, and remember, they should be followed by le subjonctif. And that's it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website imagier.net is also waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. This one will concentrate on les structures à la forme négative. So remember, structures in which the verbs will be at the negative forms, and we'll discover, well, these structures. Okay, so the first one is il ne paraît pas que. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. So we've got this me like that just because it would be possible to put someone else. Il ne te semble pas, il ne lui semble pas, etc. Okay? Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Okay, so one more time. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ça continue. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. Ce n'est pas que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. Ne pas espérer que. And now I will make the liaison. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. Ne pas savoir que. Okay, so one more time. Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. And all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif, le participe présent. Okay, and so, well, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one, when do we use it? So l'emploi, okay, and the second part, how do we make it? So la formation. All right, so we'll first start with the l'emploi. So how do we, or when do we use this participe présent? One of the first and most common way to use le participe présent is to construct what we call le gérondif. And then le gérondif, normally you will write it or you will construct it with la préposition en, like that, and you will put your participe présent form, so the form that we'll discover in this video, okay? And the idea of this gérondif is just to express two actions, so des actions simultanées, so two things are taking place at the same time, okay? So you've got this gérondif form that you can use to express this thing. For instance, il marche en écoutant de la musique. Okay, so it's in red, this écoutant, just to show you that this is what we call le participe présent here. So first you get this en and then écoutant. So il marche, marcher is to walk, so he's walking. En écoutant, okay, and remember, so if we use this gérondif form, as I said, we want to express the fact that two things are happening at the same time. Écouter is to listen, okay, so il marche, he's walking, and he's listening to some music, so il écoute de la musique. And in that case, well, you use en écoutant, and then you want to express the fact that it's happening at the same time. Il marche en écoutant de la musique. Alright, so that's the first use of this gérondif form. The second use is, of course, to use or to express two actions, donc des actions simultanées, but then in that case it's possible to write or to construct that without this preposition en, but keep in mind that it's in most of the cases you will use these structures when you write, principalement à l'écrit, okay? Normally, if you want to use it orally, you will use this gérondif form, so the form that we saw previously, okay? But then it's possible to use it like that, so think about that, and it's mostly if you want to write it. So, regardant le frigo, okay, regarder is to watch or to look, frigo, the fridge. Elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so she tells herself, if you want, that she must go and buy some food. Donc, regardant le frigo, elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so in that case, when you put this participe présent here, well, clearly it's because you want to say that this first thing here and the second thing here, well, they are happening at the same time. Okay, but keep in mind that this structure is when you write. If you want to use it orally, then in that case you should use this preposition en first and then use this form that we call gérondif that we saw a few minutes before. Okay, and then the last use of this participe présent is if you want pour remplacer une subordonnée relative. Okay, so we saw previously les pronoms relatifs. Okay, so if you don't know what une subordonnée relative is, I definitely advise you to try to find les pronoms relatifs, and it will be more clear. And so we can, you know, take this example like with qui. Les personnes qui parlent. Alright, so in that case, les personnes qui parlent, so the persons who are talking, speaking, Okay, so in the first one, well, you get this pronom relatif qui, and then you get the verb. Okay, but it's possible to replace this qui parle with le participe présent. So you will get les personnes parlant. All right, so it's the last use that we've got of this participe présent, and it's quite common. It's not really rare. I mean, we tend to use it quite normally, well, when you write or when you talk. Okay, so it's quite useful to know how to, well, make it and then when to use it. Okay, and so that's what we'll discover in the second part. So how do we make this participe présent form? It is quite easy, especially at this level now, because you will have to, well, first know the new form of the verb at the present time, so at the present tense, sorry. Nous parlons, okay? And then if you remember, this ONS ending is usually the ending for nous, so first you need to spot it. Then you will take it away, so we keep this P-A-R-L part, and at the end we will add A-N-T. Alright, so we get here this participe présent form. Okay, so remember, nous form at the present tense, and then you spot the ending ONS, you take it away, you get parle like that, and then you just add this ANT at the end, and you will get this participe présent. Okay, so I took, just to start, this parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, and it's the first group, so it's actually quite easy to make. Let's see now. Second group, finir, to finish or to end, and so we get nous finissons, remember, the new form of the present tense, nous finissons. And it's exactly the same rule, so you spot or you try to find the ending here. It's ONS, okay? We'll do exactly the same thing, so we'll take it away, and we get finisse, like that, F-E-N-E-S-S, all right? And we just follow the same rule, so we just add at the end A-N-T, like that, here, and we get finissant, okay? And this form is the participe présent. Okay, let's see now a verb from the third group. So normally third group, you know, just we've got the irregular verbs. So of course it's quite interesting to have a look at them. And then I just took the verb prendre. Prendre is to take, and then we get the form nous prenons. Okay, nous prenons, exactly the same thing. So we spot this ONS, so the ending, we take it away, and we get P-R-E-N, and after that we just add this A-N-T ending, and we get prenant. Alright, so it's actually quite easy to make, especially if you master quite well the present tense. And normally at this level, you should. Okay, so let's see. Nous parlons, so you get parle, and participe présent, parlant. Nous finissons, finissent, and then you will get finissant. Then nous prenons, prennent, prenant. All right, but then of course, you know now French language, and we've got exceptions. But the good thing is that we've got only 3 exceptions. The first one is être, and it will give you étant. So étant will be the participe présent form of être. Être is to be. And then avoir, of course, to have, and you will get ayant. Okay, ayant will be the participe présent form of avoir. And the last one will be savoir. Savoir is to know, and we will get sachant. Okay, sachant. So étant for être, ayant for avoir, and then sachant for savoir. Le gérondif together, so we've been introducing that a little bit in the previous lesson in which we saw le participe présent, but then this video will be only for le gérondif. Okay, so I hope after that everything will be clear, and so we can start. So as usual, this video will be divided in 2 parts. The first one will be l'emploi, so when do we use it, and the second part would be la formation, how do we make this gérondif form. Okay, so let's start now with l'emploi. Okay, and so le gérondif, normally if you want to make or to construct this gérondif, you will first have to use la préposition en, and after that you will have to add your participe présent form. Okay, so this gérondif will express two actions that will take place at the same time, so action simultanée. All right, so the example is quite simple here. Il marche, okay, en écoutant de la musique. So you can see that in this sentence here, we've got first il marche, so he is walking, marcher is to walk. En écoutant, so here we've got this preposition en, as we saw here. That's the first part of your gérondif. And the second part here is the participe présent, écouter. So the verb écouter is to listen, and this is the participe présent form de la musique. So in that case, you just want to express that he's walking and at the same time he's listening to music. Okay, so il marche en écoutant de la musique. All right? So let's see now how do we make this gérondif. So remember, as we saw previously, first you will have to use la préposition en, then you will have to use le participe présent, and you will get a beautiful gérondif. Remember the way to make this participe présent form. Normally you will have to master the present tense, and normally if you take, well, if we take the example of parler, parler is to speak or to talk, okay, we'll get nous parlons at the present tense of, so the form should be at the nous person, and so you will actually spot here the ending ons, okay, and the idea is to take it away, so you get parle, and after that you will add ant, and you will get parlant. Okay, this will be this participe présent form that you will have to add after your preposition en. Okay, second group, finir, to finish, to end, nous finissons. Okay, and it will be exactly the same way to proceed. So we spot this ons, so the ending, we take it away and we get finissent. And after that, we just add this ant ending, and we'll get finissant. So this is the participe présent form. Third group, to take, prendre, nous prenons, present tense. Same thing here, we spot the ending, so ons, we take it away, we get prennent, and then participe présent will be prenant. All right, so remember, nous parlons, parle, parlant, nous finissons, finissent, finissant, nous prenons, so prennent, and then prenant. Okay, so it's quite easy to make. Of course, we've got exceptions, only 3, and that's a good thing. The first one is être, to be, so it will give you étant, so this is the participe présent form. Avoir will give you ayant, avoir is to have, and then savoir, to know, will give you sachant. Okay, so only 3 exceptions, and it's a good thing in French, because normally we've got more exceptions, so only 3. Être, étant, avoir, ayant, savoir, sachant. Okay, so let's see now 2 examples. So I wanted to write them just to make it clear that make it sure that everything is clear. I will manage. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. Okay, so il mange, manger is to eat, et il regarde, regarder is to watch, la télévision, en même temps, the expression means at the same time. So in that case, in that sentence, it would be possible, of course, to write this sentence like that. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. But then, as we saw, and that's the whole idea of this video, we've got this gérondif form possibility just to avoid well, repeating this or using this en même temps, okay, and just to make it, well, shorter. So in that case, what we could do is we could, well, keep the first part, of course, il mange, all right, and then instead of il regarde la télévision en même temps, well, this en même temps will go away, because at the same time we don't need to repeat it, because, well, that's the whole concept of the gérondif, and then we just need to transform il regarde, all right, so it will become regardant for the participe présent form, and just before we'll put this preposition. So, il mange en regardant la télévision. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing, but then, of course, the sentence is much shorter. And then the second example that we could have here, elle dessine et elle téléphone à son ami en même temps. Okay, so dessiner is to draw, téléphoner, well, to phone, à son ami, at her friend, en même temps, at the same time. Okay, so exactly the same thing, we just want to make the sentence shorter and lighter, so we'll keep first, of course, elle dessine, so the first verb should be here, but then here we've got et elle téléphone, so we should modify this téléphone and then put the participe présent form. So the participe présent form of téléphoner is téléphonant. Okay, before that we put la préposition en, and we continue the sentence à son ami. And that's it. Elle dessine en téléphonant à son ami. Le superlatif. So the superlative in English, it would be the most or the least. Okay, so we'll see how to make it in French. So first, we'll see how to express this the most expression in English. And of course, in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form, le plus, the feminine form, la plus, and the plural form, les plus. Okay, so keep in mind that I don't pronounce this final S here, so we get le plus, la plus, les plus. Okay, and then if we want to express this the least, in French it will be le moins, feminine form, la moins, and then the plural form, les moins. Okay, so le moins, remember when we combine this O-I-N together, we get the sound ouin, 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 okay, and we don't pronounce this final S. Le moins, la moins, les moins. Okay, so let's see now. Le plus, le moins, la plus, la moins, les plus, les moins. And normally, in most of the cases, they will be followed by whether an adjective or then an adverb. Okay, and in this video we'll see how to construct this superlative form, first with an adjective and after that with an adverb. Okay, so first part adjective, second part adverb, and then we'll discover in this first part les adjectifs. So how to construct un superlatif avec un adjectif. And I wanted to, well, take some easy sentences just to make it as clear as possible, okay? And so this sentence is quite simple, but quite interesting if you have a look at it. Il est le plus grand. Okay, so this is le superlatif. We take the adjective grand, and it's tall, okay? Il est le plus grand. So have a look here. We've got le, just because we've got the subject here, il, okay? And it's masculine, singular, le, and then plus, and we put the adjective grand just right after. Okay, if you have a look at the feminine form, it's quite interesting because you've got elle, so she, elle est la plus grande. So the first thing that we've got to see is that we will use this la, okay, because it's the feminine form, so we should put la, it's the singular, feminine, so la, plus doesn't change. And have a look at your adjective, so grand. You will have to add this at the end of your adjective just to get the feminine form of your adjective, okay? Keep in mind that we've got some adjectives that change a little bit more than this one. If we want to put the feminine form, we saw that in a previous video, so if you want to have a look, you should, well, use the search engine of the channel and use this adjective keyword, okay? And then if you have a look now at the plural form, ils sont les plus grands. Okay, so here we will put this plural form because we've got ils here, they, okay? So les, plus, and then have a look at your adjective here, grand. Remember, we will put this final S at the end of the adjective just to mark the plural form. And for the feminine form here, so we've got the elles, so they, but the feminine form, elles sont. So les will stay the same, okay? So it's quite a good news because les will cover the plural, so whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, les here, okay? But then your adjective grand, of course, should first have this mark of the feminine and s mark of the plural form. Okay, so let's see how they sound now. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. Okay, so phonetically what you can hear is that this first form here for the masculine, grand, so you don't pronounce the final D, will be exactly the same as the plural form for the masculine, grand. You don't pronounce the final D, you don't the D here, and you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, so grand, and then same thing here, grand. And regarding the feminine form, you will pronounce it grande. Okay, don't insist on the final but then pronounce this D, grande, and then exactly the same pronunciation, grande. All right, so you don't pronounce this final S. Okay, so one more time. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. All right, so what if we put this least concept? So it would be il est le moins grand, so it will follow exactly the same rule. So first you will put this le just because it's masculine, and then you put your adjective after. Elle est la moins grande. Okay, keep in mind that you will have to put the feminine form of the adjective here, and then you will put this largest because the subject is feminine. Okay, ils sont les moins grands. Okay, for the plural les, and then s at the end of your adjective. Elles sont les moins grandes, so les for the plural, and then s at the end of your adjective for the feminine plural form. Okay, let's see now if you want to construct this superlative form with an adverb. Okay, so il marche le plus vite. Okay, marcher is to walk, and vite means fast. Il marche le plus vite. All right, if you want to put the feminine form, elle marche la plus vite. So the good news here is that your adverb vite will stay exactly the same. So you don't need, and look for the plural, il marche les plus vite. You don't need to modify it. You just put it after this le plus or la plus or les plus. Okay? And then you don't need to put whether the mark of the feminine or the mark of the plural. It doesn't change at all. So, il marche le plus vite. Elle marche la plus vite. Il marche les plus vite. Elle marche les plus vite. Okay, so it's quite simple, and then logically for the least, il marche le moins vite. Elle marche la moins vite. Il marche les moins vite. Elle marche les moins vite. Alright, so exactly the same thing. Le for the masculine singular, la for the feminine singular, and then you've got les for the plural form. Moins, 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 and your adverb, and it doesn't change whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. Okay? Keep in mind that if you want to construct this superlative, and then after that you want to introduce what we call un complément, you will have to put de. So, the example here, il est le plus intelligent de la famille, of the family. It's exactly the same thing in French. We've got to use this complément de la famille. Okay? But then have a look here. Of course, as usual in French, when we combine this de and then the article le, it will become du. Okay, so il est le plus intelligent de la famille. So it's the feminine form here, de la famille. Elle est la plus grande du quartier. Quartier, neighborhood. Du quartier. So it's masculine. Okay? Le superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so le superlatif, remember it's the most or the least in English. Okay, we saw in the previous video how to constructed with an adjective or an adverb, and in that case here it will be a really short one, but still, if we want to construct this superlative form with a noun, avec un nom, let's see how we'll make that. So it's quite simple because you don't really need to care about whether it's masculine, feminine or plural. You just put le plus de or le moins de, so the most, the least, okay? And after that you will put your noun, okay? Le plus de, le moins de, and then your noun, okay? So let's have a look now how to construct it. C'est la ville, this is the town, où, where, il y a, there is, le plus de fontaines, fontaines, fountains. C'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines. And then, c'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures, voiture, car. So let's have a look at these two, these two sentences, sorry. The first thing that we've got to spot is, well, here it's le plus, and here it's le moins, so you don't really care whether it's masculine or if feminine or plural. You just put le plus, the most, le moins, the least. And then remember that you will have to put your preposition de right after, and have a look, because your noun, fontaine and voiture here, should be without any articles before. Okay, so c'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines, sorry. C'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Okay, and that's the way that you can use if you want to construct this superlatif avec un nom. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll see together how to construct these structures or sentences when you want to start with if. If in French it's si. Okay, so les structures avec si. So let's start now. The first option we'll have is if we want to express la possibilité. The second one, le désir. And the last one, le regret. Okay, so possibilité, possibility, désir, desire, and then regret, regret. And so we'll start with la possibilité. So if we want to express this possibilité thing, the first option we'll have is si, and it will be constructed with the présent, and it will be followed by le futur. Okay, so let's have an example here. Si tu viens à la maison, okay, venir is to come, à la maison, at home, nous ferons, so that's the future form of faire, so we will do, un gâteau, a cake. Okay, si tu viens à la maison, nous ferons un gâteau. All right, so that's the, well, first, construction that we could have, and in that case it's si tu viens à la maison, so it's a possibility, nous ferons un gâteau. Second example, si elle achète une voiture, acheter is to buy, une voiture, a car, nous partirons en vacances avec elle. Partir here, okay, to leave, and then you've got the future form, we will leave en vacances, in vacation, on the holidays, avec elle, with her. Okay, so you can see that in that case, you've got first here the present form, and it's followed by the future form. Okay, so this is quite easy to make. Okay, remember, si plus présent, then the future. We've got a second possibility if we want to express this idea, and it's si plus le présent, followed by l'impératif. Let's have a look now. The first one. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas. Okay, and it's quite common to use this structure. So, si vous avez des questions, so avoir is to have. If you have des questions, some questions, n'hésitez pas, don't hesitate. Okay, and you can see that in that structure, well, we've got si, and then we've got the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay. Second example, si vous êtes pressé, okay, être, to be, and then pressé, in a hurry. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. And here you get prenez, prendre, to take. Un taxi, a cab. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. All right? So remember, it would be possible to use this si and then the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay? So keep in mind, if we want to express this possibility thing, the first one, si, and then the present form followed by the future, or si, and then the present form followed by l'impératif. Second category, if you want to express the desire, le désir. And then normally we will use si avec l'imparfait, and it should be followed by le conditionnel présent. Ok? Donc si plus imparfait, and then conditionnel présent. Let's take one example here. Si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. Si je gagnais, gagner is to win, au loto, je ferais, it's the conditional form of to do, faire, okay, so I would do, okay, le tour du monde. Okay, so I would travel around the world if you want, but then in French we would use this, je ferais le tour du monde. Okay, and then the idea is that here it's a desire, it's something that you would like to do, okay, but maybe it would happen, but you're not sure about that. Okay, so si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. And then the second example, si elle pouvait, elle prendrait une semaine de vacances. Okay, so here you've got this pouvoir form, can, and it's at the imparfait form, and it's followed by the conditionnel présent, prendre, to take, okay, une semaine, 1 week, de vacances, vacation, okay, holiday. So if she could, she would take 1 week off if you want, okay, or vacation week. But then in French, remember that we will construct this sentence first with si, and it should be followed by l'imparfait, and that's the rule. Then after that, you will put this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so this is normally the tricky construction, because in many cases students will start to make this si and then as in it's the case in many languages, they would put this first the conditionnel présent, and then it would be followed by the conditionnel présent. But no, in French, keep in mind that si, then you will put this imparfait form, je gagnais, elle pouvait, and after that you will put this conditionnel présent, je ferais, elle prendrait. Okay? And the last one, le regret. And only if we want to express this regret concept, then we will start with si, and it should be followed by le plus que parfait, and after that you will put, hop, conditionnel passé. So this structure is really when you regret something. So it's over now. It's not possible to change anything because it's in the past, okay? But then, let's see one example. Si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris un café. Okay, and the main concept in that, with that structure, is that it's over, so it's not possible, so you just regret that. Si j'avais eu le temps, okay, so if you can spot this thing, it's avoir, and it's at the, sorry, plus que parfait form, okay, si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris, here it's prendre, to take, and if you have a look, it's at the conditionnel passé form, un café. Okay, let's see the second example. Si vous aviez vu le film, vous auriez pleuré. Okay, so here you have voir, okay, and it's the plus que parfait form. Vous auriez pleuré. Here you get pleurer, okay, to cry, and it's at the conditionnel passé form. Okay, so that's the, well, classic structure that you can use if you want to express regrets, okay, with this if structure. Okay, well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye. Le discours indirect. So first, we'll see a few examples just to make it clear and to, well, discover what this discours indirect is. After that, we'll see how to make it, so la formation. And the last part will be, well, we'll discover together the verbs that you could use to introduce this discours indirect, okay? But then let's start with les exemples, few examples, okay? And, well, it's quite interesting because I wanted to put simple, well, sentences here. Elle pense, penser is to think. Le vendeur est compétent, okay? Le vendeur, the seller, is compétent, competent. So it's of course it's possible to use a sentence like that, you know, elle pense, and then you put deux points and ouvrez les guillemets, le vendeur est compétent. What if I would like to transform this sentence and use this elle pense que, okay? So same thing in English, it could be she thinks or she thinks that. And that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. And the sentence could be transformed like that. Elle pense que, so she thinks that. And have a look, le vendeur est compétent. So it's quite easy in that case, and of course I took on purpose a simple sentence to start, but then it's just to show you that, well, the sentence doesn't change that much. Of course you will have to take this guillemets away and then deux points, so everything should go away, but then in that case the sentence doesn't change that much. Elle pense que le vendeur est compétent. Alright? But then, of course, if you have a look at a sentence like that, il dit, dire is to say, so he says, je veux prendre un café. So, je veux, I want, it's vouloir, to want. Je veux prendre, prendre is to take, un café, a coffee. I want to take a coffee. So if you want to transform this sentence, it will be a bit different, because in the first sentence it was quite simple, because you had this il and elle, but in that case, well, of course, you've got the je veux, and you need to transform this thing, so you need to adapt it, because here we've got the subject, so subject is masculine, and then it's at the third person, so il dit. So you will put this que, as we had previously, and you will need to change je, you will need to change it into il, okay, because that's the subject, il. The verb should be at the third person, so have a look here. First person it's with x at the end, third person is with t at the end. Prendre un café, well, it doesn't change. So normally it's the subject and the verb that will be affected if they are, okay? So in that case, il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. And of course, as usual in French, this que, if there is a vowel after, so remember this will have to go away, so you will get this qu'il. Il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so this is this discours indirect, so the indirect form of il dit je veux prendre un café. It will be transformed like il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so a third example, elle promet je viendrai ce soir. Okay, promettre is to promise, and then je viendrai, so I will come ce soir. Okay, and here elle promet, okay, que, so we should first have this que. Of course, as we had in the previous example, you must modify this je, okay? So we've got here the subject and it's feminine, so it should be the third person of the feminine, qu'elle, okay? Here we've got the future form, je viendrai, so you should put the verb at the future form as well, but then for elle, it will be elle viendra, and then ce soir doesn't change. Okay? Elle promet qu'elle viendra ce soir. So, if we want to discover, or not really discover because we saw that, la formation, so keep in mind that you will put first Well, the first sentence or the first part of the sentence, then que, okay, could be translated with that in English, and the rest of the sentence or the second sentence, okay, that you should, in some cases, modify. Okay, we're talking about the subject and the verb. Keep in mind that que, if it is combined, as we saw, with a vowel, will become que, like that. Okay, so needs to go away. So the example, the classical example that we had was que and il, and it's becoming qu'il. It could be que and elle, and it will become qu'elle. Okay, or if we're talking about first names, first names that will start with a vowel, it will be exactly the same thing. Okay, and so now let's see the verbs that you could have or that you could use to introduce this discours indirect. Okay, and the list will start now. Affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire. Okay, so affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire, expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer. All right, so expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer, avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, so avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer. And the list could continue, but then still I wanted to introduce the, main verbs that will require or that you could use to construct un discours indirect. Keep in mind that you will have to put this que after these verbs. Okay. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon N. And we'll see in this video, le discours indirect. So it's the second part of this discours indirect. And in that case, we'll see les expressions de temps. Just because, as we saw, normally in most of the cases, the things that will change when you want to construct this discours indirect are the subject and the verbs. But of course, if you're using this expression de temps, well, they will change, of course, and we'll see how they will change. So normally, if you say aujourd'hui, so at the direct form, aujourd'hui, today, if you want to transpose that at this discours indirect form, it will become ce jour-là, this day, ce jour-là. Okay, so aujourd'hui is not possible to be used in this discours indirect form, but then you should use instead ce jour-là. Okay? Same thing, ce matin, this morning, you will use ce matin-là. Okay? Ce soir, ce soir-là. And then, en ce moment, at this time, en ce moment, should be à ce moment-là. Okay, so remember, aujourd'hui will become ce jour-là if you change a sentence and if you put it at le discours indirect. Ce matin will become ce matin-là. Ce soir will become ce soir-là. And then en ce moment will become à ce moment-là. Okay, let's see. Hier, yesterday. And so it will become la veille. Avant-hier, so the day before yesterday. L'avant-veille. Il y a 5 jours, so remember we've got this il y a structure to say this ago, So 5 jours, 5 days. 5 days ago in French it's il y a 5 jours. And then if you transpose this il y a 5 jours into this discours indirect, it will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, plus tôt, earlier. Okay, so hier will become la veille, avant-hier will become l'avant-veille, and then il y a 5 jours will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, and we can continue if you want with demain. Demain is tomorrow, and tomorrow will become le lendemain, the following day, le lendemain. Après-demain, after tomorrow, and it will become le surlendemain. Okay, and dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, later. Okay, so keep in mind that demain will become le surlendemain if you change your structure into this discours indirect. Après-demain will become le surlendemain. And then dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, 5 days later. Okay? That was it. It was simple and short, and I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Le discours indirect, les modifications dans la phrase. So, we saw together in the 2 previous videos this discours indirect, so the way to construct it, and then few modifications that can happen when you make this discours indirect. So if you didn't watch the previous videos, I definitely advise you to do so because it will be more clear. But then still, what we can do is we can do a really fast overview and review of the discours indirect, because, well, the discours indirect is basically, if you've got, well, one sentence like that, elle pense, le vendeur est compétent. Okay, penser is to think, she thinks, le vendeur, the seller, est compétent, is competent. Okay, so in that case, it's possible to have this kind of structure, okay, but then if you want to combine these 2 sentences into one, you can just modify it, and that's what we call the discours indirect in that case, because you will get elle pense, so she thinks, que, that, and then you continue your sentence. Le vendeur est compétent. Okay, so in that sentence it's quite simple because, well, if you have a look at the first structure we've got here, and then the second structure we've got here, it doesn't change that much. You only need to add this que, and then you will remove few things, but then no main changes into your second part or this part of the sentence. Okay, but we'll see that in this video, of course, in some cases when you switch or when you modify and you make this discours indirect, well, you will have some quite important modifications in your sentence, okay? But then, well, the rule goes like you will first have the first part of the sentence, then you will have your que, okay, that, and then the sentence will continue. Okay, so that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. So it evolves around this que thing, and then remember that, of course, as usual in French, if we've got vowels coming after, then this will have to go away. Okay, so let's see now one first example. Il dit, okay, dire is to say. He says, je pense que le film est bon. Je pense, so penser, I think, that le film est bon. Okay? So if you want to modify this sentence, of course, you will have to change it a little bit, because it's not possible to say, il dit que je, okay? So the subject, it's not possible to continue with je in that case, because you will have to modify it and adapt it. So in that case it should be il. Okay, il pense que le film est bon. All right, so that's the only thing that you will have to modify, so it's not really difficult, but keep in mind that, of course, if the subject goes like that, so je, of course, you will have to modify it and, well, put it according to the first subject here, so il dit. Okay? Let's see now a second example. Il dit, je te regarde. Okay? So, same thing. So, il dit, to say, so he says, je te regarde. So, if you remember, we saw these pronouns before. So, I am looking or watching you. Okay? But then in French, we put these pronouns before the verb. Okay? And it's interesting because in that sentence, of course, you can notice that we will have to modify this first je, pronom personnel, and then, well, probably we'll have to modify this te as well, okay, because I look or I watch or I look at you, okay, this you must be changed, of course, if we switch it to the indirect discours, okay. So let's see now, and it's quite interesting because in that case, if you get the sentence just like that, without any previous informations, whether this te is for a boy or a girl, then it can be quite tricky because we don't really know, and we'll have two options. The first one, il dit qu'il. Okay, so this il is the je that you modified, or you modify according to il here. Okay, so it must be the same. And then it can be le if the person is masculine, so if he is looking at another person who is a man or a boy, so in that case it should be le. Il le regarde. Okay, and then the second option, well, it's almost the same, but if you look carefully, il dit qu'il la regarde. Okay, and in that case it would be a woman or a girl, okay, according to what was, well, previously said. So in that case we really need to know before whether we're talking about a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. Okay, because if we don't, then it can be tricky to modify and put this discours indirect, because we won't have any clue whether it's le or la. Okay. Another example, il dit je présente ma proposition. Okay, so here same thing. So yeah, if I translate the sentence, it's quite, well, simple. So dire is to say, we saw that previously. Je présente, présenter is to present. Ma proposition, my proposition or proposal if you want. Okay, je présente ma proposition. So in that sentence, we know, of course, because we've been seeing that in the previous examples, that je will have to change. And then in that case, we assume that this ma, so adjective possessive, will have to change also. And let's have a look. So, il dit qu'il, okay, so exactly the same thing that we saw previously, présente, and then you will have to adapt, of course, this adjective possessive, so it won't be the first one, so ma, my, okay, but it will be, well, sa, so third person of the singular. Okay, remember that in French we will put this feminine form sa just because the word it is connected to, so proposition, is feminine. Alright? Okay, so il dit qu'il présente sa proposition. Il dit je vous présente ma proposition. So it's almost the same sentence as we had previously, but then I wanted to introduce this vous. Okay, so another pronoun. Je vous présente ma proposition. Okay, so as we saw previously, je will change, so ma will change as well, and then probably this pronoun will change as well. So let's have a look il dit qu'il, okay, we saw that, présente sa proposition, we saw that as well, and then vous, okay, which is this pronoun, okay, pronom complément d'objet indirect, je présente à vous, okay. In that case, you will have to modify and to put that at the third person of the plural. Il leur présente sa proposition. Okay? Il dit qu'il leur présente sa proposition. Il dit je vais parler à mes parents et je vais les inviter. All right? So here it's quite interesting as well because, well, if you have a look, je, of course it will change. Vais parler à mes, this thing normally should change as well. Je will be the same, it will change as well. And then it will be interesting to see whether this les will change. So what's your opinion? And let's have a look. So il will change. So je is becoming il. Mais is becoming c'est. Je is becoming il. But then here it doesn't really change because you are just referring to mes parents, and in that case it was already the plural form les invités, so it doesn't need to change at all. Okay, so il dit qu'il va parler à ses parents et qu'il va les inviter. Les modifications de temps. Okay, so let's start now. So I wanted to first show you this simple example because if we've got this sentence, elle te répond, je suis d'accord. Okay, so répondre is to answer, te it's for you, so she answers to you. Je suis d'accord. Okay, so in French this je suis d'accord is I do agree. Of course, in that situation, if we want to transpose this first structure at this discours indirect, it's quite simple because you just need to put back all your elements. So elle te répond, it doesn't change, okay? Que, that, remember, that's the key thing of this discours indirect. Que, that, but then in that case needs to go away because we've got a vowel after. So qu'elle, so je will have to be transposed to elle, of course, because the subject here is elle. Est d'accord. Of course, the verb is changing as well, okay? But it's actually quite simple in that case because we've got, if you look carefully, in the first structure here, it's the present form, and here it's the present form. So, I mean, no big changes, and that's the main thing. So, in that case, you don't really need to worry. You put back all your elements, you just modify them if necessary, and that's it. You've got your discours indirect structure. Okay? If you've got the same thing, you know, with here, the future. Elle te répondra, je suis d'accord. So, here it's the future, it's répondre to answer, but at the futur simple form. And in the second part here, it's the present form. And let's have a look. And you'll see that it's not really difficult because it doesn't change that much. Elle te répondra, so we put back these elements here. Qu'elle, okay, as we had previously, because it doesn't change here. It will be that, okay, que, but then you take the e away. Of course, you will have to modify this je and put it in here with elle est d'accord. The verb, if you look carefully, will stay at the present form. Doesn't need to change here. Even if we've got the future here, it will stay at the present form in the second part here. Okay? So the thing is that for the present and the future, so if the verb that introduces this structure, this structure indirect, discours indirect, is at the present form, or the future form, then the good news is that you won't have to modify anything after it. Okay, so that's the rule. That's the rule. If the verb that introduces this structure is at the present form or the future form, then you don't modify the verb after, which is a quite good news. But then, of course, it's French language, and we've got to think that if we've got, so it will be it's the common structure that we will have. So verb introducteur, and then after that we've got the phrase, the sentence. Okay, if you've got this first part here at the passé. Okay, so it's the past here. Passé means past. And when I write past, well, basically it could be imparfait, passé composé, passé simple, all the past tenses that we saw so far. Well, if this first verb is at the past, then the rest of the sentence, or the rest of the structure here, will have to be modified if you want to put that at the discours indirect. And that's what we'll see in this video. Okay, so the first example is if we've got this verb introducteur at the past form. Okay, and for all the examples I will put this first part at the passé composé. Okay, so it will be easier that way. Okay, so if we get the second part here at the présent, well, this part will have to change, and well, the verb introducteur will stay the same, but it will, I mean, this présent form will be at the imparfait. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. So, as I said, first verb, I did put that at the passé composé form, and it will be always the same for all the examples. So I will keep the same sentence and I will keep the same verb, and it will be at the passé composé. Elle t'a répondu, je suis d'accord. So we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously when we had the present present or then future present. In that case, so as we saw, we've got passé composé and then present form. And if you remember what I just told you previously, then the rule goes like that. This first part doesn't change. It is still at the passé composé form. But the second part here, so your present form will be changed and you will have to put the verb, so it's the verb to be, it's être. You will have to put it at the imparfait form. That's the rule. Okay, don't need to think why, how, etc. No, just put it at the imparfait. Okay, and you get the sentence. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle était d'accord. All right. So this is the way that you should follow if you want to make this discours indirect. And in the first part you've got, well, the past, and in the second part you've got the present form. Okay. So let's see now. How do we do if we've got, well, still the same thing, so the passé, and we've got in the second part le passé composé. Well, of course, the first part will stay the same as we saw, but then this passé composé form will become plus que parfait. And let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, j'ai été d'accord, okay? And so, j'ai été, this is the passé composé. J'ai été d'accord. So that's the thing that we'll have to change, and we'll have to modify it and put it at the, like here, elle avait été. We'll put that at the plus que parfait. So we get, elle t'a répondu qu'elle avait été d'accord. All right, so remember, the first part doesn't change. Elle t'a répondu. Sorry, don't need to modify it, you don't need to change it. But then the second part, so ait été here, passé composé will become avait été here. So it's the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see now another possibility. If we've got, so still the passé form in the first part, and then if we've got this futur simple form in the second part, then this futur simple will change and it will become futur du passé. So it's a strange thing because we tend to call that, you know, futur du passé, but well, technically it's conditionnel présent. All right, so that's the way you will have to maybe remember it. Oops, the accent was in the wrong direction. It should be like that, okay? But anyway, it's the conditionnel présent form that you will have to put here. So let's have a look now. Elle t'a répondu, je serai d'accord. Okay, so we do agree that, well, it's still the same here, passé composé. And in the second part here, je serai. So it's still the verb to be, but then remember, it's the futur form, okay, this futur simple. Je serai d'accord. And so it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord, okay? They look quite similar, but keep in mind that this form here is the conditionnel présent form, okay? Elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord. And so let's see now if we've got, so still in the first part, the past, because that will be the whole thing of this video. And we've got this futur antérieur in the second part. And this futur antérieur will become what we call, that it's still the same thing, quite interesting, futur antérieur du passé, but then technically it's the conditionnel passé. Okay? Elle t'a répondu, j'aurais été d'accord. Okay, so here, what do we have? First, as usual, we've got this passé composé. J'aurais été d'accord. Here we've got this futur antérieur form. And it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle aurait été d'accord. So still the same thing. Keep in mind that it looks a little bit like this form, but still it is quite different because it's what we call conditionnel passé. Okay? So now, if we've got the futur proche in the second part, this futur proche will become aller, and it should be at the imparfait form plus l'infinitif. And so, elle t'a répondu, je vais être d'accord. So keep in mind that when we talk about this futur proche, well, it's aller anyway, but in that case it's at the present form. Je vais, I am going to be, okay, je vais être, we want to make the liaison, je vais être, so I am going to be, and in that case, well, as I said, you know, it's the present form. If you want to transpose that at the discours indirect, so as we saw, this first part doesn't change, but this second part here, so elle allait être d'accord, that's the only thing that will change. So you will have to put your verb aller here, and it will be at the imparfait. Elle allait être d'accord. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle allait être d'accord. And last but not least, if you've got in your second part the passé récent, so this recent past, then it will be still the same structure, the same way to construct it. So normally this passé récent is constructed like that, venir de, but then it's at the present, and in that case it will be modified like we had previously for this near future, le futur proche. It should be at the imparfait form. Okay, so let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, je viens d'être d'accord. Okay, so this is what we call le passé récent. So it's the verb venir, and here it's the present form. Okay, and you will have to modify it and to put it at the imparfait form here. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. Okay, so the only thing that you will have to modify, it's this verb here, venir. So when you get this passé récent, it's at the present form. It will be here at the imparfait form. Okay, elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. So I know it may sound strange and difficult, but then keep in mind that, well, I did this thing. If you put it at the present and the future, so remember it doesn't change at all, okay? But then if you want to have this first verb at the past form, so that's when it will become tricky. So keep in mind that if you've got this structure, so first verb at the passé form, and then the second verb, it is at the present form, okay? So when you will modify this structure and you will put this discours indirect, so remember, présent, as we saw, will become imparfait, okay? Then if you've got passé composé, so in the still in the second part of the structure, it will become plus que parfait, okay? If you've got the futur simple, so as the second structure, it will become what we saw, futur du passé. If you've got futur antérieur, so in the second part of this structure, it will become futur antérieur du passé. If you've got futur proche, it will become, well, like le futur proche, but then the only thing that you've got to modify is aller. You should put this verb at the imparfait, and then the rest of the structure. If you've got the passé récent, then the only thing, like we had for the futur proche, the only thing you will have to modify is the verb venir, and you should put that at the imparfait form. Then don't forget the preposition de and your infinitive after. Okay? Les verbes avec que, that will be followed by l'indicatif, just because normally at this level, after having introduced le subjonctif, many students tend to think that each time we've got a verb that will be constructed with que, it will be automatically followed by the subjunctive form, which is not the case, okay? So we'll see in this video what category of verbs will be constructed with que, and then they will be followed by l'indicatif, okay? And these verbs normally will express la certitude, or then l'opinion, or la déclaration, okay? So certitude, when you're certain or sure about something, l'opinion, when you express your opinion, your point of view, and then la déclaration, if you want to declare something. Okay, so we'll first start with la certitude, and so we'll see the verbs, not all the verbs of course, but then we'll have few examples, and then you will, after that, of course, when you encounter a new verb, try to see whether it's constructed with le subjonctif or then l'indicatif, and try to remember that. Okay, so the first verb or structure would be c'est évident que. C'est évident que. C'est certain que. C'est certain que. C'est sûr que. C'est sûr que. Être sûr que. Être sûr que. Être certain que. Être certain que. Okay, so you can see that I've been, for this form and the second form here, I've been putting this just to put this option of the feminine form. Okay, remember, it would be written like that if it's for the masculine, but then if it's for the feminine form, then you should add at the end this but then phonetically it doesn't change at all. It will be exactly the same sound or the same phonetical thing that you will produce. Okay, so in that case, certain, it's quite interesting because you've got this A-I-N together, and then they will produce this un sound. Okay, so it's nasal in your nose, un. Okay, if you add this at the end, then it will change the thing, and then you will pronounce it n. Okay, so the masculine form, certain, the feminine form, certaine. All right, so let's see them one more time. C'est évident que, c'est certain que, c'est sûr que, être sûr que, so it was the masculine form and the feminine form is the same, être sûr que, okay, but in that case it will be different. Être certain que, this is the masculine form, and the feminine form, être certaine que, okay? And then remember, all these expressions will be followed by l'indicatif, okay? So we'll see now l'opinion. So if you want to express your point of view or your opinion, then the first one would be penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. Okay, and so remember that all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay? And now the last part, la déclaration. So if you want to declare something, if you want to express something, then savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que. Okay, so one more time. Savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que, and all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Les verbes avec l'auxiliaire être. So if you remember, in some cases, for what we call composed tenses, you will have to use whether avoir or être. So in most of the cases, you will have to use avoir. But then in some cases, you will have to use this auxiliaire être. Okay? And, well, I've been doing some videos regarding this topic, but then I thought that maybe it might be useful to see, because there are many different techniques to remember the list of verbs that will require this être verb. And then here is one of them. And it's called Dr. A and Mrs. P. Van der Tramp. Okay, so it's a technique that apparently is used in well, English-speaking countries. Okay, so we'll see that it can be quite useful. I'm not really sure if it's working for everyone, but still, it's one technique. Okay, so the idea is that you will, well, try to remember actually these or these names, and then well, each letter will represent one verb that will require this auxiliaire être. Okay, so let's start now. And so if we take the whole thing here, and then we take only the first letter here, it's D, and then D will be for the verb descendre. Okay, descendre. Then after that, R will be for rentrer. Okay, rentrer. Then M will be for mourir, mourir. R will be for revenir, revenir. Then we'll have S, and it will be for sortir, sortir. P, passer par. Okay, passer par. Then V, venir. Okay, venir. After that you will have A, and A is for aller, aller. N, naître, naître. Then you will have D, and they will be for devenir, devenir. E, entrer, entrer. Then R for retourner, retourner. T for tomber, tomber. R for rester, rester. Then A for arriver, arriver. M will be for monter, monter. And last but not least, P will be for partir, partir. Okay, so you have it. As I said, I'm not really sure if it works for everyone, but then it's one option, okay? Or then the other option will be, or would be, the classical list, and then you learn them by heart. I mean, that's one option. So let's see them one more time, okay? So the first one is descendre. After that, we'll have entrer, then mourir, revenir, sortir, passer par, venir, aller, naître, devenir, entrer, retourner, tomber, rester, arriver, monter, partir. Les homographes. So don't be afraid, don't be scared. It's actually not that difficult. When we're talking about this homograph thing, we're talking about words that will be written almost the same way. Normally they should be written the same way, but we'll see that we've got two cases that are a bit special, but then they are written almost the same way. But then according to the gender, so whether it's masculine or feminine, the meaning of the word will change. Okay, so we'll see the first one. The first one is immoral. Okay, immoral. And so you can see the meaning here in English. Okay, and so if we see the feminine form, and I wanted to start with this one because, as I said, in most of the cases they will be written the same way, but in that case you get this at the end, which is silent, so you don't pronounce it. So clearly it is the same pronunciation for the two words, but then in that case it's feminine, une morale, okay? And here is the meaning in English, okay? So, un moral, une morale. Okay, so let's see the second now. Un moule, okay, and you've got here the meaning, un moule, and the feminine form, une moule, all right? Une moule. Okay, keep in mind you pronounce them the same way, but then, as you can see, the meaning is different. Le physique, and here is the meaning, and then la physique, and you've got here the meaning. Okay, le physique, la physique. Un poste, and here normally, so post or position, we're talking about a job, okay? Un poste. Une poste, and here is the meaning. Un tour, okay? So actually this word has quite many meanings, so it can be turn, a turn, and other meanings as well. But then the good thing is that the feminine form, une tour, has only one translation, and it's here. It's our une tour. Okay, so un tour, une tour. And then un livre, une livre. Une livre. Okay, so we're talking about the pound, so it can be Well, the measurement for the weights, or then it can be as well une livre sterling, so if we're talking about the money, okay? Un mémoire, un mémoire, and then une mémoire, une mémoire. Un capital, un capital. So here we're talking about money. Une capitale. Une capitale. So you can see that we pronounce it the same way, but as we had previously, you get to put this at the end, okay? Un voile, un voile. Une voile. Une voile. And here with the sail, we're talking about the part of the sailing boat. Is homophone, so it's actually quite interesting in that lesson. So we'll talk about words that you will write differently, but then phonetically you will pronounce them the same way. And of course, they will have different meanings, okay? So let's start now. And the first one is un air, okay? We'll make this little link between the two, un air, okay? And here you've got the translation in English. And then you've got une air, okay? So you can see that you write it differently, but then clearly phonetically it's the same, une air. And this is the translation in English. Une amende, une amende. And that's what it means. And then une amende. So here you can see that the only difference is here you get and here you've got a, okay? So amende, amende, and the meaning is fine. We're talking here about the nice little gift you will get if you break the law. Une amende. Une encre. Une encre. And then feminine as well, une encre. Okay, so you can see here that the only difference is a here and then here. Okay, so une encre and une encre, it's the same. Un bar. Un bar. And then une bar. Okay, so you can hear that it's exactly the same way that you pronounce, but then you get r, and then e. Okay, une bar. Okay, so in that case it's this adjective, bon, and the meaning is good in English. Okay, bon, all right, and here we've got substantive, un bon. Un bon. Un bout. Remember, final T not pronounced. Un bout. Une bout. Okay, so here the only difference between the two is here you get T at the end and here you get E at the end. Une bout. Un but. Un but. Une butte. Une butte. Un cent. Okay, remember this G here doesn't exist, so un cent. And then here we've got this sans. Quite useful because it means without, sans. And we've got a third one, cent, written like that, and it's 100. Okay, so un cent, cent, cent. Un champ. un champ, un champ, un champ. So here it's quite tricky because if you look carefully, well, of course you pronounce them the same way because that's the topic of this video, but then masculine in both cases. So un champ, un champ. Un col, un col. Une colle, une colle. Les homophones, because actually I was thinking about doing 4 videos concerning this topic. So remember, when we're talking about les homophones, we're talking about all these words that we have in French that you will write differently but then pronounce the same way, and of course the meanings will be different. So that's the reason why it's quite important to take few minutes to try to see them and try to avoid any mistakes. Okay? Alright, so we'll start now. And the first one is un compte. Un compte. And here you will have the translation. Un compte. So exactly the same pronunciation, but then of course the meaning is different. Un compte. Un coup. And then un coup. Alright, so you can see that you get this final P here, but then you don't pronounce it. And last, un coup. Okay, remember, accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it. Final T, same thing, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so un coup, and then un coup, the same pronunciation. Une cour. And then we've got the adjective court. And after that, un cours. And then un cours. Alright, so you can see that here you get the feminine, une cour, then you get the adjective court, un cours, un cours. Un cuir. And the verb cuire. Okay, so un cuir and then cuire. Une date. Une date. So it's quite interesting because in English it's written the same way. Okay, so in that case we're talking about the fruit. So une date, okay, and here une date. So 31 janvier, for instance, une date, okay. Une eau. And then the adjective eau. Okay, une eau, eau. Une fin. And then une fin. Okay, so phonetically the same. Un fil. Une file. Okay, so don't try to, don't mix it with une fille, okay, because you get the double L, but in that case you get only one, so une file, okay, un fil, une file. Lait. Un lait. Okay, so the only difference is final thing here, D, you don't pronounce it, T, you don't pronounce it, so phonetically you only have this lait. Une mère. Une mère. Un maire. Alright, so mère, mère, mère. Alright, in both cases. Here you've got the feminine form and then here it's masculine. Of course it could be feminine as well because mayor can be ladies as well. Les homophones, so remember, we write them differently, we pronounce them the same way, and they have different meanings. Okay, so that's the thing. It is the third video, so the next one will be the last one covering this topic. Okay, so let's start now. Un mètre, and so you will have the translation here. Un mètre, and then un mètre as well. Okay, so un mètre and un mètre, same pronunciation. Un mois, and then moi, me. Okay, so un mois and moi. Un mur, and the adjective mur. Okay, so un mur and mur. Un nez, nez. Okay, so un nez and nez. Un nom, nom. Un nom, non. Un pain, un pain. Right? Un pain, un pain. Un père, une paire. Paire. Okay, so in that case we're talking about the numbers. Alright, so paire. So here, un père, une paire, paire. Une pâte, une pâte. Okay, une pâte, une pâte. Une paume, une pomme. Okay, so you can see that I pronounce them a little bit, well, a little bit differently, but then we'll be careful that in many cases people will pronounce them the same way. Okay, because in that case normally it should be a bit lower, pomme, and then here more open, so pomme. Okay. Une pause, une pause. Okay, so une pause, une pause. Les homophones, so it's the fourth video covering this topic. Remember, les homophones, we're talking about words that are pronounced the same way but written differently, and of course the meaning is different. Okay, so we'll see 10 of them in this video. So let's start with the first one. Une peau. And here you have the meaning in English. Une peau. Un pot. Okay, so une peau, un pot. Un point. Un point. Alright, so you can see that here the only difference is the final letter, okay, but then they are pronounced the same way and both of them are masculine. Un point, un point. Un port. Un port. Okay, exactly the same thing here. Only the last letter is different. You don't pronounce it, and then both of them are masculine. Un port. Un prêt. 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 Okay, so it's quite interesting here. So you get un prêt written like that. So in that case, it's a substantive, so word, noun, and that's the meaning. Then you get prêt like that, so final S, but then of course you don't pronounce it. And here, prêt, so the adjective. Okay. Une roue. roue. Alright, so une roue and then roue. Salle. Une salle. Okay, so even if you get the double L here, it will be still the same pronunciation as this one. So salle, une salle. So in that case, it's an adjective. Un seau. Un seau. Okay, so un seau, and then the same way, un seau. Sûr. Sûr. Okay, even if you get this accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it, so you get the same pronunciation, sûr and sûr. Une tante. Une tante. Okay, so it's exactly the same pronunciation, even if you get a here and here. Okay, and both of them are feminine. Une tante. Un toit. Toi. Okay, so in that case, we're talking about moi, toi, lui, elle, so we saw that a long time ago. Okay, and then both of them are pronounced like toi. Un toit, toi. Le préfixe il, so il. When we're talking about prefix, normally we're talking about, well, letters, a group of letters that you will put in front of existing words, and by adding these letters or group of letters, you will change the meaning or the original meaning of the word. Okay, and that will be the case with this prefix il. Okay, so let's see. And so normally if we're talking about this il prefix, then it will mean privé de, sans. Okay, and this is actually what it means in English, so without or then, well, less. Okay, so that will be the meaning of this il prefix. Let's see 3 examples. So the first one here, légitime. Okay, so légitime, and then if you want to express, well, the without concept, then you will add this prefix il at the beginning, and then after that you continue with your original word légitime, and now you get illégitime. Okay, illégitime, légitime, illégitime. Second example, lisible. Okay, lisible, and then same idea, you just add this il in front, and then you get illisible, illisible. And the last one, légal. Okay, légal, exactly the same concept, you just add this il in front of légal, and you get illégal. Okay, so of course you understood that we add this il here because the original word is starting with L. Okay, so that's the reason why you will have this I and then L. Alright, so légal, illégal. Le préfixe im. Okay, so when we're talking about prefix, we're talking about letters that you will add at the beginning of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify the meaning of the word. Okay, so let's see now. And in this lesson, well, by adding this im at the beginning of existing words, in most of the cases they will start with p. Okay, just for your information, by adding this im you will modify the meaning, and it will mean privé de or sans. Okay, that is the result that you will get by adding this im. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one is pair. Okay, so the meaning is even, and then I just put some numbers just to make it clear that we're talking about numbers. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so pair. And then if you want to express the without, so you will use this impair. Impair. So you put im, and then after that, the rest, impair. Okay? Pardonnable. Pardonnable. Same rule, same way of working, im in front, impardonnable. Impardonnable. Parfait. Parfait. Exactly the same. Imparfait. Imparfait. Pensable. Pensable. And then it goes all the time the same way. Impensable. Impensable. Poli. Poli. Impoli. Impoli. Possible. Possible. Impossible. Impossible. Précis. Précis. Imprécis. So you can see that it's all the time the same technique, so you just add this em in front. Imprécis. Probable. Probable. Improbable. Improbable. Prudent. Prudent. Imprudent. Imprudent. Will be le préfixe en. Okay, so remember, when we're talking about prefix, we just were talking about letters that you will put in front of existing words, and by adding these letters, you will modify the original meaning of the word. Okay, so in that case, this en prefix will mean privé de or sans. Okay, privé de, sans. And this en will be used when the original word is starting with a vowel or h plus une voyelle. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. And the first one is acceptable. Okay, acceptable. You will have the translation here in English, and it's not that difficult in that case. And if you want to express this privé de or sans, okay, without or less, then you will add this en, as we saw first at the beginning of your word, then you will just add your word, and you get inacceptable. Okay, acceptable, inacceptable. Achevé, inachevé. Okay, achevé, inachevé. Admissible, inadmissible. Admissible, inadmissible. Animé, inanimé. Animé, inanimé. Attendu, inattendu. Attendu, inattendu, imaginable, inimaginable, imaginable, inimaginable, oubliable, inoubliable, oubliable, inoubliable, utile, inutile, utile, inutile. Le préfixe IR, and the good news is that it will be the last video for this chapter of prefix. Okay, so if you remember, when we're talking about prefix, actually we're talking about letters, like in that case IR, that you will add at the beginning of an existing word, and by adding these letters you will modify the meaning or the original meaning of the word. Okay, and in that case, when you will put this IR, and you will see that we're talking about words that will start with R, okay, but then you will modify the meaning, and the meaning will be privé de or sans. Okay, privé de or sans. So let's check 3 examples, and the first one is réel. Okay, réel, and then, as I said, you just add this IR, and then after that you put your réel again, and you will get irréel. Irréel, okay? Réel, and then irréel. Régulier, so as I said, remember they start with R all the time. Régulier, and then exactly the same technique. IR, and after that you put it back. Irrégulier, okay? Régulier, then irrégulier. And the last one, résistible, résistible, and exactly the same way, IR, and you put it back. Irrésistible, irrésistible. So, résistible, irrésistible. Le suffixe isé, I-S-E-R. Okay, so after having doing some videos regarding les préfixes, now we'll try to see a little bit what we call les suffixes. Okay, so les suffixes, actually we're talking about these letters that you can put or you can add at the end of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify it, or you will change the meaning, or in that case we will change adjectives into verbs. Okay, so that's the whole idea of this video, and here we'll only focus on the adjectives that will end with AL, okay, AL, and then, well, as we saw, we will just add at the end of these adjectives this ISER just to make a verb. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. And the first one is banal. Okay, so here is the meaning in English. Okay, so if we want to make a verb out of this adjective, then we only need to, as I say, put this ISER at the end, and then you will get banaliser. Banaliser. Okay, so adjectif banal, verbe banaliser. Brutal, and then we will get brutaliser. Okay, brutal, and then you just add this ISER at the end, and you'll get brutaliser. Central, centraliser. Okay, exactly the same way. Central, and then the verb centraliser. Égal, égaliser. égal, égaliser. Général, généraliser. Général, généraliser. Légal, légaliser. Légal, légaliser. National, nationaliser. National, nationaliser. Le suffixe ement, aimant, okay? And the idea is to, well, see how we can clearly come from a verb and to make from that verb a noun, okay? And so the idea is, we'll see that if your verb is ending with er, okay, so that's what we'll see in this video, but of course it doesn't, as usual when we learn French, it doesn't concern all the verbs ending with er, okay, but actually the verbs that we'll see in this lesson will work with that concept. So you will actually need to take away this er ending and you will replace it with the suffix, so this thing ement, okay, to get the noun. And you've got to keep in mind that the noun must express the action, okay, because you can have many nouns or many substantives, as we say, that will express different things, okay, but in that case, when you're going from the verb to this substantive, so this noun, it must express the action, okay. So let's see a few examples now. The first one, so amuser, okay, so you will have here the translation in English, okay. So, well, if we just respect the rule, so we take away this er and then we will modify and we will put this suffix ement instead, and we will get this un amusement, okay. So amuser, un amusement. Changer, un changement. Changer, un changement. Commencer, un commencement. Commencer, un commencement. Se comporter, un comportement. Se comporter, un comportement. Développer, un développement. Développer, un développement. Gouverner, un gouvernement. Gouverner, un gouvernement. Grouper, un groupement. Grouper, un groupement. Rassembler, un rassemblement. Rassembler, un rassemblement. Traiter, un traitement. Traiter, un traitement. Le suffixe isement, okay? And the idea is to see how we could make nouns or substantives if we're starting from the verbs, okay? So let's see. The idea is that we're talking here about the verbs that will belong to the second group of verbs, so ending in er, okay? And well, the rule or the way to make them is that we'll take away this er, so the ending of the verb, and we'll replace it with the le suffixe issement, so E-S-S-E-M-E-N-T. Okay, so that's the rule. And then the only thing that we should keep in mind, because of course if we're talking about making substantives based on verbs, it's possible to have different type of substantives, but in that case the substantive, so the noun, must express the action. Okay, and that's the only thing that you should keep in mind. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, élargir, and so you can see here the translation in English. Un élargissement. Okay, so you can see that as we saw, you just need to take away this er from the verb and then you replace it with the issement, okay, and then you get the un élargissement. Okay, so élargir, un élargissement. Ralentir, un ralentissement. Ralentir, un ralentissement. Rajeunir, un rajeunissement. Rajeunir, un rajeunissement. Vieillir, un vieillissement. Vieillir, un vieillissement. Okay, so it will be the first, here you can see, the first video covering these EON words that are the same in English and in French. Okay, and so the rule is that, of course, EON, so you will have the same words in English and in French if the word exists in French, and that's the first thing. And then remember that in some cases, so will become E in French, so we'll put the accent, and then in some cases Z, so la lettre Z, will become la lettre S. Okay, all right, I didn't put the article, but then in most of the cases they are feminine. Okay, so let's start now. Abdication, ablution, abnégation, abolition, abomination, abrogation, absorption, abstention, abstraction, accélération, accentuation, acceptation, accession, acclamation, accommodation, accréditation, accumulation, accusation, acidification, acquisition, action, activation, adaptation, addiction, addition, adhésion, administration, admiration, admission, adoption, adoration, adulation, aération, affectation, affection, affiliation, affirmation, agglomération, aggravation, agression, agitation, aliénation, alimentation, allégation, allocation, allocution, allusion, alphabétisation, altération, altercation. These topic identical words in English and in French, okay? And in that video we'll cover the E-O-N. So we're talking about the endings here. Words, okay, but then keep in mind that all the E-O-N words in English won't be the same in French, okay? So the first thing that you get to remember is that if it exists in French, then it will be the same, and normally the meaning will be the same. Keep in mind as well that in some cases we'll have some differences in the writing, okay? So could become A, and then Z could become S, okay? But then let's see now. So it's the second part of the list. If you're interested by this thing, then remember that there was a previous video that covered 50 words. In that video we'll cover still 50 words, and then if I remember correctly, the total amount is 500. Okay, so ambition, amélioration, amplification, amputation, animation, annexion, annotation, annulation, anticipation, apparition, appellation, application, appréciation, appréhension, approbation, appropriation, approximation, articulation, ascension, aspiration, assignation, assimilation, association, attention, atténuation, attestation, attraction, attribution, audition, augmentation, auscultation, aviation, bénédiction, bureaucratisation, calcification, calcination, calibration, canalisation, cannibalisation, capitalisation, célébration, cessation, cicatrisation, circulation, citation, civilisation, clarification, classification, coalition, cohabitation. Series of videos that we started earlier, and the topic is identical words in English and in French, and in that case we'll cover the words that will end with E-O-N. So the first rule that you've got to keep in mind is that if it exists in French, it will be the same, okay, but it's not all the time the case. Alright, and then the second thing that you should remember that in some cases we'll write them a little bit differently. So you can see that in French will be A in some cases, and then Z here in some cases will become S. Okay, so let's see, and the list continues. Cohésion, collaboration, collation, collection, collision, colocation, collusion, colonisation, coloration, combustion, commémoration, commercialisation, commission, communication, communion, compassion, compensation, compétition, compilation, complication, composition, compréhension, compression, concentration, conception, conclusion, condition, confection, confédération, confession, configuration, confirmation, confrontation, confusion, connotation, consécration, conservation, considération, conspiration, consternation, construction, contagion, contamination, contemplation, contestation, continuation, contorsion, contraception, contraction, contradiction. Theme identical words in English and in French, and we'll especially focus on this video and the previous and the following videos on the words that will end with E-O-N, okay? And then keep in mind that the first rule, it must exist in French. All E-O-N words in English, they don't exist in French, okay? So, well, that's the first thing. And then remember that in some cases, we'll write them a little bit differently, okay? So that's the thing. And the list continues. Contravention, contribution, contusion, convention, conversation, conversion, conviction, convocation, coopération, coordination, coproduction, corrosion, corruption, création, crémation, criminalisation. Sorry, it's a difficult one. So again, criminalisation, cultivation, cumulation, désactivation, déception, décision, déclaration, décolonisation, décomposition, décoration, déduction, définition, déformation, dégradation, dégustation, délation, délectation, délégation, délibération, démission, démobilisation, démocratisation, démodulation, démolition, démonétisation, démonstration, dénationalisation, dénaturalisation, dénigration, dénomination, dépigmentation, déportation, déposition, dépression, dérision. Identical words in English and French, and we'll only focus on the E-O-N, so the words that will end with E-O-N in English, and that will be the same in French, but then keep in mind that, of course, it must exist in French, because it's not the case for all the words in E-O-N. So be careful. That's the reason why I wanted to make this huge list, but then after that you'll know which one exists in French. And then remember that in some cases the word will a little bit change. So you get the example here. Will become A, and then Z will become S. Okay. Description, désignation, désolation, déstabilisation, destination, destruction, détection, détention, détérioration, détermination, détonation, d'évaluation, dévastation, déviation, diction, diffusion, digestion, dilatation, dimension, diminution, direction, discrimination, discussion, disposition, disqualification, dissociation, distinction, distribution, diversification, diversion, divination, division, documentation, domiciliation, domination, donation, dotation, dramatisation, duplication, ébullition, éclosion, édification, édition, éducation, élaboration, électrocution, élévation, élimination, élocution, élucidation. Identical words in English and French, and we'll concentrate on the words ending with EON, okay? And then remember that the main thing with these EON words in English is that it must exist, of course, in French, because it's not the case for all the EON words in English. And then in some cases we'll have some modifications in the writing in French, okay? So let's continue with 50 new words. Émancipation, émission, émotion, épilation, équation, équitation, érosion, éruption, estimation, évacuation, évaluation, évaporation, évasion, évolution, exaltation, exaspération, exception, exclamation, exclusion, excursion, expansion, expatriation, expédition, expiration, explication, exploitation, exploration, explosion, exposition, expression, expulsion, extension, externalisation, extinction, extraction, extrapolation, fabrication, fascination, fédération, fiction, fixation, formation, formulation, fraction, fragmentation, frustration, fusion, généralisation, génération, glaciation. Identical words in English and French, and we'll only focus in this video on the words in English that will end with EON, because in many cases they will be exactly the same in French, but you should keep in mind that it's not all the time true. So first, well, the word must exist in French because it's not, you know, the case all the time, okay? And then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases, well, the writing of these words will change a little bit, okay? Gratification, gravitation, habitation, hésitation, hibernation, hospitalisation, humidification, filiation, idéalisation, identification, illumination, illusion, illustration, imagination, imitation, immersion, immigration, immobilisation, immunisation, imperfection, implantation, implication, implosion, imposition, impression, improvisation, impulsion, inaction, inactivation, inattention, inauguration, incarnation, incinération, incitation, incompréhension, incorporation, incrustation, incubation, indécision, indexation, indication, indigestion, indignation, indiscrétion, indisposition, infection, inflation, information, infraction, infusion. Identical words in English and French, and in this video we'll only focus still on the words in English that will end with EON, and that will be the same in French. So in some cases persons tend to say that all the English words ending with EON are exactly the same in French, and I've been working on that at least quite much, and I can tell you that unfortunately that's not the truth. So the first thing that you should keep in mind that it will be the same if it does exist in French, and it's not the case all the time. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind that in some cases the writing of the words will change a little bit. Okay, let's start now. Injection, innovation, inscription, insertion, insolation, inspection, inspiration, installation, instauration, institution, instruction, intégration, intention, interception, interdiction, internationalisation, interpellation, interprétation, intervention, intimidation, intoxication, introduction, invasion, invention, investigation, invocation, irrigation, isolation, juxtaposition, légalisation, légion, législation, lésion, libéralisation, libération, limitation, location, locomotion, locution, lotion, malédiction, malformation, malnutrition, malversation, manifestation, manipulation, mention, migration, militarisation, million. And I just realized that I've been making a mistake here. It should be a 3 instead of 2, okay? Sorry, I won't make this video again only for these 2 little mistakes, okay? Identical words in English and French, and we'll especially focus on the words in English that will end with EON, okay? Keep in mind that the first thing that you should remember is that it must exist in French, because all these EON words in English won't exist in French. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases the writing will change a little bit. Let's start. Mobilisation, modération, modernisation, modification, motivation, munition, mutation, mystification, narration, natation, nation, nationalisation, naturalisation, navigation, négation, nomination, notion, objection, obligation, observation, occasion, opération, opinion, opposition, optimisation, option, orchestration, organisation, orientation, pacification, palpitation, partition, passion, pension, perception, percussion, perfection, perforation, perfusion, permission, persécution, persuasion, perturbation, pétition, plantation, pollution, population, portion, position, possession. Identical words in English and French, and especially the words that will end with EON. Keep in mind that not all the words in English that will end with EON exist in French, so it must exist in French, of course, to be used in this language. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases the writing will change a little bit. Okay, so let's continue. Potion, précaution, précipitation, précision, prédiction, préméditation, prémonition, préoccupation, préparation, préposition, présentation, prévention, prévision, privatisation, procuration, production, profession, profusion, prohibition, projection, prolongation, promotion, proportion, proposition, propulsion, protection, protestation, provision, provocation, publication, pulsion, pulvérisation, punition, purification, qualification, ration, rationalisation, réaction, réactivation, réalisation, réclamation, récupération, rédaction, redécoration, redéfinition, rédemption, redirection, réduction, réévaluation, reformation. Identical words in English and French, and we were talking about the words in English that will end with EON, okay? And that will be the same, but if they exist in French, because all the English words ending with EON, well, they don't all exist in French. So that's the first thing that you should keep in mind. And then the second thing is that in some cases we will write in French these words a little bit differently. So few cases like here, would become E, and then Z would become S. Okay, so let's continue. Région, régression, relation, relaxation, religion, rénovation, réorientation, réparation, répartition, répétition, reproduction, répulsion, réputation, résolution, respiration, restitution, restauration, restriction, réunification, réunion, révélation, révision, révolution, rotation, salutation, sanction, saturation, sécession, section, séduction, sélection, sensation, séparation, signalisation, signification, simulation, situation, spécialisation, spécification, spéculation, stabilisation, station, stimulation, soumission, succession, suffocation, suggestion, supervision, suppression, synchronisation, télévision, tension, torsion, traction, tradition, transaction, transcription, transformation, transition, transpiration, transportation, union, urbanisation, utilisation, vaccination, valorisation, vaporisation, variation, végétation, version, vibration, victimisation, violation, vision, vocation, le corps humain, donc le vocabulaire concernant le corps humain. Le tube digestif, le tube digestif, l'articulation, l'articulation, la bouche, la bouche, le bras, le bras, la cage thoracique, la cage thoracique, le cerveau, le cerveau, les cheveux, les cheveux, la cheville, la cheville, la clavicule, la clavicule, le cœur, le cœur, la colonne cervicale, la colonne cervicale, la colonne dorsale, la colonne dorsale, la colonne vertébrale, la colonne vertébrale, la côte, la côte, le cou, le cou, le coude, le coude, le crâne, le crâne. La cuisse, la cuisse. La dent, la dent. Le doigt, le doigt. Le dos, le dos. L'épaule, l'épaule. L'estomac, l'estomac. Le foie, le foie. Le front, le front. Le genou, le genou. L'intestin, l'intestin. La jambe, la jambe. La joue, la joue. La lèvre, la lèvre. La mâchoire, la mâchoire. La main, la main. Le membre, le membre. Le menton, le menton. Le muscle, le muscle. Le nerf, le nerf. Le nez, le nez. La nuque, la nuque. L'œil, l'œil. L'ongle, l'ongle. L'oreille, l'oreille. L'orteil, l'orteil. L'os, l'os. La paume de la main, la paume de la main. La phalange, la phalange. Le pied, le pied. La plante du pied, la plante du pied. Le poignet, le poignet. Le poing, le poing. Le pouce, le pouce. Le pouls, le pouls. Le poumon, le poumon. Le rein, le rein. Le sang, le sang. Le talon, le talon. La tempe, la tempe. La tête, la tête. Le thorax, le thorax. Le tibia, le tibia. Oops, I made a mistake here. It should be masculine. Sorry about that. Le ventre, le ventre. Les abrègements de mots. And we'll only focus in this video on les abrègements de mots, but well, the words that will end with O or the sound of O. Okay? So let's start now. Un adolescent, un adolescent, un adolescent. Okay? And then in most of the cases when people will speak, they will use un ado. Un ado. Okay, so un adolescent will become un ado. Un apéritif will become un apéro, un apéro. Okay, so un apéritif, un apéro. Une décoration, and it will become une déco, une déco. Okay, so une décoration, une déco. Une démonstration will become une démo, une démo. Une démonstration, une démo. Un dictionnaire will become un dico. Okay? Un dico. So one more time, un dictionnaire, un dico. Une exposition will become une expo. Une expo. Un hebdomadaire, so in that case we're talking about the magazine. Un hebdomadaire will become un hebdo. Okay? Un hebdo. So one more time. Un hebdomadaire, un hebdo. Un intellectuel will become un intello. Un intello. Okay, one more time. Un intellectuel, un intello. Un laboratoire will become un labo. Un labo. Personnel will become perso. Perso. Okay, one more time. Personnel, perso. Un professionnel will become un pro. Un pro. Okay, so un professionnel, un pro. Un propriétaire will become un proprio. Un proprio. Okay, so un propriétaire, un proprio. Un restaurant will become un resto. Okay, so you can see that here you've got another way of writing it, okay, but then, well, phonetically it's exactly the same, so un resto, okay, so whether with O or then with AU, but then it's resto, the same way, okay, so un restaurant, un resto. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon C. And in this lesson, we will see les préfixes de verbs. So remember these little letters that you can put at the beginning of existing words, or in that case, it will be verbs. And by adding these little letters, you will modify the original meaning of the word. And in this lesson, we'll work on le préfixe de. Okay, and you'll see because, well, quite often I've been having some students that asked me, how do you translate in French, or is there a way to make this un that exists in English? So like do, undo, okay? And then the answer is yes. Actually, we've got this prefix de, okay? So it will actually be, well, the same. I mean, the use will be the same as in English, this un, or as well there is this for some verbs. So it will be exactly the same thing, okay? We've got this de, okay? Keep in mind that we will see in the next lesson, so it will be unit 12, lesson D. We've got the option of D, accent aigu, S, and we will see that so in the next lesson, but in this lesson we'll only focus on the D. Okay, so let's take an example now. We've got brancher, okay, and then débrancher. All right, so it's actually quite easy. You just put this de in front of the verb and then brancher. Brancher, débrancher. Centraliser, décentraliser. Okay, centraliser, and then it will become décentralisé. Charger, décharger. Okay, so charger and then décharger. Coiffer, décoiffer. All right, so coiffer, and then you put this dé, and after the verb, décoiffer. Coller, décoller. Okay, so coller, and then it will become décoller. Commander will become décommander. Okay, so commander will become décommander. Composer, décomposer. All right, so composer will become décomposer. Conseiller will become déconseiller. All right, so conseiller, déconseiller. Couvrir will become découvrir. Okay, so couvrir, découvrir. Faire will become défaire. Okay, so faire, défaire. Former, déformer. All right, so former, déformer. Placer will become déplacer. Placer, déplacer. Plaire, déplaire. Plaire will become déplaire. Ranger, déranger. Okay, so ranger, déranger. And that's it. So keep in mind that of course it doesn't apply to all the verbs, because in some cases it's not possible to modify the original verbs, okay? But then, well, this is quite useful because as you can see, it's not that difficult, and then you could use these verbs quite often. Okay, if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then like me on Facebook, facebook.com/imagier.net, and you can find a lot of things at the following address: www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Préfixe de verbe, and we'll focus this video on this préfixe de accent aigu s. Okay, so actually I've been having many questions regarding, or from students regarding the translation of this un prefix in English. So like when you get do and undo, or this, because it could be this as well for some verbs. And we saw in the previous lesson that the first prefix that we should use is de. Okay, it was in the lesson, so unit 12, lesson C. Okay, but then this prefix will be used for the verbs that will start with a consonant. Okay, but then we've got also verbs starting with a vowel, or then the mute H plus a vowel, and then in that case we'll have to use de accent aigu s. Okay, so in this video we'll see this de accent aigu s, okay, and it will be used for, so the verb starting with a vowel, or then h, so h, but then muet, mute, okay, plus a vowel. So remember that we're not talking about all the verbs starting with h. And then we'll have also the option of de D-E-S, so you can see that you don't have any accent here, and it will be used only for the verbs that will start with the letter S here, okay? So keep in mind, D-E accent aigu S will be used for verbs starting with whether une voyelle or H muet, okay? And then D-E without the accent, S will be used for the verbs starting with S. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, s'abonner, s'abonner, se désabonner, s'abonner, se désabonner. Armer, armer, désarmer, désarmer. Okay, so armer will give you this désarmer. Avantager, avantager will give you désavantager, désavantager. Équilibrer, équilibrer will give you déséquilibré, déséquilibré. Okay, équilibré, sorry, déséquilibré. Espérer, espérer, désespérer, désespérer. Okay, espérer, désespérer. Habiller, habiller, déshabiller, déshabiller. Okay, so you can see that here, this H here, this letter is not pronounced, so habiller and then déshabiller. Intéresser, intéresser, désintéresser, désintéresser. Obéir, obéir, désobéir, désobéir. Organiser, organiser, désorganiser, désorganiser. We'll start a series of videos that will cover the subject, les préfixes et les verbes. And in this video, we will see actually the verb dire. You get the translation here in English, so dire, okay? And then we'll see that it's possible to add some prefixes, so it's possible to add some letters before this dire, and then by adding these letters, we will modify the meaning of dire, okay? So let's see. And the first thing that we've got here is contre, and then dire, okay? Contredire, contredire, and you can see that of course the meaning is changing. Contredire, okay? Then interdire, interdire. Prédire, prédire. Redire, redire. Les préfixes et les verbes. So this video will only focus on the verb mener. Okay, this is the meaning of mener. Okay, and we'll see that by adding few letters in front of mener, we will actually change the meaning of these verbs. So the original meaning of these verb, and this is right here the original meaning. Okay, so let's see now. The first one is amener. Amener. Okay, and you can see here the translation. Then emmener, emmener. Okay, same thing here. Ramener, ramener. Surmener, surmener. And then you've got the translation right here. Les préfixes et les verbes, and in this video we'll see the verb lever. Okay, so this is the translation in English of lever, and then we'll see that by adding few letters in front of lever will actually change the meaning of this verb. Okay, so and the first one would be enlever, enlever. relever, relever, soulever, soulever. Les préfixes et les verbes, and we'll see in this video the verb mettre. Okay, so that's the translation of mettre. Okay, mettre. And so we'll see that when we add few letters in front of mettre, well, in this case, actually, it will change the meaning, the original meaning of this verb. Okay, so the first one will be admettre. Okay, so admettre. And this is the translation in English. Admettre. Then we'll have commettre. Commettre. Then émettre. Émettre. And you get a translation here. Permettre. Permettre. Promettre. Promettre. Remettre. Remettre. Soumettre. Soumettre. Transmettre. Transmettre. And you've got a translation right here. Les préfixes et les verbes, and in this video we'll concentrate on the verb paraître. So this is the meaning of paraître, and the idea is that, of course, when we're talking about les préfixes, we will add few letters in front of paraître, and by adding these letters, we'll change the meaning of the verb. Okay, so let's see. The first one will be apparaître. Apparaître. And you've got here the translation in English. Disparaître. Disparaître. Reparaître. Reparaître. And you get a translation right here. Les préfixes et les verbes, okay? So, and in this video, we'll concentrate on the verb passer. And here you have the translation in English. Okay, so the idea is that we've got this verb passer, and then it will be possible to add some letters, so that's what we call préfixe, in front of passer, and by adding these letters, well, we'll change the meaning, the original meaning of the verb passer. Okay, so let's see how it goes. So the first thing, if we add this dé, okay, we will get the verb dépasser, dépasser, and here you have the meaning in English. Okay, well, then we could add this re in front of passer, so we get this repasser, and then here is the meaning in English, repasser. Okay, and it's also possible to add sur, okay, surpasser, surpasser, and here is the meaning in English. Les préfixes et les verbes, okay, and in this video we'll focus on the verb porter, and that's how it could be translated. Okay, so the idea is that we will add some letters before, and then by adding these letters, the meaning, the original meaning of the verb will be modified. Okay, so let's see now. The first one, so if you add this ap, you will get apporter, apporter. Okay, that's actually a translation of this verb, apporter. Okay, then we can add C-O-M, so comporter, 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 okay, and that's the translation here. Or it could be se comporter, okay, se comporter. And you have here the meaning of this verb. Then it's possible to add em, so you will get the emporter, okay, emporter. And here is the translation. X, exporter, exporter. Well, this one is actually quite easy to translate, okay? Exporter. Then it's possible to use this IM in front, so importer, importer. Okay, you can hear the translations. Then it's possible to use this RAP, so rapporter, rapporter. And also it's possible to use this REM, remporter. Okay, remporter, remporter. You can also add this SUP in front of porter, supporter, supporter. You don't really pronounce the two or the double P here. Supporter. Or then it's possible to use this or to add this TRANS, transporter, transporter, transporter. You can also use this RAP, rapporter, rapporter. So same thing here, you don't pronounce the double P. Rapporter. Les préfixes et les verbes, and in that video we'll actually have poser. And so you've got the translations here, okay, of poser. And so remember that, well, the idea is that we will add letters in front of poser, so that's what we call prefix, and by adding these prefix we will modify the meaning or the original meaning of the verb poser. Okay, so let's see now what we've got. So it's possible to add this com prefix, composer. Okay, composer. All right, and you've got here the translations of these verbs. Composer. It's also possible to add the prefix des, accent aigu, des, and you get déposer. All right, déposer. And here you can find what it means in English. Okay, déposer. It's also possible to add the prefix entre, entre, and you get entreposer, entreposer, entreposer. Okay, and here is the meaning. Then it's possible to add this pro, proposer. Okay, proposer. Or then you can also add this reposer, reposer, reposer. Okay, and here you've got the translation. It's also possible to have, when we're talking about this reposer, well, this se reposer, se reposer, se reposer. Les préfixes et les verbes. And in this video, we'll actually focus on the verb prendre. Here is, or here are the translations possible for prendre, okay? And the idea is that, of course, we're talking about prefix, so these letters that you can add before the verb, and by adding these letters, you will modify the original meaning of the verb. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, ap, so ap, you will get apprendre, apprendre, okay, you don't pronounce the double P, apprendre, so here is what it means, okay, apprendre. Then it's possible to put this com in front of prendre, and you will get comprendre, comprendre, okay, comprendre. It's also possible to use this entre, entre, entreprendre, entreprendre, entreprendre. It's it's also possible to use this re, reprendre, reprendre, reprendre. Okay, get translation here. S-U-R, sur, surprendre. Okay, surprendre. And here is what it means. Okay, surprendre. Les préfixes et les verbes, and in this lesson we'll concentrate on the verb tenir. And here is how you could translate this verb in English. Okay, so the idea is that it will be possible to add what we call prefix, so actually letters before this verb, and by adding these letters you will modify the meaning, the original meaning of this verb. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. So the first one that we have, if you add the letters C-O-N, con, you will get contenir, contenir, contenir. Okay, and that's how it could be translated. Then it's possible to add this E-N-T-R-E, entre, and you will get entretenir, entretenir, entretenir. And here is the meaning. Okay, then it's also possible to add this M-A-I-N, main, maintenir, maintenir. Okay, and that's how you should, or you could translate it. It's also possible to use this R-E prefix, retenir, retenir, and that's what it means. And also S-O-U, soutenir, soutenir, okay, soutenir. Les préfixes et les verbes, and the last verb that we will see together is venir. Okay, so you get the translation here. Okay, so venir, and then when we talk about les préfixes, well, we will talk about letters that we will add in front of venir, and by adding these letters, we'll change the meaning or the original meaning of this verb. Okay, so let's see how it will go. The first thing that we could add would be C-O-N, con, and then we would get convenir, convenir. Okay, and here you will see for each verb the translation in English. Okay, convenir. We also have the possibility to add D and E, devenir. Okay, devenir. It's also possible to add this I-N-T-E-R, intervenir, intervenir, intervenir. And then we can also add P-R-E accent aigu, prévenir, prévenir, prévenir. Okay. We can add also this R-E, revenir, revenir, revenir. And so it's possible to add this S-O-U, sous, okay, and the verb is réfléchir, sorry, se souvenir, se souvenir, se souvenir. It's also possible to add this S-U-B, subvenir, subvenir, subvenir. And the last one, S-U-R, survenir, survenir, survenir. identical words in English and in French, and we'll concentrate on the words that ends with age in English. And the first thing that, well, we should definitely keep in mind is that they will be the same, but if they exist in French, because it's not the case all the time, okay? So we've got few exceptions. We will have few modifications possible in French, of course. And the thing that you should keep in mind that in most of the cases, but not all the cases, we'll see that in this video, they will be masculine in French, okay? So that's one easy thing to remember. Of course, exceptions, but if you're not sure, then put the masculine form. In most of the cases, that will be the correct form, okay? So let's see them now. Un avantage, un âge, un arbitrage, un assemblage, un bagage, un bandage, un barrage, un blocage, un brassage, un bricolage, une cage. So this is one of the exceptions, it's feminine. Un camouflage, un carnage, un cartilage, un chantage, un collage, un concubinage, un cordage, un corsage, un courage, un cousinage, un découpage, un dressage, un entourage, un équipage, un espionnage, un forage, un fuselage, un gage, un garage, un héritage, une image, keep in mind, feminine, un langage, un lavage, un maquillage, un mariage, un massage, un ménage, un message, une page, feminine as well, un passage, un pelage, une plage, feminine, une rage, feminine as well, un ravage, un remariage, un rivage, un sabotage, un usage, un visage. Almost identical words in English and in French, and we're talking about the words that will end in English with ic, like that, and in French, that's the reason why they are almost identical. They will end with ique. Phonetically, it will be exactly the same, so ik, okay, but then we write it like that. Keep in mind that the first rule is that it must, of course, exist in French, and it's not all the time the case. And then in some cases, we will have few exceptions or modifications possible. Okay, so let's start. Académique, acoustique, acrobatique, angélique, aérodynamique, aéronautique, allergique, analogique, anarchique, antinomique, athlétique, antiseptique, arctique, argotique, aristocratique, arithmétique, aromatique, artistique, asthmatique, astronomique, athlétique, atmosphérique, atomique, atypique, automatique, basique, bureaucratique, catholique, céramique, chaotique, caractéristique, charismatique, civique, classique, climatique, clinique, comique, cosmétique, cosmique, cubique, démagogique, démocratique, démographique, dermatologique, désertique, diabolique, diagnostic, diamétrique, didactique, dramatique, dramaturgique, dynamique, dynastique, écologique, économique, égocentrique, électrique, électronique, emblématique, empirique, encyclopédique, énigmatique, épidémique, épisodique, esthétique, éthique, ethnique, euphorique, évangélique, exotique, fabrique, fanatique, fantastique, fatidique, folklorique, frénétique, gastronomique, générique, génétique, géographique. Almost identical words in English and in French, and we are talking about the words in English that will end with ic, like that, and in French, that's the reason why I said it was almost, because it's not totally identical, because we've got, in French it will be with ique, phonetically it's the same, ik, okay, but we will write it like that. The first thing you should keep in mind is that, of course, the word must exist in French, and it's not the case all the time. And then, of course, we will have few exceptions or modifications possible. You will see that when I will read the words. Okay, so let's start now. Géologique, géométrique, gothique, graphique, gymnastique, héroïque, hiérarchique, historique, homéopathique, humoristique, hydraulique, hygiénique, hypnotique, idéologique, idiomatique, idyllique, illogique, inorganique, ironique, italique, journalistique, juridique, lactique, linguistique, lithographique, logique, logistique, lyrique, magique, magnétique, magnifique, maléfique, mathématique, mécanique, mélodique, méthodique, mimique, minéralogique, musique, narcotique, neurologique, nordique, nostalgique, numérique, océanique, océanographique, oligarchique, ophtalmologique, optique, organique, orthopédique, panique, parodique, pédagogique, pédiatrique, philharmonique, philosophique, phonétique, photogénique, photographique, physique, plastique, platonique, poétique, polémique, politique, pragmatique, problématique, prolifique, psychiatrique, psychologique, public, pudique, république, romantique, rubrique, scientifique, sociologique, statistique, symbolique, tactique, technique, technologique, téléphonique, thermique, touristique, toxique, toxicologique, tragique, tropique, typique, véridique, vocalique, volcanique, volcanologique, zoologique, zygomatique. Identical words in English and in French. Sorry, I was somewhere else. And we'll talk in this lesson about the words ending in English with a, de, okay? And of course, the first thing that we've got to keep in mind, well, the word must exist in French, which is not the case for all the words ending with ad, okay? So that's the first thing. But then if they do exist, well, the meaning will be the same. Keep also in mind that we've got, of course, few exceptions or few modifications possible. And in most of the cases, but not all the cases, we'll see that they will be feminine, okay? So we can start right now. Oops. Une accolade, une arcade, une balade, une balustrade, une barricade, une brigade, une cascade, une charade, une chiffonnade, une escalade, une escapade, une esplanade, une façade, une fusillade, une grenade, une grillade, une noyade, une orangeade, une palissade, une parade, une passade, un plantigrade, we've got an exception here, une promenade, un or une rétrograde, une sérénade, un stade, exception, une tirade, une torsade. Identical words in English and in French, and especially the words that will end with U, D, in English. Well, actually, they will be written the same way in French, and the meaning will be the same, but the first rule that we've got to keep in mind is that, well, the word must exist in French, and it's not the case for all the U, D, words in English. Okay, and then the other thing, well, few exceptions, of course, or modifications possible. We're talking about accents or about modification of letters, not that big, but still they can occur. And then the second thing is that in most of the cases, but not all the cases, we'll see that they will be feminine. Okay, so let's see them now. Une altitude, une amplitude, une aptitude, une attitude, une béatitude, une certitude, une décrépitude, une étude, une exactitude, une gratitude, une habitude, une inaptitude, une incertitude, une inexactitude, une ingratitude, une inquiétude, un interlude, so exception here, une lassitude, une latitude, une longitude, une multitude, une platitude, une plénitude, un prélude, second exception, une promptitude, une quiétude, une rectitude, rude, une servitude, une solitude. Identical words in English and in French, and we're talking about the words ending with URE. So the good news is that they will be exactly the same, or almost, as usual when we're talking about French language. But the first thing that we've got to keep in mind is that, of course, the word must exist in French. It's not the case for all the words in English ending with URE, okay? And then, of course, keep in mind that we'll have few exceptions or modifications possible. We're talking about accents and different letters that could change, okay? But then let's see how it goes. Une agriculture, une allure, une apiculture, une aquaculture, une arboriculture, une architecture, une armature, une armure, une aviculture, une bordure, une brochure, une candidature, une capture, une caricature, une ceinture, une censure, une chaussure, une chevelure, une clôture, une coiffure, une confiture, une couture, une créature, une culture, une cure, une doublure, une facture, une figure, une fracture, une injure, une lecture, une manufacture, mature, une miniature, une nature, un or une pédicure, une posture, une procédure, pure, une rupture, une sculpture, une sépulture, une signature, une structure, une température, une texture, une torture, une viniculture, une viticulture. Identical words in English and in French, and we'll concentrate this video on the words in English that will end with IBLE, because actually they will be written almost the same way. I mean, in most of the cases they will be written the same way, but not in all the cases, of course, and the meaning will be the same. Alright, but then the first thing that you've got to keep in mind is that the word must exist in French, because all the words ending with IBLE in English, well, they don't exist in French, okay? And then the second thing, as I said, in some cases, few exceptions or modifications when it comes to writing and, of course, pronunciation, okay? So we'll see that together, and we'll start right now. Accessible, admissible, audible, Bible, combustible, comestible, compatible, compréhensible, conductible, constructible, convertible, corruptible, crédible, divisible, éligible, extensible, flexible, fusible, horrible, impassible, implausible, impossible, inaccessible, inadmissible, inaudible, it went away, incombustible, incompatible, incompréhensible, inconvertible, incorrigible, incorruptible, indestructible, indivisible, inéligible, inflexible, intelligible, invincible, invisible, irrésistible, passible, possible, reconstructible, répréhensible, réversible, risible, sensible, terrible, transmissible, visible. Identical words in English and in French, and especially the words that will end with A, B, L, E. Okay, so if we're talking about the words ending with A, B, L, E, you've got to remember that first it must exist in French. If it exists in French, then the meaning will be the same. Okay, and the second thing you should think about is that in some cases we will have, when it comes to the writing of the word, few exceptions or modifications possible. Okay, so let's start now. Abominable, absorbable, acceptable, adaptable, administrable, admirable, adoptable, adorable, applicable, appréciable, arbitrable, assimilable, attachable, biodégradable, blâmable, câble, calculable, capable, cartable, censurable, certifiable, changeable, chargeable, classifiable, confortable, commandable, comparable, confessable, confirmable, contestable, cultivable, défendable, déformable, dégradable, déplorable, détachable, détectable, durable, estimable, évitable, évitable, excusable, fable, favorable, filmable, fixable, formable, formidable, friable, groupable, habitable, héritable, honorable, identifiable, imitable, impalpable, implacable, importable, improbable, incapable, inclinable, incommunicable, incomparable, incontestable, indispensable, inflammable, inhabitable, inimitable, inséparable, instable, interminable, intolérable, invariable, invulnérable, lamentable, limitable, manipulable, mémorable, mimable, misérable, notable, palpable, payable, portable, qualifiable, quantifiable, recyclable, rentable, représentable, sociable, solvable, sortable, stable, table, tenable, tolérable, transportable, transposable, véritable. La place de l'adverbe, and we will focus on this video when we've got what we call une forme composée de verbe. So if you're thinking about, for instance, passé composé, all these composed tenses where you've got two parts, remember, first you've got avoir or être, and then the second part is le participe passé. Okay, so we'll see where we should put the adverb, l'adverbe, when we've got this type of structure. Okay, so we'll see only one sentence and we'll see the different possibilities we've got, so where to put this adverb. Okay, so the first one here we've got il a attendu patiemment le train. Okay, so here we've got the verb attendre. Attendre is to wait, and this is the passé composé form, if you remember. So first you've got avoir at the present tense, and then this form is what we call participe passé. Okay, so il a attendu, and then, I mean, that's the rule. Normally, the adverb, l'adverbe, should come after the verb. Okay, so you put it right here. Patiemment, patiently. Okay, and then le train, the train. Il a attendu patiemment le train. All right, so that's, I mean, the first option you could have if you want to construct this type of structure in which you will have this adverb. Okay, and then if you've got this structure like here when you've got a composed tense, so two parts. Okay, but then the same sentence, and it's also possible, il a. Okay, so first you will put avoir, so you don't change the structure of the sentence, but then it's possible to put your adverb right here after avoir. Il a patiemment, and then you continue here your participe passé, attendu le train. Okay, so the first one, il a attendu patiemment le train, and then the second one, il a patiemment attendu le train. All right, and then we've got a third option, so it would be also possible to put it like that. Il a attendu le train, and then you put your adverb at the end here, patiemment. Okay, oops, sorry, there is a space here and it shouldn't be here. So, il a attendu le train patiemment. Okay, so let's see again the three options we've got. The first one, il a attendu patiemment le train. Second one, il a patiemment attendu le train. And the last one, il a attendu le train patiemment. Les locutions adverbiales, and we'll focus this video on les locutions adverbiales when they will replace or when they will be associated with an adverb that will end with ment, M-E-N-T. Okay, so let's see now an example. So of course when we're talking about adverbs, like here, we're talking about, well, this word that you can add to the verb to give more information, like il parle gentiment. Okay, you've got here the verb parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, and then gentiment, nicely. Okay, donc il parle gentiment. So that's the first option. I mean, you can add this adverb after your verb just to give more information. Okay? Or then it would be possible also to use what we call locution adverbiale, okay, to, well, clearly get exactly the same meaning, but in that case here, you will use, well, une locution, so a group of words, okay, and then these words are not adverbs, but then they will have the same function and the result will be the same. Il parle avec, so avec, with, and then gentillesse, kindness, avec gentillesse. Il parle avec gentillesse. So this avec gentillesse, this is exactly what we call locution adverbiale. Okay, so we'll see a few examples now, and the first one will be prudemment. Prudemment, okay, so you get the translation here. Prudemment, okay, and then you could use une locution adverbiale avec prudence. Okay, so you can use prudemment, or then you can use avec prudence. All right? Patiemment, patiemment, get a translation here, or then you could use avec patience. Okay? Patiemment, avec patience. Calmement, calmement, or then avec calme. Okay? So whether calmement or then avec calme. Péniblement, péniblement, translation here, or then you could use avec peine, avec peine. All right, so whether péniblement or la locution adverbiale, sorry, avec peine. Merveilleusement, it's a long one, merveilleusement, merveilleusement, okay, you get a translation here, or then you could use à merveille, all right, so whether merveilleusement or à merveille. Effectivement, effectivement, or then en effet. En effet. Okay, so effectivement, en effet. Généralement, 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 or then en général. Généralement or en général. Particulièrement, 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 or en particulier, en particulier, particulièrement, en particulier. Partiellement, partiellement, or then en partie, okay? Partiellement, en partie. Silencieusement, 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 or then you could use en silence, silencieusement, en silence. Progressivement, 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 or then you could use whether petit à petit or peu à peu. Okay, so progressivement or petit à petit ou peu à peu. Les locutions adverbiales. So when we talk about les locutions adverbiales, we will talk about group of words that will together, when you put them together, you can use them instead of an adverb. Okay, so it can be quite useful. And we'll see a list of locutions adverbiales in this video. Okay, so the first one would be à juste titre. À juste titre, okay, and you'll find below the translation in English. À juste titre. À tort. À tort. à tort, à volonté, à volonté, à volonté. Oops, sorry. À l'écart, à l'écart, à l'écart. À l'endroit, à l'endroit, à l'endroit. And then, à l'envers, à l'envers, à l'envers. À l'unanimité, à l'unanimité. It's a tricky one, this one. Unanimité, à l'unanimité, à l'unanimité. Du coup, du coup, du coup, du coup. En fait. So whether you pronounce the final T or not, you can hear both. En fait, en fait, en fait. I'd rather pronounce it personally. En fait. En réalité. En réalité. En réalité. En vrac. En vrac. En vrac. Par cœur. Par cœur. Par cœur. Les antonymes, okay, or then we can use as well les contraires, and we'll see only les antonymes or les contraires that will be constructed with des préfixes D or DE accent aigu S. Okay, so but then, well, then the first thing that maybe we should define or clear out is what an antonyme or un contraire is, and well, in English it's almost the same, okay, or then contraire, it's opposite, okay. So we'll see these antonymes or contraire constructed with D or DE accent aigu S, and we'll first start with the DE accent aigu. And so the first one, favorable. Okay, so I will put all the time in green here the translation in English. Favorable, and it will give us défavorable. Alright, so favorable, défavorable. Favoriser, favoriser. Same technique, you just put this D. Défavoriser, okay? Favoriser, défavoriser. Pénaliser, pénaliser will give us dépénaliser. Okay, so pénaliser, dépénaliser. And then obviously the substantive as well. Pénalisation, pénalisation will give us dépénalisation. Okay, pénalisation, and then just dépénalisation. And now we'll see the other group. So DE accent aigu S. Okay, so you get to keep in mind that of course we will put this S because, well, the words will start with whether a vowel or the sound of a vowel. That's normally the reason why we put this S like that when we're talking about this prefix. Okay, so first one, agréable, agréable, and then it will give us désagréable. Okay, agréable and then désagréable. Espérer, so it's the verb here, espérer, and then it will give us désespérer, désespérer. Okay, so espérer and then désespérer. Substantive, espoir, espoir. Exactly the same way of constructing the thing. So désespoir, espoir, désespoir. Obéir, okay, the verb obéir, and then we'll get désobéir. All right, so obéir and désobéir. Obéissance, obéissance will give us désobéissance, désobéissance. Okay, so obéissance and then désobéissance. Organiser, it's the verb, organiser, and it will give us désorganiser, désorganiser. Okay, so organiser and then désorganiser. And then naturally, organisation, organisation will give us désorganisation. Okay, désorganisation. Organisation, désorganisation. Les antonymes, or then it's also possible to call them les contraires, okay? And we'll see especially les antonymes au contraire that will start with a prefix mal or mais, okay? So first thing that we should see together is what is an antonym or un contraire. Well, in English it would be translated by antonym or opposite, okay? And so we'll see in this lesson first the antonym that will start with mal, and then after that we'll see the ones that will start with mais. Okay, so let's concentrate first on the mal. And so first example, quite interesting, and it's heureux here. Okay, so you can see the translation in English here in green. Heureux, okay, and so if you want to make the opposite, le contraire, l'antonyme, then you just put this mal and then heureux. Malheureux. Alright, so heureux will give you malheureux. Alright, second example. Honnête, honnête, and then exactly the same rule, so malhonnête, malhonnête. So honnête, malhonnête. Habile, habile will give you malhabile, malhabile. Okay, so habile, and then you just put this mal, malhabile. Adroit, adroit will give you maladroit. Okay, so quite simple. Adroit and then maladroit. So now let's see the one that will start with mais. Okay, and the first one is content. Okay, so I did put the feminine form here like that. So content, masculine form. Of course, if you put the feminine form, then you will have to add this and then phonetically it will be a bit different. It will be contente. Okay, so masculin content, féminin contente. All right, and then if you want to put the opposite or construct the opposite, so you will get this mais, mécontent, or then the feminine form, mécontente. Okay, so content, mécontent, and then the feminine, contente, mécontente. All right. Connu, so exactly the same thing. I did put the feminine form here, but then phonetically it doesn't exist. You don't pronounce it, so it will be the same form phonetically for the masculine form and the feminine form. Connu. Okay, so connu, and then it will give you méconnu. Okay, connu, méconnu. Le verbe faire. Le verbe faire is used quite much in French language, and then I thought it might be useful to make a little lesson regarding the verb faire and the different uses we've got for this verb, and of course, so I can show you the example. We'll have the translation. Okay, so faire here, and then we've got an example here. Faire un gâteau. Un gâteau, it's a cake. Okay, and in that case, of course, if you want to translate that, well, you could use this to make. Okay, and then faire un dessin. Un dessin, a drawing. Faire un dessin. In that case, that's it would be translated with to do. Okay, so these are of course the two first translations that normally we tend to use when we translate the verb faire. Okay, but then we'll see that we've got other uses of faire. For instance, faire du piano. Okay, and in that case, well, clearly you would translate it with to play. Okay, faire du piano. Then it could be as well faire du football, so basket, whatever. So we're talking here about sport activity, and in that case it will be also to play. Okay, faire les magasins. Okay, magasins. We're talking about boutique, so shops, and in that case it would be to go shopping. Okay, so faire un gâteau, faire un dessin, faire du piano, faire du foot. Faire les magasins. Okay, let's see some other uses. Well, here, faire le mort. Okay, to play dead. Faire le mort, so it could be faire le fou, faire something. So actually, you pretend to be something that you're not. Okay, so in that case, faire le mort, to play dead. Faire 10 euros. It's quite interesting because we tend to use that quite often as well when you're talking about the price, so the how much it will cost. Okay, so ça fait 10 euros. Okay, in that case, translation would be to cost. It's also possible to use this faire when you're talking about the weight. So faire 300 grammes. Or then it's also possible if you're want to talk about your size. So in that case, when you say faire 1m80, of course, you're talking about your size, so to be tall. And then faire du diabète. So you can see that it's also possible to use it when we're talking about medical things. And then so it would be, in that case, to have, of course. Ne rien faire, and especially this sentence, it's it's quite common to use this ça ne fait rien, okay, and the translation would be it doesn't matter, okay, so ça ne fait rien, ça ne fait rien. Other little modification, ça ne me fait rien, okay, so ça ne me fait rien, in that case it's for me, and well, translation would be I don't mind. Okay, so ça ne fait rien, it doesn't matter, but then ça ne me fait rien, I don't mind. Okay, then faire quelque chose, in that case it would be to act, all right. Faire jeune. So when you use this expression, il fait jeune, you're talking about the appearance, so it would be to look, okay, to look young, faire jeune. Faire bien, ça fait bien. And the translation would be to look as well, so it looks good. Okay, the last page, but not the least interesting. So il fait chaud, so you can see that we tend to use this faire when we're talking about, well, the weather or the temperature. So in that case it's hot. And then il fait froid, so obviously it's cold. And we've got this expression that we tend to use quite often, il fait beau, okay, and then the translation will be it's a nice weather or it's a lovely day. Il fait beau, okay. You can put that, of course, at the negative form as well. Or then ça fait 3 ans que, and in that case the translation will be it's been 3 years since, okay. Ça fait 3 ans que. Well, then we can take another example. It would be a slightly different. Ça fait 2 ans que j'apprends le français. So the translation would be I have been learning French for 2 years. Les locutions adverbiales qui expriment le temps. Okay, so first thing, of course, is what are we talking about when we're talking about une locution adverbiale? Okay, well, actually it's quite simple, because if we're talking about une locution adverbiale, so we'll talk about a group of words that will together replace an adverb. Okay, so it's an option that you will have to complete a verb, because that's the first function of what we call an adverb. Okay, but then you don't have to use this adverb if it exists or if it doesn't exist, and still in that case you will use this locution adverbiale, so group of words that will be used instead of an adverb. Okay, so to complete a verb. So we'll see them right now. À l'instant. Okay, and then for each locution adverbiale, I will give you the translation in English right here. Okay, so à l'instant, à la longue, à la longue, à présent, à présent, à l'avenir, à l'avenir, avec le temps, avec le temps, avec le temps, pour l'instant, pour l'instant, pour l'instant, en ce moment, en ce moment, en ce moment, pour le moment, pour le moment, pour le moment, de bonne heure, de bonne heure, de bonne heure, tôt, 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 tard, 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 d'un moment à l'autre, d'un moment à l'autre, d'un moment à l'autre, en avance, en avance, en avance, à l'heure, à l'heure, à l'heure, en retard, en retard, en retard, sur le champ, sur le champ, sur le champ, tout de suite, tout de suite, tout de suite. Or then it's also possible to pronounce it like tout de suite, tout de suite. Tout à l'heure, tout à l'heure, tout à l'heure. L'élocution adverbiale and then qui exprime la rapidité. And of course the first thing that we've got to understand is what is une locution adverbiale. And well, the answer is quite simple. When we're talking about une locution adverbiale, we're talking about a group of words that all together will be used instead of what we call an adverb. Okay, so remember, when we're talking about an adverb, it's this type of words that we will use normally to complete a verb, so to give more information with a verb, and then in that case, in most of the cases, we tend to use an adverb, but then it's also possible to use group of words that will all together have the same use and the same function of like an adverb. Okay, so we'll see them together right now. The first one, à toute vitesse. Okay, and you will see here the translation in English. Okay, à toute vitesse. À toute vitesse. À toute vitesse. À toute allure. À toute allure. À toute allure. En un clin d'œil. En un clin d'œil. En un clin d'œil. En un rien de temps. En un rien de temps, en un rien de temps. En toute hâte, en toute hâte, en toute hâte. Les locutions adverbiales qui expriment la situation géographique. Okay, but then the first thing that we've got to see is, of course, what are we talking when we are talking about une locution adverbiale? And actually, it's quite simple because une locution adverbiale, well, it's a group of words that altogether will be used as an adverb, okay? So that's exactly what we will use une locution adverbiale for, okay? So it's just to complete a verb, all right? And then you're using it instead of an adverb just because, well, you want to use something else if the adverb is existing, or then in some cases, well, adverbs are not existing to express what la locution adverbiale, will express, okay? So we'll see now the first one. Au-dessus. Au-dessus. Okay, so each time you will see the translation in English below. Au-dessus. Au-dessous. 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 En dessous. En dessous. En dessous. En face. En face. En face. Par-dessus. 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 Par-dessous. 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 Sans dessus-dessous. Sans dessus. Dessous. Sans dessus-dessous. Le repas. Okay, so let's start now. Un potage. Un potage. Un potage. Une soupe. Une soupe. Une soupe. Un bouillon. Un bouillon. Un bouillon. Un rôti. Un rôti. Un rôti. Un ragoût. Un ragoût. Un ragoût. Un soufflé. Un soufflé. Un soufflé. Une quiche. Une quiche. Une quiche. Un shish kebab or un kebab. Un kebab. Un kebab. Or then un shish kebab. Un shish kebab. Une boulette de viande. Une boulette de viande. Une boulette de viande. Une omelette. Une omelette. Une omelette. Un sauté. Un sauté. Un sauté. Une salade verte. Une salade verte. Une salade verte. Une salade composée. Une salade composée. Une salade composée. Des pâtes. Des pâtes. Des pâtes. Du riz. Du riz. Du riz. Une vinaigrette. Une vinaigrette. Une vinaigrette. Une entrée. Une entrée. Une entrée. Un plat principal. Un plat principal. Un plat principal. Un accompagnement. Un accompagnement. Un accompagnement. Un fromage. Un fromage. Un fromage. Un dessert. Un dessert. Un dessert. Les produits laitiers. Okay, you've got a translation here in English. So, les produits laitiers. Let's start right now. Un lait entier. Un lait entier. Un lait entier. Un lait demi-écrémé. Un lait demi-écrémé. Un lait demi-écrémé. Un lait écrémé. Un lait écrémé. Un lait écrémé. Un beurre. Un beurre. Un beurre. Une margarine. Une margarine. Sorry. Une margarine. Well, this one was not too difficult anyway. Une crème. Une crème. Une crème. Une crème allégée. Une crème allégée. Une crème allégée. Une crème épaisse. Une crème épaisse. Une crème épaisse. Une crème fouettée. Une crème fouettée. Une crème fouettée. Une crème fraîche. Une crème fraîche. Une crème fraîche. Un yaourt. Oups, un yaourt. Un yaourt. Une glace. Une glace. Une glace. Un fromage. Un fromage. Un fromage. Un fromage à pâte molle. Un fromage à pâte molle. Un fromage à pâte molle. Oups. My God. Un fromage à pâte semi-molle. Un fromage à pâte semi-molle. Un fromage à pâte semi-molle. Un fromage à pâte pressée non cuite. Un fromage à pâte pressée non cuite. Un fromage à pâte pressée non cuite. Un fromage à pâte pressée cuite. Un fromage à pâte pressée cuite. Un fromage à pâte pressée cuite. Un fromage à la crème. Un fromage à la crème. Un fromage à la crème. Un fromage frais. Un fromage frais. Un fromage frais. Un fromage râpé. Un fromage râpé. Un fromage râpé. Les œufs. So it will be a short one, but I think it's quite useful in some cases to only focus on a little thing, okay? So after that everything is clear. The first one that we'll see is un œuf. Un œuf. Un œuf. And the tricky thing when we're talking about eggs is that if you listen carefully, the pronunciation is changing quite much, because for the singular form it's œuf, but then for the plural form here it's œufs, okay? Des œufs. Des œufs, des œufs. Un œuf de poule. Un œuf de poule. Un œuf de poule. Un œuf de canne. Un œuf de canne. Un œuf de canne. Un œuf de caille. Un œuf de caille. Un œuf de caille. Un œuf d'oie. Un œuf d'oie. Un œuf d'oie. Une coquille. Une coquille. Une coquille. Le blanc d'œuf. Le blanc d'œuf. Le blanc d'œuf. Le jaune d'œuf. Le jaune d'œuf. Le jaune d'œuf. Les herbes. Okay, so let's start now. Le fenouil. Le fenouil. Le fenouil. La feuille de laurier. La feuille de laurier. La feuille de laurier. Le persil. In some cases you can hear persil, okay, but normally it should be le persil. Le persil. Le persil. La ciboulette. La ciboulette. La ciboulette. La menthe. La menthe. La menthe. Le thym. Le thym. Le thym. La sauge. La sauge. La sauge. L'estragon. L'estragon. La marjolaine. La marjolaine. La marjolaine. Le basilic. Le basilic. Le basilic. L'origan. L'origan. la coriandre, la coriandre, la coriandre. L'ânette, l'ânette. Le romarin, le romarin, le romarin. Les haricots et les pois. Okay, so you've got the translation in English right here. Let's start now. Un haricot vert. Un haricot vert. Un haricot vert. Un haricot grimpant. Un haricot grimpant. Sorry. Un haricot grimpant. Une fève. Une fève. Une fève. Un gros haricot blanc. Un gros haricot blanc. Un gros haricot blanc. Un haricot blanc. Un haricot blanc. Un haricot blanc. Un haricot rouge. Un haricot rouge. Un haricot rouge. Une graine de soja. Une graine de soja. Une graine de soja. Un haricot à œil noir. Un haricot à œil noir. Un haricot à œil noir. Un flageolet. Un flageolet. Un flageolet. Une lentille. Une lentille. Une lentille. Une lentille rouge. Une lentille rouge. Une lentille rouge. Un pois chiche. Un pois chiche. Un pois chiche. Un pois cassé. Un pois cassé. Un pois cassé. Les poissons. So quite useful one. Une lotte. Une lotte. Une lotte. Un maquereau. Un maquereau. Un maquereau. Un espadon. Un espadon. Un espadon. Une sole. Une sole. Une sole. Une limande sole. Une limande sole. Une limande sole. Un aigle fin. Un aigle fin. Un aigle fin. Une sardine. Une sardine. Une sardine. Une raie. Une raie. Une raie. Un merlan. Un merlan. Un merlan. Un bar. Un bar. Un bar. Un saumon. Un saumon. Un saumon. Une morue. Une morue. Une morue. Une dorade. Une dorade. Une dorade. Un thon. Un thon. Un thon. Un rouget barbet. Un rouget barbet. Un rouget barbet. Un flétan. Un flétan. Un flétan. Une truite arc-en-ciel. Une truite arc-en-ciel. Une truite arc-en-ciel. Faire à manger. And we'll concentrate on les adjectifs. Okay, so let's see now. Griller. Griller. Mariner. Mariner. Macérer. Macérer. En sauce. En sauce. Farci. Farci. En purée. En purée. Cuit. Cuit. Bouilli. Bouilli. Poché. Poché. Sauter. Sauter. Frit. Frit. Cuit à la vapeur. Cuit à la vapeur. Fumer. Fumer. Sécher. Sécher. Pluriel des noms composés. Because it's actually quite tricky for persons who are learning French, and even for French people. In some cases it can be quite tricky to put, when we call this non composé, of course we call about a noun, but it's composed, so normally you get two parts. And when you want to put this noun at the plural form, then it can be a bit tricky. This video will only focus on the nouns that are formed by two nouns. Okay, so we're not talking about adjectives or verbs or preposition, because it's possible. In that case, we're only concentrating on these nouns composed by two nouns. Okay, and well, the thing is that, as always in French, it's never 100%, because that's the way it works. But then the good news is that it's 90%, and it's quite much. In 90% of the cases, the two nouns will actually be at the plural form. Okay, so if you want to put this noun at the plural form, you will have to put the two nouns that compose this composed noun at the plural. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So I've been preparing few examples. Okay, and here you've got the singular form, le singulier. The first one, un homme grenouille. Okay, so I will put here the translation in English. Okay, un homme grenouille, and so, well, as I said, if you want to put this noun at the plural form, then you will get des hommes here, so the S mark of the plural, and then here as well, mark of the plural, grenouille. Okay, so un homme grenouille, des hommes grenouilles. Un homme orchestre, and so you get the translation here. Same thing, des hommes orchestres, okay, so you get the plural here and then the plural here, okay. Un homme sandwich, and then you will get des hommes sandwich, like that as well. Une infirmière chef will give you des infirmières chefs. Okay, and then you can notice that, well, as we saw previously, this final S is not pronounced so clearly if you only think about, I mean, the phonetical aspect of the thing. Une infirmière chef, des infirmières chefs. The only difference will be here in the liaison, because actually you don't pronounce this final S here or here. Okay, so une infirmière chef, des infirmières chefs. Un aide comptable, des aides comptables. Okay, same thing, you put this S and S here, but then you don't pronounce them. Un aide cuisinier, des aides cuisiniers. Okay, S and S. Un aide infirmier, des aides infirmiers. Un avion cargo, des avions cargo. Same thing, S, but then we don't pronounce them. Un avocat conseil, des avocats conseils. S, but then we don't pronounce it, or them. Un café-concert, des cafés-concerts. Un café-théâtre, des cafés-théâtres. Le pluriel des noms composés, okay, so if you didn't watch the first part, well, I would advise you to do it, okay, so it's maybe it would be more clear. Okay, if you did, then let's start, and then keep in mind that in this video we'll work, or we'll see the words that will be composed by a noun and an adjective. Okay, so in the previous lesson we saw, well, these nouns when they were composed by two nouns, okay, but in that case it will be noun and adjective. Okay, and then, well, it will be exactly the same thing. It's never 100% in French, so it will be 90%. So in 90% of the cases, you will have to put, well, the noun and the adjective at the plural form if you want to, well, put this all noun, so this composed noun, at the plural form. Okay, so we'll see how it works. And then we'll have first the singular form here. So here is the first one, un haut commissionnaire. Okay, un haut commissionnaire. And if we want to put this word at the plural form, then it will be quite simple, because you just need to here and here add the plural form. So in that case, it's S and S. Okay, des hauts commissionnaires. And if you're a bit careful, you can hear that un haut commissionnaire and des hauts commissionnaires, well, clearly it is pronounced the same way. So you put the S at the end of both things here, okay, but then you don't pronounce them. So it will be phonetically almost the same, okay, in most of the cases. Un haut relief, okay, un haut relief, and if we want to put the plural form, then it's quite simple, because S and S, but then we don't pronounce them here. Des hauts reliefs. Okay, un haut relief, des hauts reliefs. Un franc-maçon, okay, un franc-maçon, and then plural form, exactly the same rule as here and as here. Des francs-maçons, and then you don't pronounce them. Des francs-maçons. Un franc-tireur, and then plural form, exactly the same rule. Des francs-tireurs. Un courbouillon, and then if you want to put the plural form, well, same rule as you don't pronounce it, des courbouillons. Un courbouillon, des courbouillons. Un court-circuit, same thing, des courts-circuits, des courts-circuits. Un beau-père. So here it's interesting because if you remember, we saw that previously, this beau, so the adjective beau, you've got the singular form here and you've got the plural here. You don't put s at the end for the plural, but you will put this x, okay? So x à la fin de beau, okay? But then it's exactly the same thing because you don't pronounce it. Des beaux-pères, okay? Remember the s, but then it's silent. Des beaux-pères. Un beau-père, des beaux-pères. Une belle-mère, des belles-mères. Same rule here, S and S, but you don't pronounce it. Une belle-sœur, des belles-sœurs. Okay? Une belle-sœur, des belles-sœurs. It's le pluriel des noms composés, and we'll take the time in this video to see something quite tricky, and I'm really sorry about that, but well, I need to do my job and to explain or to tell you how it goes. When you get this composed noun, and when this composed noun is composed by first a noun, or not first, but then a noun and the adjective grand, because in most of the cases this grand will be in the first place. Okay, it will be tricky. It will be tricky. Let's be honest. The thing is that we will need to divide this video and to see how it works for the masculine form and then the feminine form. Just because when we'll see the masculine form, it's actually quite easy. It is not difficult at all, because when we've got this example like un grand-père, okay, so of course you get first this grand, and then after that you get the père. If you want to put this word at the plural form, then you will get des grands-pères, and it's actually quite simple because it will respect the rule. I mean the thing that we saw previously. You just need to put s at the end of each words, okay? So grand with s and then père with s, like that. Okay, so it's not really difficult, and especially if you think about that, you don't pronounce this s, so actually phonetically it's the same, grand-père here and grand-père here. Okay, so let's be honest, I mean, if it's for the masculine form, then it's not difficult, but if it's for the feminine form, and that's where it is a bit strange, but I mean that's just a language, so we need to see how it goes. If you have at the singular form for the feminine this form here, so grand instead of grande, because normally it's an adjective and normally we should have a here, okay? But it does, I mean, it does happen that in some cases, like with this word, une grand-mère, then actually you don't have this at the end of the adjective. So if you have this form, so first the adjective grand at the feminine, but not really at the feminine because you don't have this okay, then that's when it will be tricky, because you will have, well, two options to put the plural form. The first one will be this one, so you just put this s and s at the end of the first and the second part, okay? And it's also possible to see it like that, so only s at the end of the second word or the second part of this composed word, okay? So, des grands-mères. As I said, phonetically it's the same anyway, because it will be une grand-mère, des grands-mères, and then des grands-mères. Okay, so phonetically the same form, but you've got to keep in mind that, you know, this is how it should be written correctly. And in that case, keep in mind that the two options are correct. Okay, so that's the first part. And it's also possible to see composed words or nouns with first the adjective grand, but at the feminine form, like here with grande, okay, and then duchesse. And in that case, well, not really difficult, because you just, you know, do what we've been doing so far. So you just put s at the end of the first part and s at the end of the second part, okay, and you will get une grande duchesse, plural, des grandes duchesses. Le pluriel des noms composés, okay, and we'll see actually three different type of noms composés in this video. Okay, so we'll start with the first one, and the first one, actually it will be un nom composé. So the first part will be un nom, then the second part will be une préposition, and the last part will be un complément. Okay, so don't worry, we'll see an example. And in that case, well, in like 90% of the cases, the rule will be that it will be only le premier nom that will take the mark of the plural. Okay, so we'll see just one example. Un arc-en-ciel. Okay, so it's actually quite interesting. So the meaning is here, rainbow, and if you have a look, so you've got first arc, and then you've got the préposition, and after that you've got le complément, ciel. Okay, and so if we respect the rule that we saw previously, it's only the first part here, so le nom arc, that will take the mark of the plural, and then it will be s. Okay, so you will have un arc-en-ciel, and then the plural form, des arcs-en-ciel. Okay, you can see that as usual we don't really pronounce this final s, so phonetically it's almost the same, but then we've got this liaison between the two, des arcs-en-ciel. Okay, second situation, un nom formé d'une préposition or un préfixe et d'un nom. Okay, and so in that case, le nom prend la marque du pluriel. Okay, so we'll see an example, and it's a good example and quite useful here. Une demi-heure. Okay, so demi is half, and then heure, hour. Okay, so in that case you get this demi first, and then you get this heure. Okay, and so if we respect the rule that we saw, it will be only le nom, like here, so heure, that will take here the plural. So you will have to put the s at the end of heure, and you don't touch this prefix demi in that case. Okay, des demi-heures, une demi-heure, des demi-heures. Okay, and last but not least, un nom formé d'une phrase, locution adverbiale, de verbe ou d'infinitif. Okay, and in that case, the good thing is that you don't need to touch the word at all. Okay, so it will stay the same whether it's at the singular form or at the plural. And then just wanted to give you this beautiful one. It's one of my favorite, un je ne sais quoi. Okay, well, it's quite used in English as well, but then I just wanted to give you maybe a more clear translation. Okay, so un je ne sais quoi, and then if we respect the rule, then des je ne sais quoi, so you don't touch at all the word, you just put it like that, no s. Okay, and then phonetically, of course, it's the same pronunciation. Okay, un je ne sais quoi, des je ne sais quoi. Le e, so we're talking about letter muet. Okay, it does mean mute. Okay, well, clearly when you won't have to pronounce this vowel e. D'accord? So let's start, and we'll see actually 4 different situations when you shouldn't pronounce this letter, and let's see with the first one. Okay, so the first one, and the rule is quite clear, it's à la fin d'un mot, at the end of a word, then you shouldn't pronounce this like here, une voiture. Okay, so clearly here this will open, I mean, the sound, so it's you won't have to pronounce it like une nasale un, but then it's une. Okay, but then you don't insist on it, so clearly you don't pronounce it une voiture. Same thing here. The last thing that you will hear is this r, voiture, voiture. So it's not here. Okay, so clearly you don't pronounce it here. It could be also in that situation when you've got a verb. Okay, so elle parle, parle. And then the last thing here that you will hear is the l, l, l. Okay, so here is not pronounced and it's not pronounced here. You don't say elle, but then you say elle, elle. Elle parle. Okay, elle parle. And then, well, it could be also in that case with an adjective. Okay, intelligente. Same thing here. When you put this well, actually you will pronounce the final T, okay, but you don't pronounce this here. Intelligente. Okay, so une voiture, elle parle, intelligente. Remember that if you've got, in some situations, the pronoun le, and if it comes after your verb, like in that case, then you will have to pronounce it. Okay, so regarde-le, regarde-le, all right, regarde-le. Écoute-le, okay, écoute-le. So here you pronounce it. And then finis-le, okay, regarde-le, écoute-le, finis-le. All right, so when you've got this combination in which you've got this pronoun le after, okay, but then actually it's the same thing. In that case, you've got to pronounce the final okay, but then in other cases, you don't. Second situation. Après une voyelle. So after another vowel, like here, for instance, you don't pronounce this okay? So in that case, if you want to pronounce it correctly, you should pronounce it like il étudie. Okay? So the last thing that you will pronounce will be the vowel I here. Okay? Il étudie. You don't pronounce this here. Okay? Let's see another example. Elle joue. So it's, in that case, it's quite interesting because if you look carefully, you've got the combination of the vowel O and U, and together, you know that they produce the sound ou, okay? And it's exactly the same rule, so you've got this after, but then clearly you don't pronounce it, okay? Elle joue. And then, je skie, okay? Exactly the same thing, je skie, okay? You've got this I, and after that you've got the vowel but then you don't pronounce it, all right? And it's actually quite interesting because, you know, I just wanted to rewrite the same verbs, but then I will put them at the plural form, and then you get this and t, and actually it will be exactly the same rule because you don't pronounce this and then even if it's at the plural form, so and t, well, you don't pronounce it, so you will get ils étudient. All right, ils étudient. You don't pronounce that. And it will be exactly the same thing as we had previously. Elle joue. Okay, elle joue. And then, tu skis. Well, exactly the same thing, even if you get this s. Well, actually, the is mute. You don't pronounce it, so you don't pronounce the final s either. Okay? Étudier is to study. Jouer is to play. And then skier is to ski. Okay? So clearly, if you've got this combination well, you don't pronounce I, it will be exactly the same thing. You don't pronounce the o, same rule. U, same thing. And then if you, as we saw previously, if you combine a and I, and after that you've got the you don't pronounce it. It could be as well this o, I, and you don't pronounce it. U, I, and you don't pronounce it. So it can be also this a and u together. You will get the sound o, but then you don't pronounce the if it's coming after. Same thing here. If you've got and u, and then you get this you don't pronounce it. O and u, and after that you get the you don't pronounce it. Remember that it must be followed by whether a consonant, or then nothing. Okay, if you've got a vowel, I mean the rule is changing, of course. Okay, so whether a consonant, so une consonne, or then rien, so nothing. Okay, so let's see now the third situation here when will be muet. Okay, and then the thing goes like, pour certains verbes, au futur et au conditionnel présent, you won't pronounce this So if you want to conjugate verbs, and in that case we're talking about verbs from the first group, so ending with er, okay? So we will see that, like here for instance, aimer, okay, to love or to like, and the first form that you get here, it's the future form, le futur simple, and here you've got this conditionnel présent form, okay, but then it's exactly the same thing, because even if you get this here and here, you don't pronounce it. So it will go like j'aimerais, or then j'aimerais. Remember, phonetically they are the same, okay? J'aimerais, j'aimerais. It could be another verb like adorer, to adore. Tu adoreras, tu adorerais, okay? Or then étudier, same thing here, it will go away. Elle étudiera, elle étudierait. Okay, so j'aimerais, j'aimerais, tu adoreras, tu adorerais, elle étudiera, elle étudierait. Quite simple. And now let's see the number 4, the fourth situation where you don't pronounce it. And so that's the rule, à partir de la deuxième syllabe et après. Okay, so if you've got a word in which you've got many syllables, think about that. If you've got the here, well, starting at the second place or the second syllable and after, then you don't pronounce it. Let's see how it will go. Well, here it's exactly what we've been seeing, because it's the second syllable. So you've got re and then ve and nir, but then clearly you don't pronounce it, so you get revenir, revenir. Okay, same thing here, appeler, but then you get appeler, appeler, and then samedi. All right, so revenir, appeler, samedi. Okay, let's see now when they are in the third place. So bizarrement, but then you will get bizarrement, bizarrement. Exactly the same thing after that, complètement, but then you will get complètement. Okay, so revenir, appeler, samedi, bizarrement, complètement. And then think about that. Well, it's possible to find it at the fourth place, so it will be the fourth syllable of the word. And then we're talking about, well, in most of the cases, we're talking about the adverbs, and the adverbs that will end with ement. Okay, in most of the cases, you don't pronounce this here. La médecine. Une analyse de sang, une analyse d'urine, un bêta-bloquant, un contrôle négatif, un contrôle positif, contrôler, un contrôleur médical, un dépistage, dépister, un diurétique, doser, une éprouvette, un examen anabolique, une hormone, un laboratoire, une oxygénation, un prélèvement, un échantillon, prélever, une prévention, un résultat, un test, une transfusion sanguine, des vitamines. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 14, Leçon C. And in this lesson we'll cover, it will be the second part of this la médecine topic, so medical terms, okay? And normally the full thing will cover 4 videos, so after this one, 2 more and that will be it, okay? And in that video we'll see le corps humain, so human body. Let's start now. Un abdomen, un ventre. Sorry, I forgot to put the article here, but it's masculin. Un ventre. Un abdomen, un ventre, un estomac. Une haine. Une aisselle. Une arcade sourcilière. Une articulation. Une bouche, un bras, une capacité respiratoire, un cerveau, des cheveux, une cheville, une clavicule, un cœur, une colonne cervicale, une colonne dorsale. Une colonne dorsale, une colonne vertébrale, un rachis, une côte, un cou, un coude, un crâne, une cuisse, une dent, un doigt, un dos, une épaule, s'essouffler. Une expiration. Expirer. Un foie. Un front. Un genou. Une inspiration. Inspirer. Un intestin. Une jambe. Une joue. Une lèvre. Un ligament. Une lombaire, une mâchoire inférieure, une main, un membre, un ménisque, un menton, le milieu du mollet, un muscle abducteur, un muscle abducteur. Un muscle extenseur, un muscle fléchisseur, les muscles abdominaux, les muscles pectoraux, un nerf, un nez, une nuque, un œil, une omoplate, un ongle, une oreille, un orteil, un os, la paume de la main, une phalange, un pied, une plante de pied, un poignet, un poing, un pouce, un pouls, un poumon, un rein, une respiration, respirer, le sang, le système cardiovasculaire, le système digestif, le système nerveux, le système respiratoire, un talon, une tempe, un tendon d'Achille, une tête, un thorax, un tibia, un torse, une poitrine, un tronc, un ventre, une vertèbre, une vessie, un visage. And that's it. It was a long list, but quite useful, I hope. If you want more videos, then it's right here. Don't forget to like me on Facebook. The address is here. And then if you want more material, then www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Les maladies. Let's start now. Un alitement. Une angine. Une appendicite. Une asphyxie musculaire. Une bronchite. Une brûlure. Une congestion. Une constipation. Une contagion. Une convalescence. Une crampe d'estomac. Une déshydratation. Se déshydrater. Une diarrhée, une dysenterie. Une douleur. Une fièvre. Une gastralgie. Une grippe. Une indigestion. Une indisposition. Une infection. Une inflammation. Oops, sorry, my mistake here. Féminine. Une insomnie. Un lumbago. Un ou une malade. Un malaise. Des maux de dents. Des maux de tête. Des maux d'estomac. Un microbe. Une nausée. Une névralgie. Une palpitation cardiaque. Une pharmacie. Une pneumonie. Un refroidissement. Un rhumatisme. Un rhume. Une toux. Un virus. Un vomissement. Les blessures. So let's start now. Une ampoule au pied. Un arrêt cardiaque. Une articulation déboîtée. Une asphyxie. Un bandage. Bandé. Un blessé. Une blessure. Une blessure grave. Une blessure légère. Une bombe cryogénique. Un bouche à bouche. Un choc. Un claquage. Un coma. Une compresse. Une contusion, une ecchymose. Un coup de chaleur. Un coup de soleil. Une coupure. Une courbature. Une crampe, une contracture. Une déchirure, une rupture. Une déchirure musculaire. Demander du secours. Une écorchure. Une élongation musculaire. Une élongation tendineuse. Une enflure. Un épanchement, un écoulement. Un épuisement. Un essoufflement. Une fatigue. Une foulure, une entorse. Une fracture. Une fracture de fatigue. Une fracture ouverte. Un garrot. Un hématome. Une hémorragie. Une hyperthermie. Une hypoglycémie. Une hypothermie. Un infarctus. Une injection intramusculaire. Une injection intraveineuse. Une insolation. Une intervention chirurgicale. Une opération. Une irritation. Une luxation, un déboîtement. Un œdème. Opérer. Un pansement. Penser. Perdre connaissance. Une plaie. Une plaie ouverte. Un plâtre. Plâtrer. Un point de côté. une pommade, pratiquer un garrot, les premiers secours, une réanimation, réduire une fracture, un saignement, saigner, secourir, porter secours, les soins complémentaires, une souffrance, souffrir, une subluxation, une syncope, une tendinite, une tétanisation, tétaniser, tordu, déboîté, les verbes et les prépositions, because many persons have been asking me if it would be possible to actually make videos regarding this topic. So I will put here the first one and then we'll see when I will do the second one, third one, etc. Okay, so let's see. And then, well, first thing that, well, clearly we should have in mind are les mots-clés, so the keywords that we will use, because when we're talking about preposition or construction, I will tend to use these words actually quite often. So, quelqu'un, it's actually for someone or somebody, quelque chose, something, and then quelque part, somewhere or someplace. Okay, so let's see the first verb, and the first verb that we'll see is accepter, okay, and you can see here the three constructions possible. The first one, accepter quelqu'un, quelque chose, or then accepter de plus infinitif, all right, or then accepter que plus subjonctif. D'accord? Donc accepter quelqu'un, accepter quelque chose, accepter de plus verbe à l'infinitif, accepter que plus verbe au subjonctif. Deuxième verbe, accompagner. Accompagner quelqu'un, accompagner quelque chose. Or then it's possible to use this accompagner quelque chose de quelque chose. Okay? Accompagner quelqu'un, accompagner quelque chose, or then accompagner quelque chose de quelque chose. Verbe numéro 3, admettre. Admettre. Admettre quelqu'un, admettre quelque chose. Well, then it's possible to construct it with admettre plus infinitif, verbe à l'infinitif. Or then admettre de plus infinitif. En général, forme négative. So in general, if you want to use this structure, then in most of the cases, you will use this admettre at the negative form. Okay? Admirer. Admirer. Okay? So, first one, admirer quelqu'un, admirer quelque chose. Okay, so in that case, so of course, each time I say quelqu'un or quelque chose, it does mean that we don't have any preposition. Okay? Admirer quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. All right. Or then, admirer que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay? Donc, admirer, admirer quelqu'un, admirer quelque chose, admirer quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, or then admirer que plus verbe au subjonctif. Adorer. Adorer. Adorer quelqu'un, adorer quelque chose. Or then adorer quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Or then it's possible to use this adorer plus verbe à l'infinitif. And the last, but not the least, adorer que plus verbe au subjonctif. Affirmer. Affirmer. Première possibilité, affirmer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Or then, affirmer plus verbe à l'infinitif. Or then, affirmer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay, remember, you don't put subjunctive in that case, even if you introduce it with que, but then you put indicatif. Aider. First option, aider quelqu'un. So no preposition there. Aider à quelque chose. Or then, aider quelqu'un à, and then the verb should be at the infinitive. Aider quelqu'un, aider à quelque chose, or aider quelqu'un à, and the verb at the infinitive. Aimer. Aimer quelqu'un ou aimer quelque chose. Or then it's possible to just put a verb at the infinitive form after. Aimer plus infinitif. Okay? Then aimer quelqu'un de plus infinitif. And the last one, aimer que plus subjonctif. And in most of the cases, we tend to use this structure when the verb aimer is conjugated at the conditionnel passé, conditionnel présent form. Okay, so aimer and then conditionnel at the conditionnel présent form plus que plus subjonctif. Okay, so quelqu'un, quelque chose, or then with an infinitive form, quelqu'un de plus infinitif, or then que plus subjonctif. Aller. Aller quelque part. So in that case, I've been listing few prepositions, okay? En, au, dans, à, sous, sur, etc. Okay? Then aller plus infinitif. Or then if you want to talk about the place where someone is living, then we put this chez, okay? Chez quelqu'un. Okay? Aller quelque part, aller plus infinitif, aller chez quelqu'un. Annoncer. Annoncer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay? Annoncer quelque chose à quelqu'un. And then, annoncer que plus indicatif. Okay? Same thing here. Even if you get this que, then you don't introduce this subjunctive, but it's just indicative form. We've been doing some videos concerning le participe présent and les adjectifs verbaux, okay? But then in that video, we'll try to see actually, well, the way in some cases they can be tricky, okay? Because, well, the rule is that this participe présent, okay, so I've been making some videos regarding that, so I won't explain again how to make it. But then that's the concept is that in most of the cases, this participe présent will be exactly the same as what we call adjectif verbal. Same thing here. If you don't know what an adjectif verbal is, use the search engine of the channel, and then you can find the video that will introduce this adjectif verbal. But the thing that you get to keep in mind is that in most of the cases, they will be exactly the same. Okay, and of course, as usual in French, we've got some exceptions. So I will introduce few exceptions here, okay, and then you can see the differences because I've been putting them in red. Okay, so I will read them, and then after that, that will be it. So the first one is adhérent, so participe présent, and then adjective verbal goes like adhérent, like that. So you can see the difference is only in the vowel because phonetically it's the same. Same thing here. Well, phonetically it's the same. Communicant and then communicant. Okay. Here, participe présent, QU, and then adjective verbal, C. All right. Then convaincant. Same thing here. QU, adjective verbal, convaincant, C. All right. Phonetically, they are the same. Then émergent. It's quite interesting because you get this and A here and here. Émergent, phonetically the same. Then équivalent, okay, you get A here, and then équivalent, you get E here. Excellent, A, and then excellent with E. Okay, so what you can see is that, well, phonetically they are the same, but then you get to write them in a different way. Let's see the second part of the list now, and then it's here. Fatigant, participe présent, and then phonetically the same. Fatigant, but then you can see that you don't have the U here. Navigant, navigant, okay? Négligent, and then négligent. Précédent, précédent. Provoquant, provoquant. Résident, résident. Okay, so that's the rule. I mean, if you think about that, phonetically they will be the same, but then, as you can see, few modifications in the writing. So don't worry, because we're only talking about the exceptions, and that's the reason why I wanted to make this video, just to show you some exceptions. But then let's, you know, put it as simple as possible. And then the first thing that we've got to keep in mind is that in some cases, well, the ant will be replaced by ent for this adjective verbal. Okay, and then, well, the verbs at the infinitive with G-U-E-R, well, you can see that they can be tricky, so that's the one that you should keep in mind. And the second group of verbs that will be tricky as well will be the verbs, well, regular verbs, but then from the first group but ending with Q-U-E-R. Okay, so that's, I mean, the ones that will be more tricky than the others. Les verbes et les prépositions, just because I've been receiving some quite positive feedback on that, so I thought that maybe we could continue. So it's the second part, and we'll discover 10 or 11 verbs. I'm not really sure about that, but anyway, we've got some keywords that I will use quite often when I will explain the structures that you can make with these verbs. So the first one would be quelqu'un, someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, and then quelque part, somewhere, someplace. Okay, so they will be quite useful. And the first verb that we will see together is appartenir. Okay, so appartenir. And first structure that we can see with appartenir, you use the preposition à, and then appartenir à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay. Second structure, appartenir à quelqu'un, and then you will put the preposition de, and it should be followed by the verb at the infinitive form. Okay. So, appartenir à quelqu'un, appartenir à quelque chose, and then appartenir à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. D'accord? Deuxième verbe, appeler. First structure, no preposition, appeler quelqu'un, or then appeler quelque chose. Okay, second structure, appeler quelqu'un, so no preposition, à, and then you will put the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so appeler quelqu'un, appeler quelque chose, appeler quelqu'un à plus infinitif. D'accord? Verbe suivant, apporter. Apporter quelque chose à quelqu'un. So you can see that you don't have any preposition first here. So apporter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Or then, same structure, no preposition, apporter quelque chose à quelque chose. Alright, so let's see it one more time. Apporter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Apporter quelque chose à quelque chose. Apprendre. Okay, so you can see that I've been putting two meanings, so I will explain to you actually which one is concerned regarding the structure that we will use. So the first structure would be apprendre quelque chose. Apprendre quelque chose, in that case it will be connected to the meaning learn. So the first meaning of apprendre, to learn. Okay, apprendre quelque chose, no preposition. Second structure, no preposition, so apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un. So in that case, this structure would be connected to the teach meaning. Okay? Apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay? Structure suivante, apprendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Okay, so in that case, this structure would be connected to the learn meaning. Apprendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Okay? Apprendre à plus infinitif. Okay, so the verb that you should put after should be at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb. Apprendre à plus infinitif. And then apprendre que plus indicatif. Be careful, it's not because we're using this que that it should be followed by the subjonctif. No, 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 no. In that case, you should put indicatif. Okay, so let's see that one more time. Apprendre quelque chose. Okay, connected to learn. Apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un. Connected to teach. Apprendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Learn. Apprendre à plus infinitif. Learn. Apprendre que plus indicatif. Learn. OK? Verbe suivant, verbe arranger. Première structure, arranger quelqu'un, arranger quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition first. Okay, so arranger quelqu'un, arranger quelque chose. Second option, we would have second structure. Arranger quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Arranger, arranger quelqu'un, arranger quelque chose, arranger quelque chose à quelqu'un. Verbe suivant, verbe arrêter. Okay, arrêter means to stop. Première structure, pas de préposition, no preposition, so arrêter quelqu'un, and then arrêter quelque chose. D'accord? And then arrêter de plus infinitif, so the verb should be at the infinitive form here. Arrêter de plus infinitif. D'accord? So one more time, arrêter quelqu'un, arrêter quelque chose, arrêter de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Arriver. So I've been putting all the meanings not possible but connected to the structures that we will see, okay? And the first two structures will actually be connected to this arrive translation, okay? Arriver quelque part, pas de préposition, the preposition, or in that case, sorry about that, yeah, you should put the dans, à, ou en, all right? So, and all the well, composition that you can make with the articles, okay? So it could be dans, la, dans, le, dans les, then à la, and then à plus le would become au, à plus les would become au, en, etc. So, quelque part, and in that case, of course, you should use this preposition. Or then it could be arriver de quelque part, okay? And same thing here, so you could have this de la, du. Remember, du, it's when you combine the preposition de with the article le, okay? And then de, you combine the preposition de with the article les, okay? So, arriver, arriver quelque part, so with these prepositions, and then arriver de quelque part, so de la, du, and de. Arriver, so actually we can translate that with happen, okay? And in that case, arriver quelque chose à quelqu'un, okay? So you can see no preposition. Arriver quelque chose à quelqu'un. Arriver à quelqu'un de, and in that case the verb that comes after should be at the infinitive form, okay? Arriver à quelqu'un de, okay? And then arriver que, and the verb should be at the subjonctif, okay? Arriver que plus subjonctif. Alright, so one more time. Arriver quelque chose à quelqu'un. Arriver à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Arriver que plus verbe au subjonctif. And the last meaning would be manage or succeed. And it's actually quite simple. Only one structure connected to this meaning, and it's arriver à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so arriver à plus infinitif. Let's see now the verb attendre. Attendre, and then same thing, so it could be, the first meaning would be to wait, okay, but then we've got this expect meaning as well, so we'll see that right after, but then now it's only connected to wait. First structure, attendre quelqu'un or quelque chose. Okay, so you can see no preposition here. Attendre quelqu'un, attendre quelque chose. Or then second structure, attendre quelqu'un or quelque chose pour. Okay, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form. Attendre quelqu'un ou quelque chose pour plus infinitif. Attendre de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, and the last one, attendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, so be careful. The verb should be at the subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Attendre quelqu'un, attendre quelque chose. Attendre quelqu'un, quelque chose pour plus verbe à l'infinitif. Attendre de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Attendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay? And then it can mean as well expect. And then in that case, the structure is attendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Attendre quelque chose de quelqu'un, okay? And in that case, the meaning would be to expect. Les verbes et les prépositions, okay? And then, well, a few keywords that we should definitely see before starting. Quelqu'un, so because I will use them quite often in these videos. So quelqu'un means someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, or someplace, okay? And we'll start with the first verb, and it's quite useful because it's avoir, to have. So let's see the structures that we can make with this verb, okay? So the first one is avoir quelqu'un, quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition right after or right before. Then the second structure we could build or we could make would be avoir quelque chose à, and then the verb that will come after should be at the infinitive form. Okay? Avoir quelque chose à plus infinitif. Or then just avoir à plus infinitif. Okay, so here are the three structures that we can make with avoir. Avoir quelqu'un, avoir quelque chose. Avoir quelque chose à plus infinitif. And then avoir à plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe cacher. Cacher means to hide. And then cacher quelqu'un, cacher quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition here. Cacher quelque chose à quelqu'un. Same thing, no preposition before. Cacher que, and then be careful because it's not because you introduce the structure of the verb with que that it should be at the subjunctive, because in that case it shouldn't be at the subjunctive form but indicatif. Okay, so cacher que plus indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Cacher quelqu'un, cacher quelque chose, cacher quelque chose à quelqu'un, cacher que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay? Verbe suivant, verbe causer. Okay, and you can see that the translation is quite easy. Causer quelque chose. Okay, so no preposition. Causer quelque chose. Or then, causer quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Causer quelque chose. Causer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Actually, it's quite easy, this one. Let's see the next one. And of course, it's a bit more tricky. It's the verb changer. Okay, changer. So, first structure, changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose. Okay, so in that case, you can see no preposition, changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose. Second structure, changer quelque chose pour quelque chose. Okay. Third structure, changer quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay. So these two structures, the one with the pour and contre, actually they mean the same thing. Okay. Changer quelqu'un en quelque chose. Or then it could be changer quelque chose en quelque chose. And the last one could be changer de quelqu'un, or then changer de quelque chose. Alright, so one more time. Changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose, changer quelque chose pour quelque chose, changer quelque chose contre quelque chose, changer quelqu'un en quelque chose, changer quelque chose en quelque chose, or then changer de quelqu'un, or changer de quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe choisir. And then, first structure, choisir quelqu'un, choisir quelque chose. So you can see we don't have any preposition before. And then it could be choisir entre quelqu'un et quelqu'un. In the same way, we could have choisir entre quelque chose et quelque chose. It could be also choisir ce que, and then the verb should be at the indicatif right after. Okay, and the last one would be choisir de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form. Okay, so one more time. Choisir quelqu'un, choisir quelque chose, choisir entre quelqu'un et quelqu'un, choisir entre quelque chose et quelque chose, choisir ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif, choisir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Le verbe suivant est le verbe commencer. Okay, and commencer means to start. Okay, first structure, commencer quelque chose. Okay, no preposition, just commencer quelque chose. And then it could be also commencer par quelque chose. D'accord? And then commencer par, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form after. And the last one would be commencer à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Commencer quelque chose, commencer par quelque chose, commencer par plus verbe à l'infinitif, commencer à plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Verbe suivant, verbe comprendre. Comprendre quelqu'un, comprendre quelque chose. So you can see that we don't put any prepositions before. Comprendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif. And then comprendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. So you can see that we've got both options here. Okay, so I won't explain in this video the reason why, because I've been doing a video that or many videos that cover the subjunctive topic. Okay, and well, the situations when you should use this indicative or the subjunctive. So if you're not sure about the difference between the two, then I definitely advise you to watch these videos, because well, you will understand the difference between the two. Okay, one more time. Comprendre quelqu'un, comprendre quelque chose. Comprendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif, comprendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe connaître. Connaître means to know. And then first structure, no preposition, connaître quelqu'un, connaître quelque chose. Second structure, connaître quelque chose à quelque chose. D'accord? Connaître quelqu'un, connaître quelque chose, connaître quelque chose à quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe conseiller. Conseiller could be translated by advice or counsel. Première utilisation, première structure, no preposition, conseiller quelqu'un. Ok? And then conseiller quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? And then conseiller à quelqu'un de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form right after. Or then the last one, conseiller que plus subjonctif. Okay? So one more time. Conseiller, conseiller quelqu'un, conseiller quelque chose à quelqu'un, conseiller à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, conseiller que plus subjonctif. Okay? Verbe suivant, verbe coûter. Ok, coûter quelque chose, pas de préposition, coûter quelque chose. Or then it could be coûter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Or then coûter de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Ok, so coûter quelque chose à quelqu'un, écouter de plus infinitif. Les verbes et les prépositions. Okay, but then first we should definitely see some keywords because I will use them when I will explain the structures that we'll make with the verbs. So quelqu'un means someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, someplace. So quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Okay? First verb, and it's craindre. Okay, you get a translation here in English. So let's see now the structures that we can make with these verbs. And the first one is craindre quelqu'un, craindre quelque chose. Okay, so you can see that we don't put any preposition. Or then it can be craindre pour quelque chose. Okay, or then we can use this preposition de, craindre de, and then the verb that will come after should be at the infinitive form. And the last option we've got is craindre que, and then the verb should be at the subjonctif. Okay, so let's see with them one more time. Craindre quelqu'un, craindre quelque chose, craindre pour quelque chose, craindre de plus verbe à l'infinitif, craindre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant. Croire, and croire means to believe. So we can see the structures here. The first one, la première, craindre croire quelqu'un, croire quelque chose. Okay, so you can see that we don't put any preposition here. Second option would be croire à quelque chose. Option numéro 3, croire en quelqu'un, croire en quelque chose. Okay. Then croire quelque chose de quelqu'un. Then croire, and after that you just put a verb at the infinitive. And the last option we would have would be croire que plus indicatif. Okay, remember, it's not because we're using this que that we will put all the verbs at the subjunctive. Okay, I've been making some videos regarding this topic, so, and especially in that case with croire, it should be at the indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Croire quelqu'un, croire quelque chose. Croire à quelque chose. Croire en quelqu'un, croire en quelque chose. Croire quelque chose de quelqu'un. Croire plus verbe à l'infinitif. Croire que plus verbe à l'indicatif. And the next verb is décider. Décider, okay. First structure, décider quelque chose. So you can see that we don't put any preposition here. Décider quelque chose, okay. Second structure, décider de quelque chose. Décider quelqu'un a, and the verb should be at the infinitive after, okay. Décider de, and the verb should be at the infinitive after. Or then, décider que plus indicatif. Okay, remember, it's not with subjunctive, but indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Décider quelque chose. Décider de quelque chose. Décider quelqu'un a plus verbe à l'infinitif. Décider de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Décider que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, verbe découvrir. Découvrir, to discover. It's actually quite simple because we've got two structures possible. The first one, no preposition, découvrir quelqu'un, découvrir quelque chose. Okay. Or then, découvrir que plus indicatif. D'accord? Donc, découvrir quelqu'un, découvrir quelque chose, découvrir que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, verbe demander. Première structure, demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose. So no preposition here. Demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose. Deuxième structure, demander quelque chose à quelqu'un. Demander à quelqu'un de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form after. Okay, so demander à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. And the last one, demander que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose, demander quelque chose à quelqu'un, demander à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, demander que plus verbe au subjonctif. And then the verb descendre. Okay, it means go down, take down. Première possibilité, descendre quelque part. Ok, descendre quelque part. Deuxième possibilité, descendre quelqu'un, descendre quelque chose. No preposition here. Or then it could be descendre de quelqu'un. Or then descendre de quelque chose. And the last one, descendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Descendre quelque part, descendre quelqu'un, descendre quelque chose, descendre de quelqu'un, descendre de quelque chose, or then descendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester, détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. No preposition. Détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. D'accord? Then it could be détester plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester que plus verbe au subjonctif. Ok, so one more time. Détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose, détester plus verbe à l'infinitif, détester que plus verbe au subjonctif. Dire. So we've got 2 pages for this dire because it's quite rich when we're talking about the structures that we can make with this verb. Okay, so the first one, dire quelque chose. So no preposition here. Dire quelque chose. Okay, so you can have dire quelque chose à quelqu'un. It's also possible to say dire quelque chose de quelqu'un or quelque chose. Dire quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay, so one more time. Dire quelque chose à quelqu'un, dire quelque chose de quelqu'un, dire quelque chose de quelque chose, dire quelque chose sur quelqu'un, dire quelque chose sur quelque chose. Okay? Second page, as I said. Dire plus infinitif. Dire que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Dire ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Dire à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Dire à quelqu'un que plus subjonctif. Alright, so you can see that in that case, well, we can see that que here is followed by the indicatif, but then à quelqu'un que should be followed by the subjunctif. Okay, if you don't know how to make them, then check the channel and try to find the subjunctive videos and I explain you how to make them. But then one more time, so dire plus infinitif, dire que plus indicatif, dire ce que plus indicatif, dire à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, dire à quelqu'un que plus subjonctif. Discuter, discuter quelque chose. So you can see no preposition here, but then it's also possible to use this de, discuter de quelque chose, or then discuter sur quelque chose. Okay, so discuter quelque chose, discuter de quelque chose, discuter sur quelque chose. Et participe passé invariable. So I've been thinking about this thing, and then, well, we've been covering the participe passé already a long time ago, and we've been seeing that we need them if we want to structure or to compose or to make composed tenses. And then in many situations, when we put the pronoun at a certain place, we've got to put at the end of this participe passé whether the feminine or then the plural. But then there is a list of participe passé that will actually never change for a good reason. It's whether they are coming from verb intransitif or then they are coming from what we call verb transitif indirect, and clearly that will give us this list of participe passé invariable. So it does mean that they will never actually be affected by this feminine thing that you get to put at the end, or then the plural thing that you get to put at the end. They will stay the same. Okay, so of course the list was a bit longer than what I've been selecting, but then, well, I've been selecting the most used verbs that normally students at this level should know or should use. Okay, so that's the reason why the list is quite long, but not as long as it could be. All right, so let's start now with the first one. So what I will do, I will read each time first the participe passé here, okay, and then after that I will read the infinitive form. Okay, so let's start now. Abouti, aboutir. Aboyer, aboyer. Accéder, accéder. Agi, agir. Appartenu, appartenir. Atterri, atterrir. Bailler, bailler. Bavarder, bavarder. Bondi, bondir. Briller, briller. Capituler, capituler. Circuler, circuler. Consister, consister. Contribuer, contribuer. Correspondu, correspondre. Déjeuner, déjeuner. Déplu, déplaire. Dîner, dîner. Divorcer, divorcer. Dormi, dormir. Durer, durer. Éternuer, éternuer. Été, être. Évoluer, évoluer. Exister, exister. Failli, faillir. Fallu, falloir. Fonctionner, fonctionner. Hésiter, hésiter. Insister, insister. Oops, sorry. Mistake here. It should be ER, okay? Lutter, lutter. Marcher, marcher. Menti, mentir. Naviguer, naviguer. Neiger, neiger. Participer, participer. Patienter, patienter. Persister, persister. Plus, plaire. Plus, pleuvoir. Just 1 second to remind you, and we saw that previously, that these two verbs, plaire and pleuvoir, share the same participe passé. Okay? So it's not a mistake in that case. They just have the same participe passé. procéder, procéder, profiter, profiter, réagir, réagir, régner, régner, résider, résider, résister, résister, ressembler, ressembler, rire, rire, séjourner, séjourner, sembler, sembler, souper, souper, souris, sourire, stationner, stationner, succéder, succéder, suffit, suffire, surgit, surgir, survécu, survivre, sympathiser, sympathiser, tarder, tarder, trembler, trembler, tricher, tricher, triompher, triompher, voyager, voyager. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and when we're talking especially about les verbes du premier groupe en CER. Okay, so if you remember correctly, well, I told you that when we're talking about the first group of verbs ending with ER, we're talking about regular verbs, which is the case, but then we've got some subgroups, and these groups actually, they will have to be, or the verbs in these groups will have to be slightly modified during conjugation for a good reason. You'll see why. Okay, so I wanted to take this verb, lancer. Lancer is to throw something or then to launch something, and well, that's the thing. We will have three tenses that will be concerned by these modifications. The first one will be le présent, then l'imparfait, then le passé simple. We don't really use that much le passé simple, but still it's quite important to actually introduce, this tense and to show you, what modifications we'll have. Okay, and then the other thing will be the form of le participe présent, which is quite useful to actually see. When we're talking about le présent, actually the only form that will be affected or modified somehow will be the nous form. Okay, and if you take 1 minute to actually think about that, normally if we would respect the rule, so for the regular verbs, we should write the verb like L-A-N-C, so without the CD here, and then O-N-S, okay? But then phonetically, we would get l'encon, okay? Nous l'encon, and then the problem that we would have would be, difficulty to make the connection with this form and the infinitive, because the infinitive is lancer, okay? And if we get this form l'encon, actually it would be quite difficult to really make the connection between them. So just to get the sound s that we've got in the infinitive, well, we only need to put this cd, okay, and we'll get this nous lançons. All right, so and that's the only modification we will have to make for this group or subgroup, if you want, of irregular verbs. Okay, it will be exactly the same thing for the imparfait form. Okay, so I did put this je and tu because they have the same ending here, but it will be exactly the same thing. So instead of just putting this c here, you will put this cd and you will get je lançais, tu lançais. Okay, for the passé simple, it will be exactly the same thing. So we only need to put this cd and we'll get il lança, all right? And then participe présent, exactly the same modification. Just need to put this cd to get the s sound, lançant. All right, so let's have a look at the imparfait form. And the imparfait form goes like je lançais, tu lançais, il lançait, nous lancions. So you can see that here you don't need to put the cd because when you combine c and e, well, it's the sound s, okay? Vous lanciez, so exactly the same thing for the same reason. And then il lançait, okay? So you can see the modifications here, 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 and here, okay? For the present form, je lance, tu lances, il lance, nous lançons, so as I said, it's here, okay? Vous lancez, il lance. So clearly for all the forms, all the other forms, you don't modify it. I mean, you just respect the rule when we're talking about the regular verbs, okay? But then the only thing is here, as I said, for nous, then in that case, you get to put la cédille. And then let's see the passé simple. Je lançais, tu lanças, il lança, nous lançâmes, vous lançâtes, ils lancèrent. So you can see that there is only one form that won't be affected by that, but then all the others will need to be modified with the cd, like here. Okay? So remember, présent, imparfait, passé simple, and then participe présent will be the tenses and the forms affected by these or these modifications. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we're talking about the verbs from the first group ending with GER, okay? Because if you remember carefully, when I introduced the first group, it was a long time ago, I know, but then I said that, well, actually the first group of verbs are regular verbs, and that's true. I mean, for the endings, it won't be really a problem, but then for some subgroups, we will have some modifications, and this is one of the subgroup that we will talk about, verbs ending with GER, and we'll see the reason why we've got these modifications. I wanted to take a simple and useful verb, so it's bouger. Bouger is to move, okay? And then we will see that the tenses that will be affected by these modifications will be le présent, l'imparfait, and then le passé simple. Okay, and then we'll have this participe présent form that will be also affected by that. Okay, but then when we're talking about le présent, actually the good news is that we'll have only one form that will be affected or modified, and this is the nous form. Okay, so if you have a look, and if we would respect the rule, we should write it like nous and then B-O-U-G, so without this E here, O and S. But then let's just imagine that the E is not here. Phonetically, we would get the sound bougon, nous bougon. And then the problem is that it would be difficult to actually make a connection with the infinitive bougon, okay? And the infinitive is bouger, je, okay? So ge and je, all right? So the only way, or the only possibility that we've got to make actually this phonetical connection with this form and the infinitive is by adding this here, okay? And so when you put this here, you will get the sound bougeons, okay? And in that case, you know what verbs we are, or what verb we are talking about. Nous bougeons, all right? So it's only this nous form that will be affected at the present tense. If you're talking about imparfait, then, well, I did put this je and tu, actually, but then we will see a bit later that we'll have more forms affected by it. But then for the same reason, and with the same tool, so adding this we will actually have the connection, phonetical connection with the infinitive. Je bougeais, tu bougeais. All right. For the passé simple, it will be exactly the same thing. So I did put this il, but then we'll see that other persons are concerned as well. Il bougea. Okay. So exactly the same thing here for the participe présent. So we will get bougeant. All right. So let's have a look now at the present form. Je bouge, tu bouges, il bouge, nous bougeons, vous bougez, il bouge. Okay, so as I said, you can see that we've got only the nous form that will be modified, because all the other forms, well, they are exactly respecting the rules of the regular verbs. And then imparfait, it will go like je bougeais, tu bougeais, il bougeait, nous bougions, vous bougiez, il bougeait. So if you look carefully, it's actually quite interesting because nous and vous are not concerned by that, just because if you remember, when we combine G and I, we get the sound J. Okay? So that's the reason why we don't need to add this here. Okay? But then it's here, it's here, it's here, and it's also here for the plural. Okay? Let's have a look at the passé simple now. Je bougeais, tu bougeas, il bougea, nous bougeâmes, vous bougeâtes, ils bougèrent. Okay? So if you look carefully, then it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, and it's here. So actually there is only this il at the plural form that won't be affected or modified. Okay? So remember, le présent, l'imparfait, le passé simple, and le participe présent will be the forms or tenses that will be affected or modified. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and especially we're talking about the first group of verbs ending with er, and in that case, we'll see the verbs that will end with o, y, r. Okay, just wanted to take a useful verb, and well, envoyer, to send, is actually quite useful. And so we'll see in this video that when we're talking about these verbs, so this subgroup of verbs that normally should be regular, well, they will be irregular, but, and it will only affect l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. Okay, so we'll see the conjugation together. So for the indicatif présent, let's see, so it will go like j'envoie, tu envoies, il envoie, nous envoyons, vous envoyez, ils envoient. Okay, so you can see that actually here, 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 and here, it's a bit different that normally it should be if we would respect the rule. So let's see now for the futur simple. J'enverrai, tu enverras, il enverra, nous enverrons, vous enverrez, ils enverront. Okay, so now you can see that there is a big difference between what we saw, I mean, for the main group of verbs from the first group and this one, because actually, you know, enverrai form is quite far in a way from the envoyer. Okay, so let's see now conditionnel présent. Well, clearly it will be the same construction or the same idea of construction, so same modification. J'enverrai, tu enverrais, il enverrait, nous enverrions, vous enverriez, ils enverraient. Okay, and then let's see now le subjonctif présent. Que j'envoie, que tu envoies, qu'il envoie, que nous envoyons, que vous envoyez, qu'ils envoient. Okay, and then you can see that here, 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 and here it's a bit different. That's what it should be normally if we would respect the rule for the verbs of the first group. So remember, when we're talking about the verbs ending with O, Y, ER, then the following tenses will be affected and modified. So indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. Okay, check the video one more time if you really need to remember it, because it can be tricky in some way, because especially for the futur simple and conditionnel présent, I mean phonetically indicatif présent and then subjonctif présent, they don't really change that much, but then if you've got to talk or if you've got to speak with someone, futur simple and conditionnel, I mean modification is quite big. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and will especially work on les verbes that will end with U, Y, E, R. Okay, les verbes en U, Y, E, R. And I wanted to take, well, simple verb. The verb is essuyer, so it means to wipe. Okay, essuyer. And we'll see that, well, this verb, like the others that will end with U-Y-E-R, well, it will be a bit difficult, or they will change a little bit. So even if it's a regular verb, so it belongs to the first group of verbs ending with er, okay? But then you'll see that few modifications will be found. So we're talking about l'indicatif présent. We will see that le futur simple will be concerned as well, and then conditionnel présent and subjonctif présent. Okay, so for the other tenses, actually, these verbs will behave like all the other regular verbs ending with er. Okay, so let's see now le présent, and we'll have a look. So it's j'essuie, tu essuies, il essuie, nous essuyons, vous essuyez, ils essuient. Okay, and if you look carefully, then you can see that for the first form here, actually this y is changing, and now it's e. Okay, same thing here, and then it will be exactly the same thing here. Okay, for nous and vous, actually it does respect the rule for the first group, or for the verbs ending with er, so actually you don't really modify it, you just put this y, and after that the ending, so y and the ending, okay? But then keep in mind that for the je, tu, il, and then il, in that case you can see that this y will be changed and it will be replaced by i, okay? So let's see now le futur simple. J'essuierai, tu essuieras, il essuiera, nous essuierons, vous essuierez, ils essuieront. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that, I mean, you can see that this y will be changed and modified, and it will be replaced by this i, and you can see that in that case here for the futur simple form, it does concern all the forms. So je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. Okay, so let's see now for the conditionnel présent. J'essuierai, tu essuierais, il essuierait, nous essuierions, vous essuieriez, ils essuieraient. And it's exactly the same modification, so this y is changed and modified with i here, so, and it does affect all the persons. Okay, and so finally, let's see le subjonctif présent. Que j'essuie, que tu essuies, qu'il essuie, que nous essuyons, que vous essuyez, and then qu'ils essuient. Okay, and exactly as we had for the present form of the indicatif, so the one we saw in just the first one. So same thing here. So y is changed and replaced by i, okay, for je, tu, and il, and same thing for il at the plural form. So that's the only modifications you need to do. Okay, endings are staying the same and they don't change at all. Okay, so let's remember that if you've got these verbs, so ending with u, y, er, well, indicatif présent will be slightly modified as we saw, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent as well. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and then we'll focus on les verbes en a, y, er. Okay, so the verbs that will end with a, y, er. Okay, so I wanted to take, well, a classic verb that we tend to use quite often, and it's payer, to pay. Payer, okay, so a, y, er here, and we'll see that even if it belongs to the first group, so ending with er, so regular group, well, this verb will be slightly modified, and it will concern the following tenses: indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So it does mean that for all the other tenses, actually these verbs will follow the rule the endings will be the same, and then the way we construct and the way we build the forms will be the same. But then for indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, so we'll see together that we'll have slight or little changes. Okay, so we'll start with the présent. So je paie, tu paies, il paie, nous payons, vous payez, il paie. All right. So what you can see is that this Y actually disappears and is replaced by this I. All right. So like here. So it does concern the je, tu, il. Actually, for nous and vous, you can see that it's here, so it's not a problem. So it does follow the normal rule of conjugation for the first of so the verbs of the first group. Sorry. And then for il, the plural form, it's exactly the same as we have for je, tu, and il. So you change this y and you put I instead. Okay, so that's the way it should be done, and that's the way I was taught when I was young. But then the good news is that actually you've got another option for this payer group or AY group, because it is now allowed to write them or to write these verbs like that as well. Okay, so it's a good news because it does mean that in fact it is possible to write them like you should write them, you know, because they belong to the first group of verbs. So it can go like that. So je paie, tu paies, il paie, nous payons, vous payez, and then il paie. Okay, and in that case it's quite funny because we tend to make the difference maybe in pronunciation. So between this one, je paie, and then some persons can pronounce je paye. Okay, tu paies, tu payes, il paie, il paye. Here it's the same, nous payons, nous payons, vous payez, vous payez, il paie, and then il paye. Okay, and then futur simple. So as you can see, I've been dividing the screen in two, so it does mean that it will be the same. So we'll see first the official and the way l'Académie Française would like us to write it or to say it. So je paierai, tu paieras, il paiera, nous paierons, vous paierez, and then ils paieront. Okay, so you can see that it's exactly the same thing. This Y is gone and it's replaced by this I for each forms. Okay, but then it's also possible to use this je paierai, tu paieras, il paiera, nous paierons, vous paierez, ils paieront. Okay, so it is possible and it is an option for you to keep this Y, and actually it won't be considered as a mistake, or it shouldn't be anyway. And then let's see now le conditionnel présent. So je paierai, tu paierais, il paierait, nous paierions, vous paieriez, il paierait. Okay, and it's exactly the same thing. So it is allowed to use this je paierai, tu paierais, il paierait, nous paierions, vous paieriez, il paierait. Okay, so it's a good news. It's possible to use this Y and to keep it if you want it, or then if you want to respect the official rule, you change this Y and you put this I instead. Okay, and let's see now le subjonctif présent. Que je paye, que tu payes, qu'il paye, or then if you want que je paie, que tu paies, qu'il paie, que nous payons, que vous payiez, qu'il paie. Ok, subjonctif présent, que je paye, ou que je paie, que tu payes, que tu paies, qu'il paye, que nous payons, que vous payez, qu'il paie, or qu'il paye. Okay, so it's actually quite good. I mean, because you can see that you've got two options, which is quite rare in French. Normally you get one rule and then you should respect it. So for this verb actually, and for the group of verbs that will end with a, y, er, so you will have whether the option of respecting the rule and then make these little modifications, or then if you want to keep, well, the normal rule for the er verbs, then it's possible. Okay, so keep in mind that indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and subjonctif présent are concerned les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially the verbs that will end with e, l, e, r. Okay, so verbs from the first group, so regular verbs, but then in some cases they will be a little bit modified. Okay, but then first thing that we should say is that the verbs like appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, or then interpeller, actually they won't follow the rules or the rule that we will see in this video. Okay, so I will make a special video right after this one, okay, and then we'll see how they are modified, because they are modified as well in a way, okay, but then they don't follow the rule that we'll see in this video. Okay, so I wanted to take this verb geler, to freeze, okay, and so we'll see that so geler will actually be slightly modified, okay, and it will concern the following tenses: indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. For all the other tenses, actually geler will be conjugated like it should be, or like the other verbs from this first group are conjugated. Okay, so we'll start with the présent and we'll see the forms. Je gèle, tu gèles, il gèle, nous gelons, vous gelez, il gèle. Okay, and so what you can see is that je, tu, il, and then il will be concerned by these changes, and in that case we're only talking about this accent grave. Okay, so you will have to remember to put this accent grave on the top of e for je, tu, il, and then il at the plural. If you look carefully, for nous and vous, you don't change, you don't modify it, you just keep it like that and respect the rule of conjugation or construction of conjugation. Okay, so je gèle, tu gèles, il gèle, but then nous gelons, vous gelez, il gèle. Okay, so let's see now for the futur simple. Je gèlerai, tu gèleras, il gèlera, nous gèlerons, vous gèlerez, ils gèleront. Okay, so in that case you can see that all the forms are concerned, and it's exactly the same modification, so you need to put this accent grave on the top of the first e here. J'ai, okay, so gèlerai, gèlera, gèlera, gèleront, gèlerai, gèleront. Okay, so if we're talking about conditionnel présent now, we'll see the forms. Je gèlerai, tu gèlerais, il gèlerait, nous gèlerions, vous gèleriez, il gèlerait. Okay, so what you can see is that it's exactly the same modification, and it will concern all the forms. So accent grave on the top of the first e. Gèlerait, 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 gèlerions, gèleriez, gèlerait. For the subjunctive présent now, it will go like que je gèle, que tu gèles, qu'il gèle, que nous gelions, que vous geliez, qu'il gèle. Okay, so the modification will concern je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form. For nous and vous, actually, you don't modify it, you just keep it like that, and you put the normal endings for the subjunctive présent. So, que je gèle, que tu gèles, qu'il gèle, and then qu'il gèle. Okay, so remember that if we're talking about these verbs, so the verbs of the first group ending with e, l, e, r, the following tenses will be modified, so indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially, well, the verbs like appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, and then interpeller. All these verbs, okay, so ending with e, l, e, r, but then the verbs that will be part of the appeler family verbs. Okay, so we'll see that I took this example, so appeler, okay, and then we'll see that the following tenses will be concerned by these changes. So we're talking about indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. It does mean that for all the other tenses, actually, appeler will follow the rule of the construction of conjugation of the verbs from the first group, so ending with er, okay, but then for these tenses it will be a bit different, okay, and that's exactly what we'll see in this video, and we'll start of course with the present form. So it will go like j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, nous appelons, vous appelez, ils appellent. Okay, so if you look carefully, you can see that the je, tu, il, and then the il and the plural forms are concerned, because you can see that we will double the L. Okay, you will have to put another one. Okay, and then it's quite interesting because, as we saw in the previous video, if you have double L like that, it will affect the pronunciation of the so actually it will open the sound, and that's the reason why you will get the sound e, okay? J'appelle, j'appelle, alright? So j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, and now for nous and vous, actually they follow the rule, but then you keep only one L, so that's the reason why you will get the sound appelons, okay? This is mute or silent, appelons, and then vous appelez, okay, and back to this open okay, so double L, so appelle, alright, so j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, nous appelons, vous appelez, ils appellent, okay, so keep in mind that je, tu, il, and then ils are concerned, and that you've got to double the L. Let's see now for le futur simple. J'appellerai, tu appelleras, il appellera, nous appellerons, vous appellerez, ils appelleront. So in that case, for the futur simple, all the forms are concerned, and it's exactly the same modification that we saw previously, so you've got to double the L, okay? And it will affect all the forms, so remember, you double the L, so it does open the sound of this and you get e, okay? J'appellerai, tu appelleras, il appellera, nous appellerons, vous appellerez, ils appelleront. Okay? Let's see now le conditionnel présent. And it will be exactly the same thing, sorry. J'appellerai, tu appellerais, il appellerait, nous appellerions, vous appelleriez, ils appelleraient. Okay? So same thing, you get to double the L, and it does concern all the forms, if you can look carefully. So j'appellerai, tu appellerais, il appellerait, nous appellerions, vous appelleriez, ils appelleraient. Okay? And last but not least, le subjonctif présent, que j'appelle, que tu appelles, qu'il appelle, que nous appelions, que vous appeliez, qu'ils appellent. Okay? And here you can see that je, tu, il, and il at the plural form are concerned by that. So same thing, you double the L, and then you open the sound of this here. J'appelle, que tu appelles, qu'il appelle, and then here you just keep the form and you just keep the normal ending, que nous appelions, que vous appeliez, qu'ils appellent. Okay, so remember that for all the verbs that belong to this family of verb appeler, okay, appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, interpeller as well, okay, so they will follow the rule, of course, for the endings, but then they will have some modifications, and as we saw, it will concern l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially the verbs that will end with ter, okay, so regular verbs from the first group ending with er, okay, but then we'll see that these verbs will be, in some cases, a bit different. And then what we should keep in mind is that the verbs from the Well, these family of verbs, so you can see that jeter is the first one, and after that all the verbs will be based on jeter, so déjeter, interjeter, projeter, rejeter, and then surjeter. Well, these verbs won't follow the rule, or they will actually follow another rule. So all the things that we'll see in this video, they won't concern these verbs. Okay, so I've been, well, choosing a verb acheter. Quite useful. It means to buy, and as you can see, it's ter, so first group, but then we'll see that for the indicatif présent tense, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, it will be slightly different. Okay, for all the other tenses, actually, you just respect the rule that we saw, well, concerning the construction of the conjugation so all the other tenses, I mean, it will follow the rule. Okay, so now we'll see the présent form, and then it goes like j'achète, tu achètes, il achète, nous achetons, vous achetez, ils achètent. And so you can see that the only modifications modification we will have to do will be to put an accent grave on the top of this here, okay? And it will concern only je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form. Okay, for nous and vous, actually you don't change, and you just respect the rule, or the rule that we saw concerning the construction of the present tense for the first group of verbs, so ending with er. Okay, but then remember that you get to put it, and then you will have to pronounce it. So it goes like j'achète, tu achètes, il achète, and then here ils achètent. Okay. After that, nous achetons, vous achetez. Remember, this here is silent or mute. Okay? So, for the futur simple, j'achèterai, tu achèteras, il achètera, nous achèterons, vous achèterez, ils achèteront. So here you can see that all the forms will be concerned and affected or modified. Okay? So, it's the same rule. So, you will put this accent grave here, and then you will change the pronunciation, so you will get this achèterait, achètera, achètera, achèteront, achèterait, achèteront. Okay? If we're talking about le conditionnel présent, it will be, well, the same. J'achèterais, tu achèterais, il achèterait, nous achèterions, vous achèteriez, ils achèteraient. Okay? So, same thing, accent grave here, and then it will affect all the forms. J'achèterais, tu achèterais, il achèterait, nous achèterions, vous achèteriez, ils achèteraient. Okay? And last but not least, let's see le subjonctif présent. Que j'achète, que tu achètes, qu'il achète, que nous achetions, que vous achetiez, qu'ils achètent. Okay? And then, same thing, accent grave, and it will concern je, tu, il, elle, and then il, elle at the plural form. For nous and vous, you don't change it. Okay? Que j'achète, que tu achètes, qu'il achète, and then plural form, qu'ils achètent. Okay? Well, that's it. So remember that for this ter, you will have to modify at the indicatif présent, at the futur simple, at the conditionnel présent, and subjonctif présent for all the other tenses. The verb will behave like a normal er verb. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially, well, the verbs that will be constructed based on jeter. Okay, so you get jeter, and then, well, verbs like déjeter, interjeter, projeter, rejeter, surjeter. So they are from the same family, and we're talking about this jeter. So that's the reason why we will see the example of jeter. So jeter, actually, jeter quelque chose, to throw something, or then to pitch something. It could be a ball, or it could be a stone, whatever. But then we'll see that actually the following tenses will be affected by these changes. So we're talking about indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So it does mean that for all the other tenses, well, actually jeter will follow the rule. So the rule from from the first group of verbs, so okay. But then for these tenses, we'll see that we will have little changes, and we'll see right away what are these changes for the présent form. And it goes like je jette, tu jettes, il jette, nous jetons, vous jetez, and then il jette. So what we can see here is that je, tu, il, and il will be affected by these changes, and well, the only change that you will have to make is that you will have to double the t here. T, okay, normally you should have only one, and then you will double it, and by putting two t like that, then it will open the sound of this so you will get jette. Okay, je jette, tu jettes, il jette, and then here you don't touch it, jetons, vous jetez, okay, and then back to the change, il jette. Alright, so you double this letter T here, okay, and then let's see now for the futur simple, je jetterai, tu jetteras, il jettera, nous jetterons, vous jetterez, ils jetteront. So we can see that here this modification will affect all the forms, okay, and it's, well, exactly the same modification as we did previously for the present form. So you double this letter. Jetterai, jettera, jettera, jetteront, jetterai, jetteront. And then for the conditionnel présent form, je jetterai, tu jetterais, il jetterait, nous jetterions, vous jetteriez, il jetterait. Okay, so exactly the same modification, and it will affect, as for the future, it will affect all the persons. So you double your T here, okay, and you get je jetterai, tu jetterais, il jetterait, nous jetterions, vous jetteriez, il jetterait. Okay, and let's see now how le subjonctif présent will be affected. Que je jette, que tu jettes, qu'il jette, que nous jetions, que vous jetiez, and then qu'il jette. So what can we see here? We can see that je, tu, il, and then il will be affected because you will have to, as we did previously, double this letter. Okay, but then nous and vous, actually you don't touch them, you just follow the rule of construction of the subjunctive présent for the verbs from the first group. Okay, so que je jette, que tu jettes, qu'il jette, que nous jetions, que vous jetiez, and then qu'il jette. And that's it. So keep in mind that for all the verbs that will belong to this jeter family, then indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, then subjonctif présent will have, I mean, the little changes that we saw, okay, for all the other tenses, well, no modifications, just follow the rules that we saw previously. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll focus on the verbs from the first group, and then, well, a specific category of verbs that will end with whether or then accent aigu, and then une consonne, and then er. So you've got few examples here, so it could be ending with aider, aimer, aimer, été, but then many others as well, but then they will follow the rule that we will see here, okay, because actually even if they are regular, they will be affected and they will have slight changes. So I've been taking this amener is to bring, okay, and then so bring someone, and then we'll see that actually the tenses that will have these slight or little changes will be l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. It does mean that for all the other tenses, actually this verb amener will just behave like a normal verb from the first group, so it will follow the same rules of construction, okay? But then for indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, little changes will happen, and that's exactly what we'll see in this video. So we'll start with le présent, and then it will go like j'amène, tu amènes, il amène, nous amenons, vous amenez, ils amènent. Okay, and then what can we see here? We can see that actually je, tu, il, and il will be concerned by this little change, and it's only the accent here, accent grave on the top of this e, okay, and then it will change, of course, the pronunciation, because you will have this e sound open. Amène, okay, amène, tu amènes, il amène. Nous doesn't change, nous amenons, okay, it's a silent her here, mute, amenons. Vous amenez, exactly the same thing, you don't pronounce this e, and then here back this change, so amène. Okay, so remember, the only thing that you will have to change or modify will be to put this accent, l'accent grave. Let's see now for the futur simple. J'amènerai, tu amèneras, il amènera, nous amènerons, vous amènerez, ils amèneront. Okay, so we can see here that all the forms are concerned and all the forms are modified, but then the modification is exactly the same as we saw previously, so it's just this accent grave that you get to put on the top of this e. Amènerai, amènera, amènera, amèneront, amènerai, amèneront. Okay, let's see now for the conditionnel présent. J'amènerai, tu amènerais, il amènerait, nous amènerions, vous amèneriez, ils amèneraient. Okay, and it's exactly the same thing, so we'll have the modification, and this modification will affect all the forms, okay, but it will be exactly the same modification as we saw previously. Just put this accent grave on the top of this e. Amènerait, 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 amènerions, amèneriez, amènerait. Okay, and let's see now the last one, le subjonctif présent, and it goes like que j'amène, que tu amènes, qu'il amène, que nous amenions, que vous ameniez, qu'ils amènent. Okay, and we can see that, well, we'll have the modification, but it will affect only je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form, and it will be exactly the same modification, this accent grave that we get to put on the top of this e. Amène, amène, amène. Then for nous, you don't touch it, so amenions, vous ameniez, and then here, modification for il at the plural form, amène. Okay, and that's it. So remember that for this subgroup of verbs, so the one ending with e or then e accent aigu, and then une consonne, and then er, okay, so the following tenses will have these slight changes. So indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So for all the other tenses, no modifications, just put and just conjugate the verb as it should be conjugated according to the rule that will concern all the tenses. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 15, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll see together les mots exclamatifs and especially what we call les adjectifs exclamatifs. So, les adjectifs exclamatifs, well actually it won't be that difficult because we already know them, okay? We're talking about quel for the masculine singular form, then quel for the feminine singular form, and then for the plural form, so quel, and then plural form of the feminine, quel, like that. So the first thing, the good news is that if you listen carefully, quel, 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 okay, so phonetically you get only one form. Of course, when you get this S, well, if you've got a vowel after, then you will have to make this liaison. But then clearly the basic form like that, phonetically it's the same. Okay, we know them already because normally we use them when we ask questions. Okay, this what thing is quel in French. Okay, but then of course we've got to put the correct form according to the word it is connected to, so according to the gender, whether it's masculine or feminine, and then if it's singular or plural. Okay, and let's see how it will go. Sorry, just before that, in most of the cases, and I insist on the most of the cases because we're not talking about all the cases, then when you will build this type of sentence, and we'll see that in few seconds. So the type of sentence that will include this mot exclamatif, so the one we saw, in most of the cases you won't use the verb. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, so with quel, okay. So this is the sentence that could illustrate quite well the use of quel. Quel beau vélo, okay, point d'exclamation. Well, you just want to say, what a beautiful bike. I mean, translation in English is exactly the same, okay? And then you can see that in this sentence, you don't need to put the verb after or then, I mean, in the sentence anyway. Quel beau vélo. Well, you could say, quel beau vélo tu as, for instance. You have. What a beautiful bike you have. But then in most of the cases we don't need to put the verb, so we'll use this structure, quel beau vélo. And don't forget to put this point d'exclamation at the end, okay, because that's the whole concept about the thing, and we're talking about les mots exclamatifs, okay. Quel beau vélo tu as, okay, and then, well, feminine form, and then the singular. It could be, you could use this, quelle gentille serveuse. Okay, what a nice waitress. Quelle gentille serveuse. D'accord. When we're talking about the plural form, then it could be quels enfants sportifs. Okay, so you notice here that I've been making the liaison. So quels enfants sportifs. All right. And the last one for the feminine plural. Quelle fille intelligente. Okay, so quel beau vélo. Quelle gentille serveuse, quels enfants sportifs, quelle fille intelligente. So you can see that it's actually quite easy to construct these structures and to use these mots exclamatifs. So if we're talking about les adjectifs exclamatifs here, quel, okay, and then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation at the end of your sentence. That's it for this lesson. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then I'm also on Facebook, so it's right here, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Les mots exclamatifs, and especially les adverbes exclamatifs. Okay, so les adverbes exclamatifs, well, actually they won't be that difficult, because we will see in this lesson the first one will be que, then the second one will be ce que, and the last one will be comme. Okay, so in that case we're talking about exclamatif, so exclamation, so it does mean that, well, you could say to someone, tu es intelligent, you are intelligent, okay? But then, of course, if you want to insist, if you want to put this exclamation concept in that, well, first you need to put this point d'exclamation at the end, and of course, normally you will, if it's orally, you will tend to modify a little bit the sentence and the way you pronounce this sentence, so you will insist like, ah, tu es intelligent. Okay, but then of course we've got these adverbs, and then we can use them. It will be quite simple. The first one, actually, que, you just need to add it at the beginning of your sentence. Okay, so we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously. So in the example, tu es intelligent, you just need to add this que. Okay, oh, que tu es intelligent. Okay, so in that case, well, sorry, I'm not a good actor, but then I try my best. But when you put this que in that case, well, you will insist on the fact that you are really surprised or amazed. Okay, que tu es intelligent. It will be exactly the same thing if you want to use this ce que. It's a bit more spoken, but still exactly the same way of construction. You just need to put ce que at the beginning, and you continue your sentence. Oh, ce que tu es intelligent. Okay, and the last one, well, comme. So of course it's another adverb, but then the meaning will be exactly the same. Comme tu es intelligent. Okay, so in all all the three cases, the meaning is exactly the same. The adverbs will be different, but still, actually, you've got the choice. It's quite good. So you can say que tu es intelligent, ce que tu es intelligent, comme tu es intelligent. Okay. Les interjections, and especially the one that will express la satisfaction ou l'accord. So the first thing that we need to define actually is what is une interjection. Well, it's exactly the same in English. You know, all these little words that you can, in most of the cases, use on their own like that, or then you can combine them with a sentence, okay? And then by using these little words, you will express, well, shortly, your feelings, okay? So in that case, the thing that we would like to express is la satisfaction or l'accord, accord, so to agree, agreement, okay? And then the first option that we could have would be this bien, okay? Second one will be très bien. Third one could be bon. Okay, so bien, très bien, bon. Let's see more of them. Bravo would be an option as well. Bravo. Super. Génial. Okay, so bravo. Super, génial. Cool, parfait, chouette. Cool, parfait, chouette. And then actually it's quite interesting because lately we've been noticing that in French language people tend to use a lot this trop, too much, okay? Trop fort, trop cool, trop bien, okay? Trop fort, trop cool, trop bien. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the part number 5, numéro 5. But then first we should definitely see some keywords together. The first one will be quelqu'un, because I will use these words quite often. So, and it means someone, somebody. And then quelque chose means something, quelque part, somewhere, someplace. Okay, so let's start right now. And the first verb is donner. Donner means to give. So, first structure that you can make is donner quelque chose, okay, without any preposition. Or then you can have this donner quelque chose à quelqu'un, okay? Or then donner quelque chose pour quelqu'un, or then pour quelque chose. Alright, so one more time, donner quelque chose à quelqu'un, donner quelque chose pour quelqu'un ou pour quelque chose. Okay? Second verb, douter, d'accord, douter, and then first structure, douter de quelqu'un or de quelque chose. Second structure, douter de plus, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form, infinitive. Or then the last structure, douter que, and then your verb should be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so one more time, douter. Douter de quelqu'un, douter de quelque chose, douter de plus verbe à l'infinitif, douter que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant, le verbe échanger. Première structure, échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. Okay, so no preposition before the quelque chose. Échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. Or then échanger quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay, so two structures. The first one, échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. The second one, échanger quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay? And then the next verb is écouter, so quite useful. First structure, écouter quelqu'un ou quelque chose, so no preposition before. Then, écouter quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay? And the last one, écouter ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay? So one more time, écouter quelqu'un écouter quelque chose, écouter quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif, or then, écouter ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. The next verb is écrire, and écrire is quite important as well because it means to write. First structure, écrire quelque chose, so no preposition before. Écrire quelque chose. Then second structure, écrire quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, or then écrire à quelqu'un de, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form, infinitif. Or then écrire à quelqu'un que, and the verb should be at the indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Écrire quelque chose à quelqu'un, écrire à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, or then écrire à quelqu'un que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay, the next verb is embrasser. Embrasser means to kiss. And then first structure, embrasser quelqu'un, embrasser quelque chose. Okay, no preposition. Embrasser quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, so two structures, embrasser quelqu'un, embrasser quelque chose, or then embrasser quelque chose à quelqu'un. The next verb is emmener. Première structure, emmener quelqu'un, no preposition. Then, emmener quelqu'un quelque part, or then emmener quelqu'un, and the verb should be at the infinitive form right after. Okay, so one more time. Emmener quelqu'un quelque part, ou emmener quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Employer. Let's see how it goes. Employer quelqu'un, employer quelque chose. Okay, no preposition. Employer quelqu'un, or then quelque chose, à, and in that case, the verb should be at the infinitive form after. Okay, so one more time. Employer quelqu'un, employer quelque chose, employer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à, and then the verb at the infinitive form. Emprunter. Emprunter, première structure, emprunter quelque chose, pas de préposition, emprunter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Ok, encore une fois, emprunter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Le verbe suivant, next verb is engager. Engager quelqu'un, engager quelque chose. Okay, so no preposition before. Engager quelqu'un à, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form. And then engager quelque chose dans quelque chose. Okay, so one more time. Engager quelqu'un, engager quelque chose, engager quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif, engager quelque chose dans quelque chose. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the part number 6. But then the first thing that we should see together are the keywords that I will use in this lesson. And the first one is quelqu'un, and it means someone, somebody. Quelque chose, something. Quelque part, somewhere, or someplace. Okay, and we'll see the first verb, and the first verb is enseigner. Okay, so let's start now. Enseigner quelque chose, so without any preposition here. Enseigner quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, well, then you can use enseigner à, and then the verb that should be after must be at the infinitive form. Okay, enseigner comment. Same thing here. You should put the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, and the last one, enseigner que. And then the verb should be at the indicative form. Be careful, it's not because it's introduced by que that it should be at the subjunctive, because in that case, your verb should be at the indicative. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Enseigner quelque chose à quelqu'un. Enseigner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Enseigner comment plus verbe à l'infinitif. Enseigner que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, entendre. Entendre quelqu'un, entendre quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Entendre quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Entendre quelqu'un ou quelque chose qui, and then the verb should be at the indicative form. Entendre que, okay, and in that case you've got two options, whether indicatif or conditionnel. And then the last one, entendre ce que plus indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Entendre quelqu'un, entendre quelque chose, entendre quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif, entendre quelqu'un, quelque chose, qui plus verbe à l'indicatif, entendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif ou verbe au conditionnel, entendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, entrer. Entrer quelque part. So in that case, you can use many prepositions. I just wrote 3 of them, but then it could be à, en, dans, etc. And then, entrer quelque chose. Okay? Entrer quelque part, à, en, dans, etc. Entrer quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe envoyer. Envoyer. Première structure, envoyer quelqu'un, envoyer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Okay? Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Envoyer plus infinitif. And the last one, envoyer quelqu'un plus infinitif. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Envoyer quelqu'un, envoyer quelque chose. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Envoyer plus verbe à l'infinitif. Envoyer quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe espérer. Première structure, espérer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Espérer plus infinitif. Espérer que plus indicatif. D'accord? Une fois. Encore une fois, sorry about that. Espérer quelque chose. Espérer plus infinitif. Espérer que plus indicatif. Verbe suivant, essayer. Première structure, essayer quelque chose. Pas de préposition ici. Deuxième structure, essayer de plus infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Essayer, essayer quelque chose. Essayer de plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe excuser. Première structure, excuser quelqu'un, excuser quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Deuxième, excuser quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Troisième structure, excuser quelqu'un de quelque chose. Dernière structure, excuser de plus infinitif. Okay, so excuser, excuser quelqu'un, excuser quelque chose, excuser quelqu'un pour quelque chose, excuser quelqu'un de quelque chose, excuser de plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe expliquer. Expliquer. Expliquer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Expliquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. expliquer comment plus infinitif. Or then it's also possible to use this expliquer comment plus verbe à l'indicatif. Expliquer ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Expliquer que plus verbe à l'indicatif, or it's also possible to use the subjunctive form, okay? If you've got a doubt here whether you should use indicative or subjunctive, I've been making some videos regarding the different of uses concerning indicative and subjunctive, so you should definitely have a look at these videos. Okay? One more time. Expliquer quelque chose à quelqu'un, expliquer comment plus infinitif, expliquer comment plus indicatif, expliquer ce que plus indicatif, expliquer que plus indicatif ou subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe falloir. Falloir. Première structure, falloir quelque chose. So no preposition before. Deuxième structure, falloir quelque chose à quelqu'un. Troisième structure, falloir plus verbe à l'infinitif. Falloir quelque chose pour plus verbe à l'infinitif. And last but not least, falloir que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, one more time. Falloir quelque chose à quelqu'un, falloir plus infinitif, falloir quelque chose pour plus infinitif, falloir que plus subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe féliciter. Première structure, féliciter quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Deuxième structure, féliciter quelqu'un de quelque chose. Troisième structure, féliciter quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time, féliciter. Féliciter quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Féliciter quelqu'un de quelque chose. Féliciter quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the number 8. Okay, so but before starting, we should definitely see some keywords together, because I will use them quite often in this video. The first one is quelqu'un, and it means someone or somebody. Then quelque chose, something, and then quelque part, somewhere or someplace. Okay, and we can start with the first verb, and it is fermer. Okay, so let's see now the structures we've got with fermer. And first one, la première, c'est fermer quelque chose. Okay, pas de préposition. Fermer quelque chose. Deuxième structure, fermer quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay. Encore une fois, fermer quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Deuxième verbe, verbe finir. Verbe finir, première structure, finir quelque chose, pas de préposition, finir quelque chose plus un adverbe. Finir par quelque chose, finir avec quelque chose, finir par plus verbe à l'infinitif, finir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so you can see many structures, so we'll see them one more time. Finir quelque chose plus un adverbe, finir par quelque chose, finir avec quelque chose, finir par plus verbe à l'infinitif, finir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe fonder. Fonder, regardons les structures ensemble. Fonder quelque chose, pas de préposition. Fonder quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Ok, so one more time, encore une fois. Fonder quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe forcer.
forcer. Première structure, forcer quelqu'un, forcer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Forcer quelqu'un à quelque chose. Forcer quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Ok? Encore une fois. Forcer quelqu'un, forcer quelque chose, forcer quelqu'un à quelque chose, forcer quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe gagner. Gagner, 3 structures. Première structure, gagner quelque chose, pas de préposition, gagner quelque chose. Gagner en quelque chose. Troisième structure, gagner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Gagner quelque chose, gagner en quelque chose, gagner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe garder. Garder, 3 structures. Garder quelqu'un, garder quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Garder quelque chose de quelqu'un. Garder quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Garder quelqu'un, garder quelque chose de quelqu'un, garder quelque chose à quelqu'un. Verbe suivant, verbe grandir. Grandir, 3 structures possibles. Grandir quelqu'un, pas de préposition. Grandir de quelque chose. Grandir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? 3 structures. La première, grandir quelqu'un, grandir de quelque chose pour la deuxième. Grandir de plus verbe à l'infinitif pour la troisième. Verbe suivant, verbe grossir. Grossir, grossir quelqu'un ou grossir quelque chose. Grossir de quelque chose. Donc grossir quelqu'un, grossir quelque chose, grossir de quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe habiller. Habiller, habiller quelqu'un, habiller quelque chose. Habiller quelqu'un en quelqu'un ou quelque chose. D'accord? Habiller quelqu'un, habiller quelque chose, habiller quelqu'un en quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Verbe hésiter, hésiter, hésiter entre quelqu'un, quelque chose, et quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Ok? Hésiter dans quelque chose, hésiter sur quelque chose, et le dernier, hésiter à plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Donc encore une fois, hésiter entre quelqu'un, quelque chose, et quelqu'un ou quelque chose, hésiter dans quelque chose, hésiter sur quelque chose, hésiter à plus verbe à l'infinitif.
Les verbes et les prépositions, et c'est le numéro 9. But then before starting, we should definitely see some keywords together because I will use them quite often in this video. So, quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Ok? Quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Et le premier verbe est le verbe ignorer. Ignorer. Ignorer quelqu'un, ignorer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Ignorer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Ignorer si plus verbe à l'indicatif. D'accord? Ignorer quelqu'un, ignorer quelque chose, ignorer que plus verbe à l'indicatif, ignorer si plus verbe à l'indicatif. Imaginer. Imaginer quelqu'un, imaginer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Imaginer quelqu'un plus infinitif. Imaginer plus infinitif. Imaginer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. D'accord? Imaginer quelqu'un, imaginer quelque chose. Imaginer quelqu'un plus infinitif. Imaginer plus infinitif. Imaginer que plus indicatif. Verbe suivant,
imposer. Imposer quelqu'un, imposer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Imposer quelqu'un, quelque chose à quelqu'un, quelque chose. Imposer à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Imposer que plus subjonctif. Donc imposer quelqu'un, imposer quelque chose, imposer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose, imposer à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, imposer que plus subjonctif. Verbe suivant, indiquer. Indiquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Indiquer que plus indicatif. Indiquer comment plus infinitif. Indiquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Indiquer que plus indicatif. Indiquer comment plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, interdire. Interdire quelque chose. Interdire quelque chose à quelqu'un. Interdire de plus infinitif. D'accord? Interdire quelque chose à quelqu'un. Interdire de plus infinitif. Introduire. Oops, should be introduce here, says missing. Introduire quelque chose dans quelque chose. Introduire quelqu'un auprès de quelqu'un. D'accord? Introduire quelque chose dans quelque chose. Introduire quelqu'un auprès de quelqu'un. Inviter. Inviter quelqu'un. Inviter quelqu'un quelque part. Inviter quelqu'un à plus infinitif. Inviter à quelque chose. D'accord? Inviter quelqu'un quelque part. Inviter quelqu'un à plus infinitif. Inviter à quelque chose. Jeter. Jeter quelqu'un dehors. Jeter quelque chose. Jeter quelque chose quelque part. Jeter quelqu'un dehors. Jeter quelque chose. Jeter quelque chose quelque part. Verbe jouer. Jouer quelque chose. Jouer avec quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Jouer à quelque chose. Jouer de quelque chose. Jouer quelque chose, jouer avec quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Jouer à quelque chose, jouer de quelque chose. Laisser. Laisser quelqu'un. Laisser quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose plus infinitif. Laisser quelqu'un quelque chose à quelqu'un. Laisser à plus infinitif. Encore une fois, laisser quelqu'un, laisser quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose plus infinitif. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Ou laisser à plus infinitif. So, les adjectifs, and we will focus a little bit more on le genre. So, the gender, when you change the gender of the adjective. So, the whole concept is to see how
the adjectives will change when you get, well, the masculine form, and then you want to put the feminine form. Okay, so the main rule is that if you want to put, well, the feminine form, you should just add e, so la voyelle e, at the end of your adjective. Okay, but it's, as usual in French, it's a rule, and we've got many exceptions. Okay, but then this is the main concept. This is the idea. You put e at the end, and it should be the feminine form. Okay, so we'll see in this video, of course, some exceptions. And actually, it's quite interesting because even if in the subgroups we've got some exceptions. Okay, so but then don't worry, try your best, and you'll see it will go fine. And well, first example. So if we focus on the regular ones, okay. So like français, for instance. So il est français, okay. And if we follow the main rule, elle est française. Okay, so français, here you get this final S that you don't pronounce, so français, and then when you put this final E here, you will get française. Okay, so français masculin, française. And then another example, joli, and you get il est joli, elle est jolie. Okay, so you get the masculine form, joli, like that, and then you just respect the rule that tells you that you should put this final e at the end. Okay, and then you get joli. Okay, so you can see that you put this e, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it's joli. So basically the two adjectives, masculine joli and feminine jolie, are pronounced the same way. And then we get grand. Okay, so example, il est grand, elle est grande. Okay, so we've got a little bit the same situation here as we had previously with français and française, because we don't pronounce the final S in français, and it's exactly the same thing. This final D is not pronounced. Okay, so grand, and then the feminine form, grande. Okay, so you put this E, and then you get the sound D, D, grande. Okay, il est grand, elle est grande. And then we get petit. Il est petit, elle est petite. Okay, exactly the same idea. Final T is not pronounced, and then when you add this E at the end, you get the sound T, T, petite. Okay, il est petit, elle est petite. Alright, so let's see now the meaning of the adjectives. So français, and then we get joli, and then we get grand, and finally petit. Okay, so of course we've got some exceptions, as I said. So if your adjective at the masculine form is ending with S, okay, as we saw, normally you should have this E at the end, so gris, grise, okay, mauvais, mauvaise. But then keep in mind that in some cases, like for gros, you will have to double the S. Okay, so you will get gros and then grosse. Okay, same thing for bas, basse. Okay, so as I said, we've got some exceptions. Okay, so gros will become grosse, and then bas will become basse. The meanings are, so gris, and then mauvais, gros, bas. Let's see now when your adjective is ending with E. So the idea is that, as you can see, if you've got already at the end E, well, basically you cannot add another one, okay, because anyway, you wouldn't pronounce it. So you just keep it like in the masculine form, Okay, so you get jeune for the masculine and you get jeune for the feminine. So exactly the same form. Okay? Admirable, and then for the feminine you will get admirable, the same form. Drôle, and the feminine, drôle. Formidable, formidable. Okay, so it's quite simple. If you get this final okay, then you don't add anything, you don't modify it, you just keep it like at the masculine form. Okay, so let's see now the meaning. So jeune, admirable, drôle, formidable. If your adjective at the masculine, sorry, is ending with a accent aigu, like here, so a. So in that case, you will just add this final okay? But then the thing is that you don't pronounce it. So phonetically, you will get exactly the same form. So masculine form, animé, and then the feminine form, animé. Okay, you don't pronounce this but then you should write it. Casser, casser. Adopter, adopter. Inviter, inviter. Okay, so quite simple. You just need to add this at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so let's see now the meanings. Animer, casser, adopter, inviter. And now, if your adjective is ending with er, you should keep in mind that you will have to modify it a little bit more than previously. So you actually put this accent grave here, and then you just add this at the end. Okay, and then the sound will change quite much, because if you think about the masculine form, you pronounce it premier. Okay, premier. And then for the feminine form, you will get première. Okay, so it's open, this eh sound. Première, premier, première. And then second example, dernier. Okay, and you will get dernière. All right, so keep in mind that you should put this accent grave, and then you pronounce it like eh. Okay, and then you add this at the end. Premier, dernier. So, er again, I thought it might be interesting to see two other adjectives. So, léger, so exactly the same category. Remember, you put this accent grave and then you add at the end. Légère. Étranger, and you will get étrangère. Okay, for the meaning, léger, and then étranger. So if you've got adjectives ending with IER or then IET, you will get the same rule as we had previously. So you will have to put this accent grave and then just add this at the end. And so journalier will become journalière, or then inquiet will become inquiète. Okay, so in that case it's already open, the sound inquiet. Okay, so you only hear the T, inquiète. Okay, so journalier will become journalière, and then inquiet will become inquiète. Okay, so for the meanings, journalier, and then inquiet. So let's see now if your adjective at the masculine form is ending with F. So we'll take this first example, neuf. So basically this F will need to disappear, sorry, and you will put V and then E instead. Okay, so you will get neuf, that will become neuve. Okay, neuf and then neuve. Okay, and then as well, sportif will become sportive. Okay, so F is going away and then you put V instead. Okay, so for the meaning, neuf, sportif. So what if your adjective is ending with GU? It's quite rare, but it does happen. So let's discover two examples. And the first one is aigu. Okay, and then the feminine form will be aigu. So phonetically, it is exactly the same thing. Okay, but then you should put this tréma here on the top of your U, and then remember to put this at the end. Okay, but then you don't pronounce anything because it is exactly the same. So aigu will become aigu. Another example is ambigu, and it will become ambigu. Okay, so you don't modify the way to pronounce them. You only need to put this tréma on the top of U and then at the end. And the meaning is aigu, ambigu. If your adjective is ending with L, okay, but not AL, okay, so L. Nul will become nul. So phonetically it's the same, but then you double the L and you put at the end. Okay, so nul and then nul. Phonetically it is the same thing. Same thing here. Artificiel will become artificiel. You pronounce it the same way, but then you double the L and then you put at the end. Okay, and the meaning nul, artificiel. So what if your adjective is ending with AL? Okay, so let's see now. It will be quite simple because in that case it does mean that it will follow the main rule that we had at the beginning of the video. So you just need to add this at the end. Okay, but then phonetically it's quite interesting because you don't make any difference. You will get so général at the masculine form, and it will be exactly the same thing at the feminine form, général. Okay, so général masculin, général féminin. And then fatal, feminine form, you just add this final but then phonetically it's the same, fatal. Okay, so général and then fatal. If your adjective is ending with N, okay, so let's see now. In that case, so I took this quite useful adjective, bon. You will have to double the N, like you see here, and then you put this at the end. Okay, so bon will become bonne. Okay, so the sound is changing quite much because here you've got this nasal, bon, okay, and then bonne, okay, bon, bonne. And then another example, mignon will become mignonne. Okay, same thing here, nasal, mignon, and then when you put the feminine form, mignonne. Okay, so let's see the meaning. So bon, and then mignon. If your adjective is ending with T, in that case, we will see that you will have to double the T, like we have in this example. Coquet will become coquette. Okay? But think about that. This is the rule, but it's quite interesting because we've got so many exceptions that somehow the exceptions are you can find more exceptions than the one that will follow the rule. So I know it's strange, but then so keep in mind that the main idea is to get the sound et. Okay, so whether you will get it like that, so by putting two T and then E at the end, or then like we do here, so we put this accent grave here and then TE, so phonetically it's the same. Okay, so it's et and then et. Okay, so that's the reason why you will have in some cases double T here, and then in other cases you will have this accent grave TE. Okay, so discret will become discrète. Okay, and then let's see. Complet will become complète, and then inquiet will become inquiète. Okay, so remember the same idea. The idea is to get this sound et. Okay, so whether you put it like that, okay, coquette, or then you put it like that with the accent, discrète, complète, inquiète. Okay, and the meanings are coquet, discret, complet, inquiet. What if your adjective at the masculine form is ending with C? Well, let's see this example. Public. So you can see that you get this final C and then you pronounce it, public. Okay, so you will have to change it. So you take it away and then you put this QUE instead. And well, phonetically, it is exactly the same thing. So public at the masculine form, feminine form, public, the same. Okay, public, public. Second example, laïque, laïque. So you need to modify it. Yes, you need to take away the C and then put QUE, but then phonetically, if you pronounce it, you pronounce it exactly the same way. Okay, so let's see now the meaning. Public, laïque. What if your adjective is ending with EUR? So let's see now. Joueur, so it will become joueuse. Okay, so you take away this EUR and then you change it and you put EUSE. Okay, so joueur is becoming joueuse, and in the same way, travailleur is becoming travailleuse. Okay, so EUR is going away and then you put EUSE. Euse. Joueur, joueuse, travailleur, travailleuse. And the meaning, joueur, travailleur. Oops, I made a mistake. Okay, so I'll put the full thing, so now it will be more clear. So if your adjective is ending with TEUR, okay, ter. So in that case, we've got two different possibilities, and the first one is here, chanteur will become chanteuse. Okay, so we'll basically follow the rule that we had previously. So you just take away the EUR and you put EUSE, so teuse. And it's just because, well, as you can see, I wanted to put the verb, so it was not a surprise. The verb is chanter, okay, and it's with TER. And as the verb is with TER, so basically you can change it like that and follow the rule that we had previously. Okay, but then in some cases you've got directeur, for instance, and directeur, well, the verb is not directer, doesn't exist, so it's diriger. Okay, and in that case it means that it's not ending with ter, so the feminine form will not be as we had previously here. Okay, so it will be something different, and it will be trice. Okay, so directeur will become directrice. Okay, so if your verb is ending with ter, like for chanter, so chanteur will become chanteuse. But then if it's not ending with ter, like here, diriger, so it will become trice, directeur, directrice. Okay, now it's coming at the right time. So this is the translation: chanteur, and then directeur. So what if your adjective at the masculine is ending with G? And it's actually quite interesting because I've been trying to find more adjective, but didn't really have the time anyway. But then this one is quite useful. So keep in mind that long, in that case, you will have to add this U and then E. Okay, so long, remember you don't pronounce the final G, will become longue. Okay, so phonetically it's longue, longue. So long, masculin, longue, féminin. And this is the meaning. Les adjectifs, et plus précisément l'adjectif épithète. Okay, so let's see now what it means, because this is the first question. What is l'adjectif épithète? Well, you will see that it's quite simple because it is an adjective, so an adjectif associé à un nom. Okay, so you will associate this adjective to a noun. All right, so we've got the example here: une femme célèbre. Okay, so if you take the time to look, you've got une femme, a woman, and after that you get this célèbre. Okay, so it's an adjective, and you can see that it's directly connected to une femme. So this is what we call an adjectif épithète. Okay, and the translation is here. So let's see a few examples now. Un animal domestique. So same thing here, you've got domestique right after your noun. Un grand appartement. So it's quite interesting because you've got here grand, so the adjective before the noun. And then the last example, un nouveau livre. Same thing here, you get nouveau before your noun. Okay, and for the translations? So, it's actually quite interesting because we've been noticing that when we talk about l'adjectif épithète, we will have two situations. The first one will be antéposé, so it means that this adjective will come before the noun, okay, avant le nom. Or then the second option, it's actually when the adjective is coming after the noun, so it's postposé, so après le nom. Okay, so whether antéposé or then postposé, before the noun, after the noun. Okay, so let's see now few examples when it's antéposé. And the first one, un bon ami. Okay, so you can see that here you've got this adjective, bon, okay, and then you pronounce it bon ami when you make this link. Second example, une belle femme. So same thing here, you get this adjective, belle, okay, the feminine form because you've got une femme, but then it's coming before femme. And for the translations, and then we saw that it could come also after, so it will be postposé, okay, and in that case, we've got a simple example here, un travail difficile. Okay, so you get difficile, and difficile is coming after travail, okay, but it's directly coming, so you get nothing between the two. And then une expérience enrichissante, same thing here. The adjective is coming right after the noun, and of course you get the feminine form here because une expérience is feminine. And for the translations, l'adjectif attribut. Okay, so we saw in the previous video l'adjectif épithète, and then we'll continue with l'adjectif attribut in this video. Okay, so the question is, what is l'adjectif attribut? Well, l'adjectif attribut, well, clearly it's an adjective, of course, and it will appear, or it will be in or dans un groupe verbal. So it means that you will need to have at least one verb that will somehow introduce this adjective. Okay, so in most of the cases you will see this adjective introduced by être, to be. Okay, but then it could be other verbs as well, but then keep in mind that être is quite often used. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, le canapé est confortable. So you can see that in this structure you get here the subject, le canapé, then you get the verb est, and then you get this adjective. So adjective, this adjective is introduced by être, so est here, so it does mean that it's an adjective attribut. Okay, le canapé est confortable. La vue est magnifique. La vue est magnifique. So exactly the same situation here. You've got la vue, then you've got the verb être, and after that you've got your adjective here. Les enfants sont calmes. Okay, same thing here. You've got les enfants, then you've got the verb être, and the adjective is coming after. So you can see, you cannot see here the feminine form because it's actually the same form as the masculine, but keep in mind that you should put the feminine because it's an adjective, and then if this adjective will changes when you put the feminine, then you should definitely put the feminine form here when you get the feminine. Here you get the plural form, so basically you just put this S at the end. Okay, so for the translations, here they come. Let's take a few examples again. So, le directeur est autoritaire. La voiture est bleue. Okay, so in that case it's quite interesting because you can see that normally we've got the adjective bleu. So it's B-L-E-U for the masculine form, or the basic form if you want. And then in that case we've got la voiture, so it's feminine, so you should put this at the end. Okay, phonetically it doesn't exist because you don't pronounce it, so you get bleu as you would get for the masculine form. Okay, but still you need to write it here because it's the feminine form. La voiture est bleue. And then les légumes sont délicieux. Okay, les légumes sont délicieux. So in all these cases, autoritaire, bleu, and then délicieux, well, these adjectives, les adjectifs, are what we can call adjectif attribut. Let's see the translations now. Il devient nerveux. So in that case, it's quite interesting because you can see that I didn't put être, but then I did put this devenir, to become. Okay, il devient nerveux. Elle reste calme. Elle reste calme. Ça semble difficile. Ça semble difficile. Okay, so in these cases, even if we don't have être, so as I said in the introduction, so we've got other verbs, devenir, to become, rester, to stay, and then sembler, to seem, okay? So in these cases also, you will introduce some adjectives after, and these adjectives will be what we call adjectif attribut, okay? So let's see now the translations. Something that you should remember. So attribut, so this adjective attribut can be attribut du sujet, like we have been saying so far. So ce film est bon. Okay, so in that case you get the subject, ce film, and then you get the verb, and after that you've got this adjective. Okay, but keep in mind that it's also possible to have this attribut as attribut de l'objet. Okay, so it does mean that, well, still you've got a sentence, you've got a verb, okay, but then the adjective will not be related or connected to the subject, okay, but it will be connected to this object. So when we call the object, it's the grammatical object. Okay, so je trouve ce film bon. Well, in that case, also this bon will be adjectif attribut. Translation, so ce film est bon, and then je trouve ce film bon. L'adjectif apposé ou détaché. Okay, so we continue the series of, that cover les adjectifs. So let's start now. So l'adjectif apposé ou détaché. It's actually quite simple because these adjectives will be connected to what we call un groupe nominal. So clearly when we talk about un groupe nominal, we're not only referring to one noun, okay, but it's a noun with something. So it could be an adjective, for instance, and that's what will happen in the examples I will show in this video, okay? And the concept is that you want to actually make a distinction. So you will make, first you will have your noun and then what comes with it, so adjective. And if you want to introduce after that this adjectif apposé or then détaché, then you will, so when you speak, you will make une pause, so break, or then you will make une intonation, so you will change your voice, okay, to make it clear that it's something different, something that you will add to what you've been introducing previously, okay? When you write, in a way it's more simple because you only need to put une virgule, a comma, okay? So keep in mind that when you speak, then you will have to make a little break, so une petite pause, or then you will change your voice, okay? And then if you speak, then you will put une virgule, okay? So in that case, well, we will see how it will be when you write. So ce jeune homme, and then here you get your comma, and then you get this habillé en rouge. After that, the comma is coming and the sentence continues, okay? So that's the concept. You first have your first part here, ce jeune homme, this young man, okay? And then you put this comma, and after that, you put this part that we'll call adjectif apposé. Then the comma and the sentence continues, okay? So we are talking about that and nothing else, okay? Let's see another example here. So, cette vieille femme, so same thing here, cette vieille femme, this old lady, cette vieille femme, and then you want to add something more, so agréable et souriante, you put your comma, and the sentence continues. Okay, so this is what we are talking about in this video. It's quite simple. Okay, nothing really special, but still, you know, I thought it might be interesting to make a little video on that, because in some cases people maybe tend to forget that you get to make a little, you know, something between the first part and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so let's see now the translation. Okay, so remember that when we talk about adjectif apposé ou détaché, so we will talk about what we've been seeing so far. And remember, if you speak, then you will have to make a little break, or then you will have to change your voice, okay, to make it clear that it's something you want to add. And then if you want to write, then as we saw, you will have to put this comma before and after, and then your sentence can continue. Okay. L'adjectif relationnel. Okay, so we continue this long series covering les adjectifs, but I think it's quite useful, and it's maybe better to make some little videos like that covering only one type of adjective. Okay, so in this video it will be l'adjectif relationnel. Okay, so let's start now. So l'adjectif relationnel, I thought it might be useful to just start with examples. Okay, so you've got the first one. Here you've got a sentence, un déplacement du président. Okay, so it will be, I mean, it's possible to use that, un déplacement du président, but what if you would like to replace du président and put an adjective instead? And that's exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about l'adjectif relationnel. Okay, so un déplacement du président, you don't want to use du président, well, you just put the adjective présidentiel. So you get un déplacement présidentiel. All right? Another example would be un député de la République. And in that case, it's exactly the same. It's possible to use that, un député de la République, but then if you want to use, instead of de la République, an adjective, so un adjectif relationnel, it is possible. You will get un député and then républicain, so the adjective. Okay, so in these cases, it's actually quite clear and not that difficult, because you just replace du président with présidentiel, or then de la République with républicain. Okay, so we'll see another, the translation first. Okay, so we'll see now two other situations where you can replace, parts. In that case, un ordinateur qu'on peut porter. Okay, so you've got here this relative, so qu'on peut porter. And in that case, you just want to, replace this qu'on peut porter with an adjective. And it's actually quite simple, because in that case, qu'on peut porter, you take porter and then you transform it and you put the adjective, so it will be portable. Un ordinateur portable. Okay, so basically, un ordinateur qu'on peut porter, a computer that one can carry, okay, but then of course it's a bit heavy, and in that case you would like to have something lighter than qu'on peut porter. Well, you just put the adjective portable. Un ordinateur portable. Okay, so we'll see another example. Un écran qu'on peut toucher. And in that case, it's exactly the same. We don't want to use qu'on peut toucher because it's quite heavy and the sentence is not that light as we would like it to be. So we will put tactile, so the adjective that will replace this qu'on peut porter. So un écran tactile. Okay, so let's see the translations now. Okay, so keep in mind that, as we had previously, or then here, you've got some parts that are possible to keep if you want. Okay, so un ordinateur qu'on peut porter, it's totally correct. Un écran qu'on peut toucher, it's correct also, but then you want to have it, to put it in such a way that it will be only one adjective instead of all these words. Then portable, un ordinateur portable, and un écran tactile. Okay, so keep in mind that when we're talking about l'adjectif relationnel, it must be, of course, related en relation avec le nom. And then, as we saw in the first part, it can be complément de nom, or in the second part, it can be une relative. Les adjectifs And in this video, we'll focus on les adjectifs or l'adjectif, épithète, antéposé. Okay, so we've been seeing already something covering l'adjectif épithète, okay, because if you remember correctly, when we're talking about l'adjectif épithète, we are talking about an adjectif associé à un nom. So an adjective that is associated to a noun, okay, like in this example, une femme célèbre. So you have your adjective here, okay, directly connected to the noun. You don't have any verb between them, okay, so, and in this case, we are talking about adjectif épithète, okay. So the second thing is that we're talking now about adjectif épithète antéposé. And then antéposé, well, means that this adjective will be placed before the noun. Okay, so like in this example, un jeune homme. Un jeune homme. So in that case, you've got your jeune, young, okay, adjective here. And as you can see, it's before your noun. Un jeune homme. And in that case, jeune, we will talk here about adjectif, épithète, antéposé. So let's see. First, the translations. Une femme célèbre, and then un jeune homme. So you should remember that when we're talking about this category of adjectives, well, we will talk about adjectives that are so courant, you use them quite often, and they are really, really short adjectives. So not long adjectives, but really short one, okay? And then caractérisé par des adverbes. So if you introduce these adjectives with adverbs, so before you will, if you want to put si, trop, très, or then tout, so in that case, remember that you will have to put them before the noun. And the last category is actually quite useful because we're talking about adjectif numéro, okay? So when we talk about the numbers, in that case, well, you will have to put them before the noun as well. Okay, so let's see now few examples. And the first category, so we were talking about really common adjectives that are really, really short. Okay, so the first one, un jeune homme, so as we had previously. Second one, une belle ville. Then, un bon déjeuner. Un mauvais film. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases, jeune, belle, bon, and then mauvais, they are placed before the noun. Homme, ville, déjeuner, and then film. Okay, so let's see the translations now. Un jeune homme, une belle ville, un bon déjeuner, un mauvais film. Okay, so second category, remember, when you introduce them with adverbs like si, trop, très, or then tout. Un tout petit bébé. Okay, so here we've got tout, so it's an adverb, and then we've got petit, so the adjective. And so just because we combine the two, then we will have to put them before the word or the noun, so bébé. Un tout petit bébé. Remember that when we're talking about this category, it's always possible when we speak to put that after as well. Un bébé tout petit. Une très belle maison. Same thing here. You get the adverb très and then the adjective belle. Okay, so you should put them before the noun maison. But as we saw previously, when we talk, it's always possible to change that and to put that after. Une maison très belle. Okay? So keep in mind that in blue here, un tout petit bébé, une très belle maison. Well, that's what normally you should do and what normally you should write. So they should come before the noun, like here and here. Okay? But when you talk, well, as you know, oral French is a bit more flexible, so it's not that strict, so it is possible to put them after the noun. Un bébé tout petit, une maison très belle. For the translations, and the third category was les adjectifs numéros. Okay, so let's see now. Le premier baiser, and then la première invitation. So keep in mind that as you will put them before, you will have to, because they are adjectives, to change them according to the gender. So in that case it's masculine, so you don't modify it, you just put premier, sorry. And then here, my god, here you've got well, the feminine form, so it's la, okay, and then you will have to put the feminine form of premier, and it's première, okay. So la première invitation. Okay, so let's see now. La troisième porte, and then le dernier restaurant. Okay, so keep in mind that because we are talking about, well, numbers, so premier, première, or then troisième, and then dernier, in that case they should come before the noun. Okay, so let's see now the translations. L'adjectif épithète postposé. Okay, so let's start now. So when we talk about l'adjectif épithète postposé, first, well, you should know what an adjective epithet is, and it's actually not that difficult. L'adjectif epithet is an adjective that will be associated to a noun. Okay, so let's take this example here. Un homme joyeux. Okay, so you've got a man, and then joyeux, joyful. So this adjective is coming right after your noun. Okay, you don't have any verb, you don't have anything between the two of them, so it's what we call an adjective epithet. Okay, and the second thing that we should, well, clarify, it's postposé. And when we talk about postposé, so we will talk about an adjective that will be placed after the noun. Okay, so like in this example here, une chemise bleue. Okay, so bleu here is coming after your noun. Okay, so it's what we call postposé. Translations are here, un homme joyeux, and then une chemise bleue. Okay, so for these adjectives épithètes postposés, we will talk about les adjectifs that will express, well, what we call une qualité objective. So if you want to talk about the color, for instance, the appearance, the shape, la forme, or then l'origine, the origin, or the nationality. So in these cases, well, these adjectives will respect this rule, so they will come right after your noun, and they will come, well, clearly right after, so, and not before. Okay, so the second category, we are talking about les participes passés. So we've been seeing that previously. Participes passés, so in English it's past participles, and then les participes présents, present participles. So normally les participes passés, remember, we use them when we construct these compound tenses, okay? But then these participles, sorry, the past and the present, they can be used as well, not all of them, but some of them can be used as well as adjectives. And well, in these cases, you will put them after your noun, okay? After that, we will talk about les adjectifs that will be, or that will have before them an adverb, okay? But we're not talking about trop, très, tout, and si, because we've been seeing that in the previous video that these four adverbs are actually a bit tricky. Okay, but then all the other adverbs that will be placed before your adjectives, well, actually it will be quite simple, but then you will put them after your noun, okay? After that, we're talking about les adjectifs relationnels. So we've been doing videos concerning that, so it should be quite simple to handle. And then les adjectifs, that will be followed by a complement, donc qui sont suivis d'un complément. Okay, so in all these cases here, so adjectif qui exprime une qualité objective, les participes passés et une partie des participes présents utilisés comme adjectifs, les adjectifs qui sont précédés d'un adverbe, les adjectifs relationnels, les adjectifs qui sont suivis d'un complément. So in all these cases, keep in mind that these adjectives will come after the noun and not before, okay? After. So let's take a few examples now. So the first category, we're talking about les adjectifs qui expriment une qualité objective, couleur, apparence, forme, origine ou nationalité. Un vélo rouge, une table ovale, un touriste australien. Un vélo rouge, une table ovale, un touriste australien. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases, they are coming after your noun. Second category, remember we were talking about les participes passés, so past participles and then present participles, okay, but used as adjectives. So let's see now. Un homme organisé, une maison détruite, un clown chantant, une soirée fatigante. Un homme organisé, une maison détruite, un clown chantant, une soirée fatigante. Then, remember les adjectifs précédés d'un adverbe. So, in these cases, you can see that un voyage incroyablement cher. So, cher is the adjective here, okay? But then you've got this incroyablement, so it's an adverb, and it's coming before your adjective, so you will have to put the two of them after your noun here. Un voyage, and then the rest is coming. Incroyablement cher. Une réceptionniste extrêmement efficace. Des restaurants rarement bons. Okay, so in all these cases, as you can see, we've got here incroyablement, an adverb, extrêmement, another adverb, and then rarement, an adverb as well. And they just go before your adjective. So, translation, un voyage incroyablement cher, une réceptionniste extrêmement efficace, des restaurants rarement bons. And then we were talking about les adjectifs relationnels. So I've been making a video regarding les adjectifs relationnels, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Une visite présidentielle, des députés européens, and then un ordinateur portable. Okay, so in all these cases, if we're talking about adjectifs relationnels, then they should come right after your noun. Une visite présidentielle, des députés européens, un ordinateur portable. And then we were talking about as well les adjectifs suivis d'un complément. So let's see one example now. Un conseil bon à suivre. So it's actually quite interesting because in that case you can see that you've got your noun, un conseil, then you've got your adjective, bon, but then it introduces, un complément, and this complément is à suivre. Okay, so in that case you've got your adjective and the rest, so le complément. So of course you should put them after your noun. Okay, un conseil bon à suivre. Une voiture facile à conduire. Une fillette pleine de vie. des exercices difficiles à faire. Okay, so in all these cases, you can see that the adjectives are introducing something more. Okay, so, well, you get a preposition, and after that, you've got, well, a verb here, and then a substantive here, and a verb here as well. Okay, but then in all these cases, keep in mind that they should come definitely before the noun. After the nouns. Okay, so translation. Un conseil bon à suivre. Une voiture facile à conduire. Une fillette pleine de vie. Des exercices difficiles à faire. So remember that we've been seeing all the adjectives that belong to this group, épithète postposée. So we were talking about les adjectifs qui expriment une qualité objective, then les participes passés et une partie des participes présents utilisés comme adjectifs, les adjectifs qui sont précédés d'un adverbe, but we're not talking about trop, très, tout or si, les adjectifs relationnels, and the last one was les adjectifs qui sont suivis d'un complément. So in all these cases, the adjectives are épithètes postposées, so they will come after your noun. Okay? Les adjectifs qui ont trois formes. Okay, so we can start right now. And as you probably know, normally when we talk about adjectives in French, we talk about one form for the masculine and one form for the feminine. At least we're talking about the singular here. Okay, so one form for the masculine and one form for the feminine. In some cases, they can be the same, but still, we've got one form for each gender. Okay, but we've got, of course, as usual in French, some exceptions, and some adjectives have two forms for the masculine and one form for the feminine. Okay, so we're talking about these two forms for the masculine because it can be quite tricky. Okay, so let's see, and the question is why, of course. We are talking in this case of what we call adjectif antéposé. So, les adjectifs antéposés are les adjectifs placés devant un nom. So, the adjectives that will come before the noun. Okay? And the good thing is that we're talking only about 5 adjectives. For all the French language, we've got only 5 adjectives that will be irregular. So, it's not that much, okay? So, let's see them. The first one is beau. And then after that we've got fou, then mou, nouveau, and vieux. Okay, so these are the 5 adjectives that will be a bit strange because they will have 2 masculine forms. Okay, beau, fou, mou, nouveau, and then vieux. Okay, so let's see the first one. Beau, and so the second masculine form will be belle, okay, and the feminine form belle. So it's actually quite interesting because these two forms, so the second masculine form and the feminine form, are phonetically the same. It's belle, okay, so belle, belle, then beau for the masculine, the first one. And here's the meaning. The second one is, fou. And here is the second masculine form, and it's folle. And the feminine form is folle. Okay, same thing here, same pronunciation, but then you write them differently. So masculine, first one, fou, and then the second form, folle. Okay, here is the meaning. Mou, molle for the second masculine form, and then the feminine form, molle. Here is the meaning. And then nouveau will give us nouvelle for the second masculine form, and then nouvelle for the feminine form. And here is the meaning. And last but not least, vieux will give us vieille, and then the feminine form, vieille. Okay, so phonetically the same, but then look, you write them differently. Okay, and here is the meaning. So the question is, when do we modify or do we use this second masculine form? Well, the first situation is, of course, so they will be coming before the noun, okay, and then it will be according to the first letter of this noun. So as these adjectives will be placed before the noun that will come after will affect the fact that you will choose whether the first form of the masculine or the second form of the masculine. Okay, and then we're talking now about the words that will start with a vowel. Okay, so if your word is starting with the vowel, then no hesitation, you will have to pick and to choose the second form of the masculine. Okay, and then the second group is actually a bit more difficult because we're not talking about all the words starting with ash, okay, but only some of them, okay, but let's say that's a big part of them. And in that case, when you will have some words starting with ash, then you will have to use the second form of the masculine. Okay, so let's start now and see how it will work with beau, for instance. Okay, so if we take an example like that, un beau paysage, well, actually you've got this adjective beau here, chose before, and then you've got paysage here. It does start with p, okay, so it does mean that you don't really need to modify it, so you just put it like that. But of course, if you've got a word like homme in that case, so it starts with a h, okay, and then, well, it belongs to this group that will require to modify your adjective, so you will have to use the second form for the masculine, so belle, okay, un bel homme. So un beau paysage, and then un bel homme. Okay, so let's see now for fou. Un projet fou. So actually this one is quite interesting because you will put it after, but in this case here you will put it before, and as it comes before and then the word or the noun that it is related to is starting with a vowel a, in that case you will have to use the second form of the masculine, un fol avenir. Okay, so un projet fou, un fol avenir. Then mou, un pain mou, exactly the same situation. You've got your mou coming here, but when you put this form here and oreiller is starting with a vowel o here, then you will have to modify it. So un mol oreiller. Okay, so un pain mou, un mol oreiller. Nouveau, un nouveau film. Okay, so first letter is F, so you don't change, you just put nouveau here. But then un nouvel appartement. Appartement starts with a vowel A, so nouvelle, the second form of the masculine. Un nouveau film, un nouvel appartement. Vieux, un vieux bateau, and then un vieil homme. Un vieux bateau, un vieil homme. So remember these 5 adjectives, les 5 adjectifs, and beau, belle, fou, folle, mou, molle, nouveau, nouvelle, vieux and vieille. L'adjectif comme adverbe. Okay, so let's start right now. And it's actually quite interesting because normally we tend to think that, well, we will use adjectives like adjectives and only like adjectives, but in some cases actually it's possible to use these adjectives as adverbs. Okay, and so that's exactly what we will see in this video. So keep in mind that to construct this adverb based on this adjective, you will have to, well, take this adjective and then you take la forme masculine and it will give you this neutral form, okay? So it means, and this is really important, that le féminin et le pluriel, actually they won't exist. As you will use this adjective as an adverb, it does mean that you don't do anything, you don't put anything at the end for the feminine or for the plural, you just keep it like that. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, les oiseaux volent haut. Okay, so you can see that here you've got haut, and it's an adjective, but as we connect it directly to the verb voler, okay, so it is an adverb. All right, so it's an adjective that has been changed into an adverb. Okay, so les oiseaux volent haut. La rose sent bon. Okay, so exactly the same thing here. You've got this bon, okay, it's an adjective, but you use it as an adverb. Even if la rose is feminine, you don't put anything at the end. You just keep it like that. Bon. Okay? Il chante faux. Exactly the same thing. Faux, okay, is an adjective used as an adverb. And then elle travaille dur. Okay, so les oiseaux volent haut. La rose sent bon. Il chante faux. Elle travaille dur. Okay, so remember, haut, bon, faux, and dur are adjectives that are used as adverbs. So remember, the way to construct or to make it is you take your adjective, vous prenez l'adjectif, la forme masculine, and then you will get this adverb, so la forme neutre de l'adverbe, and keep in mind that you will never put the feminine at the end or the plural. L'adjectif employé en fonction de nom. And we can start right now. So it's quite interesting because we've been seeing in the previous video well, the situation when you can use an adjective as an adverb, and basically it's quite interesting because in this video we will discover that it's possible as well to make some nouns based on the adjectives. Okay, so it's actually quite simple. You will just take your adjective, okay, and then if it's possible, because it's not possible in all the situations, we will see that, but then if it's possible, you will get, well, whether une forme masculine or then une forme féminine, or in some situations you will get both. Okay, so basically you just put the masculine form of your adjective and you put an article before that, un, or then la forme féminine, and you put an article before that, une, okay, or it could be le and la, and you will get your noun. Okay, so it's quite simple. So let's see now. For instance, if we take the example of belle, okay, so it's the adjective beautiful and it's the feminine form, all right, and then it's possible to use this as a noun, une belle, okay, une belle, so it means a beautiful lady, une belle. Okay, or then we can take, for instance, this adjective sportif, and in that case, here you've got the masculine sportif, and you've got the feminine sportive, all right, and, well, you will make un sportif, and then une sportive, so two nouns actually constructed based on the adjectives. All right, for the translation, here it is: belle, une belle; sportif, sportive, so l'adjective, and then un sportif, une sportive. Jeune, so you can see here that we've got the masculine form and the feminine form. They are the same, but I wanted to put them both anyway. So you will get un jeune and you will get une jeune. Okay, so you don't change it, you just put the article, un et une. Same thing here, vieux and then vieille, un vieux and then une vieille. Okay, well, clearly it's not really polite, but you can hear it, so it's used. All right, so jeune and then vieux and vieille. Okay, so let's hear now, or let's look at other adjectives that will make nouns. So this one is quite interesting because rouge, so we're talking about the colors, okay? So rouge, so it could be green, it could be anything else, but then rouge, and in that case, well, of course, you've got only one possibility because you don't have the masculine and the feminine, so it will be masculine, un rouge. Okay? Then bon, so in that case you can use the masculine and the feminine. You're talking about a person who is talented, who is good in something. Un bon, une bonne, okay, it can be something else than a person as well. Mauvais, un mauvais, une mauvaise, so same thing, it can be for a person or for a thing. Mou, un mou, une molle. Gentil, un gentil, une gentille. Méchant, un méchant, une méchante. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases here, you've got the masculine and the feminine, but keep in mind that in some cases, like for the colors here, rouge, it will be only, whether masculine or feminine. In this case, it's masculine. Okay, let's see now the translation. Rouge, bon, mauvais, mou, gentil, méchant. L'adjectif avec une préposition et un nom ou un infinitif. Okay, so let's see now. So it's actually quite interesting because it is possible to construct, and we've been covering quite many different situations and many type of adjectives, and in this video we can see that it's possible to construct a sentence or a structure with an adjective that will be followed by une préposition and then un nom or a noun or an infinitive form of a verb. Okay, so adjectif, préposition, and then nom ou infinitif. Okay, so when we talk about les prépositions, so we think about a, de, or then en, but then keep in mind that in most of the cases it will be de. Okay, but it's possible with a, de, and en. For instance, je suis content de partir. Okay, so in that case, you can see that you've got this content, okay, and then it's followed by this de préposition and the verb partir. Je suis content de partir. Or then it could be elle est fière de moi. Okay, so you've got this adjective here, fier, and then de, and in that case, you've got moi, so le pronom personnel tonique. Or then it could be c'est plein de vitamines. Plein, adjectif, de, and then vitamine, substantive, or a noun. Or then, c'est facile à dire. Okay, so in that case, you've got your preposition à, and then the verb dire. So it's the infinitive form. Okay, so, je suis content de partir. Elle est fière de moi. C'est plein de vitamines. C'est facile à dire. Okay, so remember, adjectif, préposition, verbe, adjectif, préposition, pronom personnel tonique, adjectif, préposition, substantif ou nom, adjectif, préposition, verbe à l'infinitif. So, this is the thing that you should really remember. Adjectif, préposition, nom, infinitif, and then in most of the cases it will be de. L'adjectif avec que est une proposition complétive. Okay, so let's see now how it will go. So remember that it will be possible in some cases to construct or to make a structure that will have l'adjectif and then que after. So remember, this que means that, okay, and then it will be followed by une proposition complétive. So it does mean that at least one verb or one verb and then complements. Okay, so subject, verb, and complements. So adjective and then que, that, and followed by une proposition complétive. Okay, the important thing is that most of the adjectives won't match these requirements, so it won't be possible to make this structure with most of them, but we're talking in that case about les adjectifs qui expriment un sentiment. So the adjectives that will express feelings, okay? Un sentiment, a feeling. All right, so we will see a few examples. And the first one is être content que. Okay, so you can see that you've got the verb to be, and then here you've got your adjective, and it's followed by que, okay, and the rest should come. Être désolé que. Exactly the same thing, you've got désolé and then que. Être bouleversé que. Être choqué que. Être indigné que. Okay, so être content que. Être désolé que. Être bouleversé que. Être choqué que. Être indigné que. Être fier que. Être embêté que. Être ennuyé que. Être gêné que. Être embarrassé que. Alright, so exactly the same structures. You get your adjectives, they are followed by que, okay, and then the rest should come. Être fier que. Être embêté que. Être ennuyé que. Être gêné que. Être embarrassé que. Être furieux que. Être ravi que. Être confus que. Être déçu que. Être mécontent que. Être furieux que. Être ravi que. Être confus que. Être déçu que. Être mécontent que. One thing important. If you look at this sentence, je suis content que je sois ici. It is a common mistake. Okay? So it's not possible to have here in the first part, je, and here in the second part, the same person. Okay, so je suis content que je sois ici is not possible. In that case, you will have to change the structure and you will have to put je suis content, and then you don't continue with que and the sentence, but then you will put your verb at the infinitive. Je suis content d'être ici. Okay, this is a common mistake, okay, so try to remember that. So it does work for je, but then I've been putting this example as well because it's exactly the same. If it's tu and then tu, if it's il and il, if it's nous, well, basically, if you've got the same person in the first and the second part, then it doesn't work. Okay, so tu es content que tu sois ici. It's not possible, but then tu es content d'être ici. Okay, je suis content que tu sois ici. Je suis désolé que tu sois ici. Je suis bouleversé que tu sois ici. Je suis choqué que tu sois ici. Je suis indigné que tu sois ici. Okay? So in all these structures, you can see that it works because you've got je in the first part and then you get tu in the second part. So they are not the same person, so it's possible. Okay? So je suis content que, je suis désolé que, je suis bouleversé que, je suis choqué que, je suis indigné que. If you noticed, we are talking here about les adjectifs qui expriment un sentiment. And maybe it rings a bell because unfortunately for you, when we're talking about this structure, que, and then you express a feeling, un sentiment, then you will have to put le subjonctif right after, okay? And that's probably what you noticed, but then now you can see it more clearly that in all the structures that, or the sentences I've been putting previously, here, here, and here, we've got le subjonctif. Okay, so keep in mind that for this type of structures, when you put this adjective that will express a feeling, then it's followed by que, and then you've got a structure after. You should put your verb here and here at the subjunctive form. Okay? L'adjectif avec la préposition a et l'infinitif. Okay, so we'll end probably with this video or maybe the next one, this big series concerning les adjectifs, okay, but then I thought it might be useful to actually make this video regarding l'adjectif followed by la préposition a and then un verbe à l'infinitif, so a verb that should be at the basic form, so this infinitive form, okay? And then that, I mean, you should keep in mind that it is really, really, really common. So we use that quite often in French, okay? So adjective followed by a and then a verb, okay? So we'll see few examples in this video. The first one, for instance, facile à faire, difficile à annoncer, simple à construire, amusant à regarder, triste à écouter. Okay, so if you look carefully in each situation, you've got this first part, it's an adjective, facile, difficile, simple, amusant, triste, and then you put the preposition à, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form, faire, annoncer, construire, regarder, écouter. Okay, so facile à faire, difficile à annoncer, simple à construire, amusant à regarder, triste à écouter. Okay, so let's put sentences now. Un travail facile à faire. Okay, so we had already this facile à faire, but then you just put a word or a noun before. Un travail, a work. Facile à faire. Une information, so news, difficile à annoncer. Une maison, a house, simple à construire. Un film, a movie, amusant à regarder. Une histoire, a story, triste à écouter. All right, so it's actually quite simple, and it is quite often in French language. Okay, so keep in mind adjectif, and then you get la préposition a, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form. Some adjectives, especially if you want to describe a person, décrire une personne, and it's the first part because the series or the list is quite long, so I didn't want to make a too long video, so it's the first part and then we'll do the second part a bit later. Okay, so let's start now. Accueillant, accueillante. Okay, so I will pronounce first the masculine form, then the feminine form. So masculine, accueillant, accueillante. Actif, active. Affectueux, affectueuse. Agile, and then it's the same form for the feminine form. Agréable, same thing here. So, accueillant, accueillante. Actif, active. Affectueux, affectueuse. Agile, agréable. Agressif, agressive. Aimable. Ambitieux, ambitieuse. Amusant, amusante. Antipathique. Agressif, agressive. Aimable. Ambitieux, ambitieuse. Amusant, amusante. Antipathique. Arrogant, arrogante. Astucieux, astucieuse. Aventureux, aventureuse. Beau, belle. Bête. Arrogant, arrogante. Astucieux, astucieuse. Aventureux, aventureuse. Beau, belle. Bête. Câlin, câline. Calme. Charmant, charmante. Compétitif, compétitive. Complexé, complexé. So you just add this final but then for the feminine form, it's phonetically it's the same as the masculine form. Okay? So, câlin, câline, calme, charmant, charmante, compétitif, compétitive. Whoops, sorry, it was complexé. I'm going too fast. Courageux, courageuse. Créatif, créative. Curieux, curieuse. Débrouillard, débrouillarde. Décidé, and then décidé, feminine form, but then you don't hear the final okay? Courageux, courageuse. Créatif, créative. Curieux, curieuse. Débrouillard, débrouillarde. Décidé, décidé. Désagréable. Discipliné, discipliné. Drôle. Dynamique. Égoïste. Désagréable. Discipliné, discipliné. Okay, so you add this final you don't pronounce it. Drôle. Dynamique. Égoïste. Élégant, élégante. Embarrassé, embarrassé. Same thing here, final you don't pronounce it. Ennuyeux, ennuyeuse. Enthousiaste, étrange. Élégant, élégante. Embarrassé, embarrassé, ennuyeux, ennuyeuse, enthousiaste, étrange. Être de bonne humeur, être de mauvaise humeur, excentrique, exigeant, extraverti. Être de bonne humeur, être de mauvaise humeur, excentrique, exigeant, exigeante, extraverti, extraverti. Faible, faux, fausse. Fidèle, fier, fier. So you write them differently, but then phonetically it's exactly the same. Fier, fier. Fort, forte. Okay? Faible, faux, fausse. Fidèle, fier, fier. Fort, forte. Fou, folle. Franc, franche. Gauche. Généreux, généreuse. Gentil, gentille. Fou, folle. Franc, franche. Gauche. Généreux, généreuse. Gentil, gentille. Grand, grande. Heureux, heureuse. Honnête, hostile, hypocrite. Grand, grande. Heureux, heureuse. Honnête, hostile, hypocrite. Idéaliste, idiot, idiote. Imposant, imposante. Indépendant, indépendante. Indiscret, indiscrète. Idéaliste, idiot, idiote. Imposant, imposante. Indépendant, indépendante. Indiscret, indiscrète. Ingrat, ingrate. Insensible, insupportable. Généreux, intelligent, intelligente. Ingrat, insensible, insupportable, généreux, intelligent, intelligente. Les temps composés, so the compound tenses, and especially la forme négative, so the negative form with compound tenses. So, if you remember, la forme négative in French, if you want to express the negative form, then normally you get two parts, deux éléments. The first one is ne, and then normally the verb is coming after, and the second part is pas. Okay, this is how normally we construct that. Keep in mind that ne will be modified if the verb is starting with a vowel, or in some cases, not all the verbs starting with h, but most of them. Okay? So let's see how it will go with the présent, for instance. So you take je suis, okay, I am. And then basically it's quite simple to make the negative form as, well, if you remember what I just said, you get this first part ne, okay, then you put the verb, and after that you put this pas. Je ne suis pas. Okay? If you take this futur proche form, so it's quite interesting because it's not a real future. It's I am, like in English, I am going to be. Okay? So in French, we just construct it in the same way. We use the verb aller. Aller is to go. Okay? And then after that, we put the second verb at the infinitive. So, je vais être, I am going to be. Okay? Je vais être. But then the interesting thing is that in this structure, well, clearly you've got two verbs. The first one is aller, and it's conjugated, but then the second one is être. Okay? It doesn't change anything because you will have to put ne and pas before and after your first verb. Okay? So, je ne vais pas être. If you make the liaison, je ne vais pas être. So let's see now how it will behave when we have this passé composé form. So it's a compound tense, you can see it here. So you've got only one form, so it's j'ai été. So you get avoir first, and then you get this participe passé form. Okay, so j'ai été, and the negative form will be je n'ai pas été. Okay, so you will put your ne first before avoir, so you can see that, as I said here, you've got to take away the here, je n'ai, and then you put your pas, and you put after that your participe passé. Okay, a common mistake is normally to put this pas, so the second part of the negative form, after this participe passé. Okay, think about that and try to remember that it should be before and after avoir in that case, and it can be être as well in other cases. Okay? So, for instance, for the plus que parfait, another compound tense, it will be exactly the same. J'avais été, je n'avais pas été. Okay, so before and after avoir. Futur antérieur, well, it will be exactly the same thing. J'aurais été, je n'aurais pas été, je n'aurais pas été. Conditionnel passé, another compound tense, it will behave exactly the same way. J'aurais été, je n'aurais pas été. Something quite important, and it's oral French. So I'm not talking about this formal oral, but I'm talking about, well, this French that you can hear when you are walking in the street and then people are speaking in an informal way. And in that case, quite often, they will actually only use one part for this negative form. And this part that they will use will be the pas. Okay, so they will take away the ne, and they will only keep this pas. Keep in mind that it is informal French. So it's spoken French, it's not in formal situation, because of course in formal situation you will have to keep the two parts, okay? But then if you are listening to, well, youngsters, they won't use the first ne part, okay? So let's see how it will look like. Je suis, okay, will become je suis pas. Futur proche, je vais être, will become, sorry, je vais pas être. Passé composé, j'ai été, will become j'ai pas été. Plus que parfait, j'avais été, will become j'avais pas été. Futur antérieur, j'aurais été, will become j'aurais pas été. Conditionnel passé, j'aurais été, will become j'aurais pas été. So remember, la forme négative, normally two parts when we are talking about this informal oral French, then one part, okay? When you get the two parts, it's ne, and then your verb, and pas. And if it's informal, then it's only pas, okay? Les verbes pronominaux, and more precisely, la forme négative avec les verbes pronominaux. Okay, so let's start now. La forme négative, so if you remember it, we've got two parts that normally we need to use if we want to put this negative form. The first one is ne, and then you've got pas. Okay, between the two, you should have your verb. Okay, so let's take an example now. We will take the verb se lever. Okay, so it's un verbe pronominal, se lever, okay? And then at the present form, so je me lève. Se lever is to get up, okay? Je me lève. All right? And the question is, where do we need to put ne and pas? Well, look, and it's quite interesting. Je, and then ne is coming here. Me is here, lève is here, and then pas is coming at the end. Okay, so it's not a big surprise, the position of pas, but then it's normally, my students tend to make the mistake to put ne just before lève. Okay, and of course it would be logical, but then unfortunately for you, you should keep in mind that ne is here, and then you've got me lève together. Je ne me lève pas. Okay? For the futur proche, so je vais me lever. Okay, so I am going to get up. Je ne, and then vais pas me lever. So it's actually quite easy when you get this form, because you will have to put ne and then pas before and after the first verb. Okay, and in that case it's vais. So you don't really need to bother about the fact that it should be before this me, okay? But in that case, je ne vais pas me lever. Okay? And now let's see with the passé composé. Je me suis levé. Exactly the same thing. Je, ne, and then you keep this me suis together, and you put your pas here and lever. Okay, this is quite tricky normally, because students tend to mix up and then put the ne before the suis and then maybe the pas at the end. Okay, so keep in mind, this is the order, this is the way where things should be. Je ne me suis pas levé. Okay, plus que parfait, so another compound tense. Je m'étais levé, well, je ne m'étais pas levé. Ok? Futur antérieur, je me serais levé. Je ne me serais pas levé. Okay, so you can see that we follow the same logic in a way, because you've got to put this ne first, and then me, and then the verb are together. Then come the second part of the negative form, sorry, and after that you put your participe passé. Okay? Conditionnel passé, well, exactly the same thing. Je me serais levé. Je ne me serais pas levé. Okay? Keep in mind that actually, as you know, spoken French and written French can be different. And for this section, I will actually present to you this informal way that French people, or not all the French people, but then some French people have to construct the negative form, okay? Because if we're talking about youngsters, for instance, and then, well, the French that you can hear in the streets, normally when we talk about the negative parts, they will take the first part away. And then you've got je me lève. If you want to put the negative form, then you will only put this pas at the end. Okay? This is informal. It's not formal French. It does mean that if you want to write, if you want to communicate with officials or in some serious situations, you should definitely use the two parts of the negative form. Okay, the important thing is to, well, listen. If you hear that the persons that you are talking to or you are talking with are not using this first part, then, well, why not? You know, just follow them and you can drop, if you want, the first part. Okay, je me lève pas. Okay, then futur proche, so je vais me lever, then je vais pas me lever. Okay, passé composé, je me suis levé, je me suis pas levé. Plus que parfait, je m'étais levé will become je m'étais pas levé. Futur antérieur, je me serais levé, je me serais pas levé. Conditionnel passé, je me serais levé, je me serais pas levé. Okay? So remember, la forme négative, you should have two parts, or then it's possible to see one part. Okay, when you've got two parts, it's ne and then pas. Okay, or then only pas, but then we are here dealing with informal French, so be careful, don't use that in all the situations. L'infinitif and then les modifications, and more precisely we will talk about reflexive verbs. Okay, so infinitive. So let's start right now. And I've been thinking that it would be interesting to pick two verbs and maybe to take, well, actually regarder first and then se regarder. Okay, so regarder means to look, and then se regarder, so it's the reflexive verb, so to look at yourself. Okay, so let's see now, because the idea is that when you've got two verbs, actually we take the futur proche as an example. So the futur proche, remember, it's this fake future in a way. When you use this I am going to and something is coming after, so we do the same in French. We use aller, to go, and then you put the second verb at the infinitive. So it's normally quite simple if you've got a normal verb in a way, but then when we start to construct that with the reflexive verbs, it can be a bit tricky, or it can be a bit strange at the beginning. So that's the reason why we'll see that together. So first person, je, and then, well, actually, if you want to use this futur proche form, I am going to look, it's quite simple, because you just put your subject, you put your verb here, to go, conjugated at the present form, je vais, and then you put the infinitive form, regarder. Okay, so in this situation, it is quite simple. But then the question is, how would you put that if you would use this reflexive verb, se regarder? Because the common mistake that actually my students tend to make is that they will put je vais, and clearly they will put the infinitive se regarder, which is logical in a way. It's a logical mistake, but then unfortunately for you, non, it should be like that. Je vais, and then se will have to be modified according to, well, here the subject. So here the subject is at the first person, so je, and then you will have to put me for the first person, regarder. Je vais me regarder. Okay? So here, je vais regarder, I am going to look. Je vais me regarder, I am going to look at myself. Okay? So that's the reason why here you will have to put this me and not se. Okay? So you should keep that in mind, because it will change, of course, for tu as well. So tu vas regarder, I mean, it's quite simple here. Tu vas, and then te regarder. Okay, so te for the second person. Il va regarder, and good news for you, it's actually quite simple. Il va se regarder. Okay, so for the third person, it will be se. Elle va regarder, and then same thing, elle va se regarder. Well, because elle is also the third person of the singular. And then on as well, on va regarder, on va se regarder. Okay, so now for the first person of the plural, nous, nous allons regarder, and then it will become nous allons nous regarder. Vous, vous allez regarder, vous allez vous regarder. And then good news, third person of the plural, ils vont regarder, ils vont se regarder. Elles, elles vont regarder, elles vont se regarder. Alright, so je, tu, and then il, elle, on. Keep in mind that if you construct this structure in which you get first a verb and then a second verb at the infinitive, and it's a reflexive verb, then it should be me and then the rest at the infinitive. If it's tu, it should be te and then the rest at the infinitive. Il, elle, on, it should be se and the rest at the infinitive. Nous, vous, il, elle, it should be nous, vous, and then se. Le passé surcomposé. Okay, so le passé surcomposé, and we start right now. So in this video, first we will see l'utilisation of le passé surcomposé, and then after that we will see la formation. Okay, so first, when do we use, so l'utilisation, and then la formation, how do we construct this passé surcomposé? Okay, so we can start now with l'utilisation. So keep in mind that we will use le passé surcomposé pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés exprimés au passé composé. So it may look a bit difficult that way, but then let's say that you want to express something in the past, and normally you will use this passé composé form that we've been using and we've been seeing previously. Okay, but then if you want to express some facts that have been happening before these past events, in that case, well, you will use, or you should use, le passé surcomposé. Well, actually, it's not really the case, because we've been seeing that we've got this plus que parfait tense, okay? And to be totally honest, yes, the second thing here, this passé surcomposé is nowadays quite rare. So, utilisation assez rare, okay? But then keep in mind that l'utilisation est plus fréquente dans le sud de la France. So if you travel, if you go in the south of France, then they will tend to use it a bit more often, but it is quite rare nowadays because people tend to use this plus que parfait instead of le passé surcomposé. Okay, but anyway, it does exist, it is used, okay, so we will see in this video how to make it. Alright, so let's see the timeline, and then let's imagine that this is the present. Okay, so this is now, and then we want to express something in the past, so we will use le passé surcomposé, sorry, le passé composé here. Okay, and then if you want to, as I said, express something that happened before this passé composé, so it's le passé surcomposé. Okay, so the present, le présent, and then the past, le passé composé, and even before, le passé surcomposé. Okay, so here is an example. Dès qu'il a eu bu son café, il est parti au travail. Okay, so it's a strange sentence maybe, but then let's have a look at it. And the first thing that we should spot here is this a eu bu. And then the second thing is est parti. Okay, so the first thing that we can see here, this a eu bu, okay, it's actually this passé surcomposé form. And then the second form here is the passé composé. Okay, so dès qu'il a eu bu son café, so this thing has been happening before, so he has been drinking his coffee. Then, okay, something that happens after, but it's still in the past, okay? Il est parti au travail. Okay, so the first event, okay, au passé surcomposé, and the second event here, au passé composé. So let's see how to make this passé surcomposé. Few examples first. So, first sentence, j'ai mangé au restaurant, it's le passé composé, okay, as we saw. You use whether avoir or être, okay, in most of the cases you will use avoir. You put that at the present form, and then after that you put this form that we call participe passé. Okay, so this is here le passé composé. Okay, so if you want to make le passé surcomposé, so it's an example here. J'ai eu mangé au restaurant. So you can see that the difference between the two, actually this manger form, so the participe passé, this past participle, doesn't change. So no changes here. Okay, but this is this first part that will change. So if you can notice, in that case here, you get avoir, and it's at the present form. And if you look carefully here, you've got avoir at the passé composé form. Okay, let's take a second example here. Tu as regardé la télévision. Okay, so exactly the same concept. The first sentence here is at the passé composé. So you get this avoir at the present tense, and then you get here the participe passé. Tu as regardé la télévision. I've got some problems with my mouse, sorry. And then the second sentence, tu as eu regardé la télévision. Okay, so we can see that it's exactly the same situation. We've got this regarder form, and it's exactly the same, so you don't really need to bother about that. And it's the first part that will change, okay, because here for the passé composé, you've got this verb avoir at the present, and here for this passé surcomposé, well, actually you've got avoir at the passé composé form. Okay, and it will be exactly the same thing in the last example, but then I wanted to take a verb, so aller, that will require être, you know, at the passé composé. Okay, so il est allé au travail. Okay, and in that case, remember exactly the same thing. So you put être instead of avoir, because that is one of these exceptions that will require être to make the passé composé. It is here at the present form. And here for this passé surcomposé, well, we will see exactly the same thing. We've got aller here, so the participe passé doesn't change. And then this first part here, well, actually it will be the verb être at the passé composé form. Okay, so I hope it's clear. I know it's a bit difficult at the beginning, but then keep in mind that the way to make this passé composé, it's actually quite simple. So first, you will use this avoir, okay, in most of the cases, of course. And then this avoir should be at the passé composé. Then you will put, as we saw, this participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Remember, in some cases, as we saw for aller, you will use être, but still, it's exactly the same concept. Être should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé, so exactly the same concept, and you will get your passé surcomposé form. Okay, so let's see the exceptions. So we saw that we've got aller. We do have arriver, so aller is to go, arriver, arrive. Descendre, descend or go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to come in or to enter. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, to born or be born.
partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return or to come back, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. Okay, so remember that all these verbs will require être. Okay, and obviously some verbs will be constructed based on these verbs. Okay, so logically they will also require the verb être. Okay, remember also that well, the verb, as we say, les verbes pronominaux, okay, so the verb that will be constructed with this se in front of them, se regarder, or then it could be S apostrophe if we had a vowel, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs, les verbes pronominaux, will also require être for this passé surcomposé form. Okay? So let's see now, and let's try to refresh a little bit avoir and être at the passé composé, because that's the part that we'll need to use when we construct this passé surcomposé. So avoir at the passé composé goes like that. J'ai eu, tu as eu, il, and then elle, or on even, a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so it will be our first part of this passé composé, passé surcomposé, and then the second part will be être, so in some cases, as we saw previously, and être goes like that. J'ai été, tu as été, il, elle, and then on a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay, so same thing here. So it will be our first part for the exceptions that we saw previously. Remember that the second part, so we talked about this participe passé form. Well, actually it will be quite simple for the regular verbs. So the first group of regular verb is the group that will include all the verbs ending with er. Exception is aller, as we saw, but then it's actually quite simple. Have a look at that. You get the infinitive form here ending with er. Okay, so this is the basic form of the verb. Okay, you just take this er away and you will replace it with accent aigu, and here you get this participe passé form. So parler will become parler. Phonetically it's the same, but then you write it differently. Regarder will become regarder. Okay, same rule. And then aller will become aller. So even if aller doesn't belong to this first group of regular verbs, actually when we talk about the construction of this participe passé form, well, it's quite regular as well. So nothing tricky there. The second group, okay, remember the verbs ending with er, okay, but not all of them, because it's a common mistake. Not all of them are following these rules, because we've got another group of er verbs that will belong to the third group, so irregular verbs. But I mean, this actually we're talking in that case about the regular verbs ending with er, okay? And it will be quite simple as well, because have a look, you've got the basic form here, choisir, er, okay? And then you just take it away and you replace it with I. So you will get, so choisir will become choisi. Then finir will become fini. Unir will become uni. Alright, so it's not really difficult. So if we're talking about the regular verbs from the first group here and the second group here, they are quite easy to make if we talk about this participe passé form. Okay, so let's see now the third group, few exceptions, few categories and subcategories. So, but then connaître will become connu. Okay, voir will become vu. Partir, even if it belongs to the third group, well, it's actually quite simple. It will become partie. Rire will become ri. Écrire will become écrit. Dire will become dit. Mettre will become mis. Prendre will become pris. Okay? So let's see few examples, or we'll take the verb parler, so quite regular verb, and we'll put that at the passé surcomposé. Okay, so remember we had the first part here, so avoir at the passé composé, so we've been saying that, and then the second part, this participe passé, you just put it here. J'ai eu parlé. Tu as eu parlé. Il, elle, on a eu parlé. Nous avons eu parlé. Vous avez eu parlé. Ils ont eu parlé. Elles ont eu parlé. Okay? And you can see that as we are constructing this passé surcomposé form with avoir, in all the cases, we will keep this accent aigu here, so we don't put any mark for the feminine or for the plural here. Okay, so it will be all the time et here. But then remember that it will behave exactly the same way as all the compound tenses if you use a verb like aller, for instance, that will require être and not avoir. So in that case, you will have to put, like here, the feminine form at the end of your participe passé. So remember that is the mark of the feminine. Okay? So, il a été allé, but then you don't put anything because it's the masculine, so you should put the basic form. In that case, you get elle, okay, and then, well, it's a feminine, singular feminine, you should put this at the end of your participe passé. Phonetically, you don't hear it. It goes like aller, so exactly the same thing as here, or the same way. So, elle a été allée. So if we respect the logic, then for the masculine plural, we should add at the end this S. So S is the mark of the plural, okay? So ils ont été allés. And then logically as well, if we put the feminine and the plural form, so elle, so first we will add a mark of the feminine, then S mark of the plural. And you will get elles ont été allées. So the good news is that phonetically it's aller here. Aller, aller, aller. So it's the same. You don't pronounce this final you don't pronounce this final S here. Okay, so it's exactly the same, but keep in mind that if you want to write correctly, you should put them. So if we put the full form, j'ai été allé, okay, with the option of the feminine. Tu as été allé, option of the feminine as well. Il a été allé, so in that case, it's the masculine form. Elle a été allée, and here it's the feminine form. Nous avons été allés, so you put the plural at the end. Vous avez été allés. Ils ont été allés, okay, and in that case you've got the plural only, so masculine because you don't have anything else, and then elles ont été allées, here you've got the feminine plural, so and S. So let's remember how to construct this passé surcomposé. Well, actually the first part, and in almost all the cases it will be avoir, okay, and avoir should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé form as usual for all these compound tenses in French. So, and you will get this passé surcomposé, okay? In some cases, as we saw, we can use être, okay, but then the rules stay the same, so it should be at the passé composé. Then you will put your participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Okay, so keep in mind that it is quite rare nowadays. I mean, to be really honest, it is quite rare, but still that's the way it works. And then if you read, if you hear any passé surcomposé, well, you will know what they are. Okay? Les participes passés irréguliers, because they are quite important, especially if you want to make some compound tenses, or if you want to use some compound tenses, you will have to use les participes passés, and in many cases you will use irregular verbs, so we'll need to cover them right now. So the concept is quite simple. We will first put this verb at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb. Then we'll have the translation, la traduction in English. And after that, we will have le participe passé, okay, so the form that we want to remember. So let's start right now. Absoudre, absous. Abstenir, abstenu. Abstraire, abstrait. Accroître, accru. Acquérir, acquis. Adjoindre, adjoint. Admettre, admis. Advenir, advenu. Apercevoir, aperçu. Apparaître, apparu. Appartenir, appartenu. Apprendre, appris. Asseoir, assis. Astreindre, astreint. Atteindre, atteint. Attraire, attrait. Avenir, avenue. Avoir, eu. Boire, bu. Braire, brais. Bruire, bruit. Circoncire, circoncis. Circonscrire, circonscrit. Clore, clos. Commettre, commis. Comparaître, comparu. Complaire, complu. Comprendre, compris. Compromettre, compromis. Concevoir, conçu. Conclure, conclu. Confire, confie. Conjoindre, conjoint. Connaître, connu. Conquérir, conquis. Contenir, contenu. Contraindre, contraint. Contredire, contredit. Contrefaire, contrefait. Contrevenir, contrevenu. Convenir, convenu. Coudre, cousu. couvrir, couvert, craindre, craint, croire, cru, croître, cru, décevoir, déçu, découdre, décousu, découvrir, découvert, décrire, décrit, décroître, décru, dédire, dédit, défaire, défait, déjoindre, déjoint, démettre, démis, dépeindre, dépeint, déplaire, déplu, déprendre, dépris, désapprendre, désappris, déteindre, déteint, détenir, détenu, devenir, devenu, devoir, dû, dire, dit, disconvenir, disconvenu, disjoindre, disjoint, disparaître, disparu, dissoudre, dissous, distraire, distrait, éclore, éclos, écrire, écrit, élire, élu, emboire, embu, émettre, émis, déconfire, déconfit, émouvoir, ému, empreindre, emprunt, enceindre, enceint, enclore, enclos, enfreindre, enfreint, enjoindre, enjoint, enquérir, enquis, entreapercevoir, entreaperçu, entreapercevoir, entreaperçu, entrenuire, entrenuit, entremettre, entremis, entreprendre, entrepris, entretenir, entretenu, entr'ouvrir, entr'ouvert, éprendre, épris, éteindre, éteint, étreindre, étreint, être, été. Exclure, exclu. Extraire, extrait. Faire, fait. Feindre, fin. Forclore, forclos. Frire, frit. Geindre, geint. Participe passé irrégulier. And actually it will be quite simple, the concept of the video. I will first give you this verb, the infinitive form, so le verbe à l'infinitif. Then I will give you the traduction, the translation in English. And after that, we will finish with the participe passé, so this past participle form. So let's start now. Inclure, inclus. Inscrire, inscrit. Interdire, interdit. Intervenir, intervenu. Joindre, joint. Lire, lu. Luire, lui. Main mettre, main mis. Maintenir, maintenu. Mal faire, mal fait. Maudire, maudit. Méconnaître, méconnu. Médire, médit. Méprendre, mépris. Mettre, mis. Moudre, moulu. Mourir, mort. Mouvoir, mu. Naître, né. Nuire, nuit. Obtenir, obtenu. Obvenir, obvenu. Occlure, occlus. Offrir, offert. Oindre, oint. Omettre, omis. Ouvrir, ouvert. Paraître, paru. Parfaire, parfait. Parvenir, parvenu. Peindre, peint. Percevoir, perçu. Permettre, permis. Plaindre, plaint. Plaire, plu. Pleuvoir, plu. Portraire, portrait. Pouvoir, pu. Précontraindre, précontraint. Prédire, prédit. Prendre, pris. Prescrire, prescrit. Prévenir, prévenu. Promettre, promis. promouvoir, promu, proscrire, proscrit, provenir, provenu, rasseoir, rassis, réacquérir, réacquis, réadmettre, réadmis, réapparaître, réapparu, réapprendre, réappris, reboire, rebu, recevoir, reçu, recomparaître, recomparu, reconnaître, reconnu, reconquérir, reconquis, recoudre, recousu, recouvrir, recouvert, réécrire, réécrit, recroître, recru, redevenir, redevenu, redire, redit, redécouvrir, redécouvert, réécrire, réécrit, réélire, réélu, réémettre, réémis, refaire, refait, réinscrire, réinscrit, rejoindre, rejoint, relire, relu, reluire, reluit, remettre, remis, renaître, rené, réouvrir, réouvert, reparaître, reparu, repaître, repu, repeindre, repeint, repleuvoir, replu, reprendre, repris, requérir, requis, ressouvenir, ressouvenu, restreindre, restreint, reteindre, retint, retenir, retenu, retraire, retrait, retranscrire, retranscrit, retransmettre, retransmis, retreindre, retreint, résoudre, résolu, rétreindre, rétreint, revenir, revenu, revivre, revécu, rire, rit, rouvrir, rouvert, satisfaire, satisfait, savoir, su, souffrir, souffert, soumettre, soumis, sourire, souris, souscrire, souscrit, soustraire, soustrait, soutenir, soutenu, souvenir, souvenu, stupéfaire, stupéfait, subvenir, subvenu, suffire, suffit, surfaire, surfait, suroffrir, suroffert, surprendre, surpris, sursoir, sursis, survenir, survenu, survivre, survécu, suscrire, suscrit, taire, tu, teindre, teint, tenir, tenu, traire, trait, transcrire, transcrit, transmettre, transmis, transparaître, transparu, venir, venu, vermouler, vermoulu, vivre, vécu. One part of les pronoms relatifs composés. Okay, so it's quite important, and it can be a bit tricky. So if you didn't really already watch les pronoms relatifs, well, I invite you to do so, because it could be tricky if you didn't, or if you have no clue about les pronoms relatifs. All right, so let's start right now with les pronoms relatifs composé, okay? And well, actually in this video we'll focus on 4 things. The first one will be lequel, then the feminine form laquelle, then lesquels, masculine plural, and lesquels, the feminine plural. So lequel, laquelle, lesquels, and then the feminine plural lesquels, okay? And well, basically if you want to translate that, I mean, these basic pronouns directly to English, you could use this which, okay? So normally if you want to use these pronouns, you can combine them with prepositions, so it's not a problem, okay? So basically you will put your preposition, and after that you will put lequel, then you will put laquelle, then you will put the plural form lesquels, and the feminine plural form lesquels. Okay, so it's quite simple. You just put your preposition, and after that you put your pronouns. But of course, as usual in French, when it can be simple, well, we've got some exceptions. And we have 2 exceptions for this pronom relatif composé. And we're talking about the preposition, of course. The first one will be a, okay? And the second one will be de, okay? For these 2 prepositions, then it will be a bit tricky in a way. So we will start, if it's okay with you, with a, okay? So let's see now, and if you combine the preposition a and your pronoun lequel, then you will get auquel, okay? If you combine your preposition a and then the feminine form laquelle, then the good news is that it doesn't change, and it's a laquelle,
Okay? If you combine your preposition a and the masculine plural form lesquels, then you will get auquel. And if you combine your preposition a and the feminine plural lesquels, you will get auquel. Phonetically it's the same as the masculine, okay, but well, you write it differently here. So one example here, you get the sentence or two sentences. The first one, je pense à une ville, and then the second sentence is cette ville est très grande. And well, as usual, when we're talking about pronouns, the idea is to try to avoid repeating parts, things. And in this case, of course, we've got une ville and une or cette ville here. Okay, so we don't want to repeat this ville. And the idea would be to, well, clearly merge these two sentences into one sentence. Okay, and of course without this repetition here. So the important thing here is that you will have to first see and spot the verb penser, and then the fact that here you've got this preposition a. Okay, so remember we've got penser à, but the good news is that we've got une ville, okay, it's the feminine, so if you remember this à and laquelle, it's not tricky. I wanted to start with an easy example, okay, so you will get your sentence and you will first start with la ville, okay, then you put your preposition and the combination with the pronoun à laquelle, and you continue your sentence. So je pense, so je pense here should be placed right here, okay, and you finish with this part here, est très grande. So I know it can look a bit tricky, but then you will get used to that, don't worry. La ville à laquelle je pense est très grande. Okay, so let's see now if we've got a masculine form, because that's the tricky thing. Je pense à un pays, and then ce pays est très chaud. Okay, so of course we have exactly the same situation here. We've got two sentences, we want only one, and then we want to avoid repeating un pays or then ce pays. Okay, so, and it's exactly the same situation. We've got penser constructed with a here, okay, so it means that we will have to combine a and then lequel, and this is the scenario when it changes a little bit. So we first put le pays, first place le pays, then remember a combined with lequel is becoming auquel. Okay, so you put auquel here. Then, as we had previously, you just continue your sentence. So you put back your je pense. And finally, you put this part here to end est très chaud. And you get your sentence, le pays auquel je pense est très chaud. Okay? So, if we've got the singular feminine, we've got la ville à laquelle je pense est très grande. Then, masculine singular, le pays auquel je pense est très chaud. Then, feminine again, and then the plural form, les villes auxquelles je pense. And keep in mind that here, if you look carefully, because this verb, and it's here, it's être, is directly connected with the subject here. Okay, so it's les villes, the subject. So as you've got the plural form, then your verb here should be put at the plural form. Sont en Espagne. Okay, les villes auxquelles je pense sont en Espagne. And last but not least, les pays auxquels, so in that case you've got the masculine plural form, je pense, exactly the same thing, so you should put your verb here according to the subject, and the subject here is plural, so les pays, so it should be the plural, sont en Europe.
Let's see now how it will go with the preposition, la préposition de. Okay, so, and as we had previously, so for the masculine singular form, de plus lequel, it will be tricky because it will become duquel. Okay, for the feminine form, good news, as we had previously, it doesn't change, so de laquelle. Okay, but then of course for the plural, then it will become desquelles, and same thing for the plural and the feminine form, it will become desquelles. So exactly the same situation. Phonetically it's the same as the masculine plural, but then you write it differently because look here, you get this double les. Okay, and so an example here. So same situation, we've got two sentences. The first one, j'habite à côté d'une plage. Okay, and the second one, cette plage est très belle. And then, well, as we had previously, we want to make only one sentence. We don't want to repeat this plage thing, une plage or cette plage. Okay, and then we can see that it's quite interesting because we've got à côté, but then it's de. Okay, so it's right here, à côté de. So it means that you will have to combine this de and then laquelle, because it's here the feminine form. So you put your first part, la plage, okay, then à côté de laquelle, same thing as we had previously, the verb j'habiter should come back here, j'habite, and the second part, est très belle, should come at the end, est très belle. So you get this sentence, la plage à côté de laquelle j'habite est très belle. So if we have now the same situation but with the masculine singular form, so j'habite à côté d'un quartier, and then ce quartier est très cher. So same situation, two sentences, we want only one, we don't want to repeat quartier, and then we notice that we've got here this à côté de. Okay, so we've got the preposition de, and in that case, of course, it will change because we've got this masculine singular form. So le quartier, first position, then à côté duquel. Okay, so we keep this à côté de, and then we combine it with lequel, so it will become duquel. Then we put back our verb from the first sentence, j'habite, and then we put the rest of the second sentence here at the end, est très cher. And we get this beautiful sentence, le quartier à côté duquel j'habite est très cher. So, la plage à côté de laquelle j'habite est très belle. Okay, so in that case you've got the feminine singular. Then, le quartier à côté duquel j'habite est très cher. It's the masculine singular. Then, les plages à côté desquelles j'habite sont très belles. So same thing as we had previously. Keep in mind that here at the end you've got your verb that is directly connected to your subject here, so it's the plural now, so your verb should be at the plural. Les plages à côté desquelles j'habite sont très belles. And then les quartiers à côté desquels j'habite sont très chers. Okay, and same thing here, keep in mind that we've got here an adjective, and it's the same here, so the adjective should be, of course, directly connected to your noun. Here the noun is les plages, feminine, plural, so your adjective here should be at the feminine plural form. Same thing here, we've got cher connected to les quartiers, masculine plural, so your adjective cher should be at the masculine plural form. Okay? Keep in mind that if this pronom relatif composé will replace, remplace une ou plusieurs personnes, on utilisera le pronom qui. So it's a good news because basically, if you want to use this pronom relatif composé, okay, so instead of a person, in that case, you won't use lequel or laquelle, but you will use qui, okay, and then you will combine this qui with a preposition, okay. For instance, c'est une personne à qui tu peux te confier. C'est un ami sur qui je peux compter. La personne à côté de qui je suis assis est très sympa. Okay, and that's actually quite simple and it's a good news. So if this pronoun composé, ce pronom relatif composé, well, replaces a person, then in that case, don't use lequel or laquelle, but then use à qui. Okay? Or, sorry, qui, and well, with the preposition. So, à qui, and then sur qui here, and then à côté de qui. Okay? Les prépositions. So we've been covering, of course, les prépositions quite many times in different videos, but then this video will only focus on les prépositions. Okay? So we can start right now. À, and then you get the translation each time. À cause de, à côté de, à défaut de, à force de, à la faveur de, à la merci de, à l'égard de, à l'encontre de, à l'entour de, à l'exception de, à l'instar de, à l'insu de, à même, à moins de, à partir de, à raison de, à seule fin de, à travers, afin de, après, au lieu de, au moyen de, au prix de, au vu de, au dedans de, au dessous de, au dessus de, auprès de, autour de, aux alentours de, aux environs de, avant, avec, chez, concernant, conformément à, contre, dans, d'après, de, au dépend de façon à, de la part de manière à, l'imparfait du subjonctif. And here it is. So let's start now. You get to keep in mind when we talk about l'imparfait du subjonctif, actually three things. The first one will be utilisation rare. So it means that it is really rare to see l'imparfait du subjonctif. The second thing, un temps qui disparaît petit à petit. So little by little, it is less and less used. Okay. And the last thing, that utilisation exclusivement à l'écrit. Of course, it is quite tricky to say always, but then in most of the cases, you will see this imparfait du subjonctif written. Quite few persons are using this imparfait du subjonctif orally, okay? But then, well, it's possible, everything is possible, so, but then in most of the cases, it will be written, okay? So, it is rare, it tends to disappear, and it's mostly written, okay? And the other thing that you should keep in mind is that if we're talking about the verb être, to be, and avoir, to have, then in these cases you can see all the persons, okay? But in most of the cases for the other verbs, people will use only the third form, so whether the singular or the plural form, but then the third form, okay? So now let's imagine that we've got a sentence, okay? And in this sentence we've got la principale and we've got une subordonnée. Okay, so if we have l'imparfait de l'indicatif dans la principale, so in the first part, then normally we should put in the subordonnée l'imparfait du subjonctif, or then le plus que parfait du subjonctif. Okay, so that's the way it should be normally done. Okay, so imparfait de l'indicatif, imparfait du subjonctif. Let's give an example now. Il fallait qu'il parlât. Okay, so you can see that in this first part here, you've got il fallait, so it's imparfait de l'indicatif, and then normally you should put in this subordonnée qu'il parlât, and in that case you've got l'imparfait du subjonctif. Okay? But then, as we saw previously, it's also possible to have in the principal l'imparfait de l'indicatif, and in the subordonnée le plus que parfait du subjonctif, and we will get il fallait qu'il eût parlé. Okay, so exactly the same thing here. We've got imparfait de l'indicatif, and in the subordonnée we've got qu'il eût parlé, and this form here is actually what we call plus que parfait du subjonctif. Okay? Let's take now another situation in which we've got, so same thing, a sentence, so we've got la principale and then we've got la subordonnée. Okay? If we have le présent du conditionnel dans la principale, then normally we should have le présent du subjonctif dans la subordonnée, or then l'imparfait du subjonctif dans la subordonnée. But let's say that in most of the cases this form won't be used, okay, even if it would be possible and it would be correct, but then in most of the cases people will skip that and they will stay with présent du conditionnel and then présent du subjonctif. So let's have it here right now. Présent du conditionnel in the first part dans la principale, il faudrait, and then
you will have qu'il parle. Okay, so you can see that here it's the subjonctif présent. If you would like to have this il faudrait qu'il parlât, so as I said, it should be or it could be correct, but then let's say that in most of the cases you won't see that anymore, okay, because people tend to use the previous example that I gave you, in which you get in the principal le présent du conditionnel and in the subordonné le présent du subjonctif. So, remember, as we saw, utilisation de toutes les personnes pour être ou avoir, and then for the other verbs, then we will only use this third person from the singular or the plural. Okay? So let's see now. Il désirait que vous parlassiez encore. So basically it's correct. It's il désirait que vous parlassiez encore. But then we don't use that, okay? It's too heavy now. So the question is, should we use il désirait que vous parliez encore? And well, clearly it's not an option because it is not correct. So the only way that we would have a correct sentence would be to modify it and get il désirait vous entendre parler encore. Okay, and it's quite interesting here because if you look, well, the first one was correct, okay, but then it's not used anymore. I mean, this imparfait du subjonctif here for vous, as you saw, it's quite heavy and it's not used, okay. The second one in here, it's not possible because it's not correct, okay. And then this is the reason why we tend to use a structure. And if you look, this structure is quite interesting because actually we won't use this subjunctive form. Okay, so there are some ways to avoid using le subjonctif, and one of the reasons is that in this video, in this situation, it's because l'imparfait du subjonctif is not used anymore, and so we try to find some ways to avoid using this imparfait du subjonctif. So, il désirait vous entendre parler encore. So, souvent possible d'éviter l'utilisation de l'imparfait du subjonctif. So, as I said, it's often possible to avoid using this form of this imparfait du subjonctif, okay? And the last thing, and one more time, as we saw, if you want to use this imparfait du subjonctif, well, keep in mind that it will be for the third person, just because the other forms are really impossible to produce. Not impossible, but quite heavy, and people don't like to use this form anymore, okay? I'm not talking, of course, as I said previously, about avoir and être, because they've got a special status. Le subjonctif, and more precisely, the structures that will have c'est and then something, que, and they will be followed all the time with le subjonctif. Okay, so c'est, que, and then the subjonctif. And we start now. C'est bien que, c'est bizarre que, c'est bon que, c'est convenable que, c'est dommage que. And let's see now the translations. C'est bien que, c'est bizarre que, c'est bon que, c'est convenable que, c'est dommage que. C'est essentiel que, c'est étonnant que, c'est étrange que, c'est faux que, c'est heureux que, and let's see the translations. C'est essentiel que, c'est étonnant que, c'est étrange que, c'est faux que, c'est heureux que. C'est honteux que,
c'est important que, c'est impossible que, c'est improbable que, c'est inadmissible que, c'est honteux que, c'est important que, c'est impossible que, c'est improbable que, c'est inadmissible que. C'est incroyable que, c'est indispensable que, c'est injuste que, c'est inutile que, c'est invraisemblable que, c'est incroyable que, c'est indispensable que, c'est injuste que, c'est inutile que, c'est invraisemblable que. C'est juste que, c'est naturel que, c'est nécessaire que, c'est normal que, c'est obligatoire que. C'est juste que, and in that case I just want to, well, say that this just could be translated also as fair, okay? C'est naturel que, c'est nécessaire que, c'est normal que, c'est obligatoire que. C'est peu probable que, c'est possible que, c'est utile que, c'est rare que, c'est regrettable que, c'est peu probable que, c'est possible que, c'est utile que, c'est rare que, c'est regrettable que. C'est ridicule que, c'est surprenant que, c'est temps que, c'est urgent que, and that's it. C'est ridicule que, c'est surprenant que, c'est temps que, c'est urgent que. A subjunctive, and more precisely in this video we'll see the structures that will use il est and then something que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so il est que and then le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start now. The first thing that you should keep in mind when we use these structures that will use il, okay, and especially these structures il est que and then the subjunctive, well, basically, of course, the first reflex that you would have, you would like to translate this il with he in English, okay, but then keep in mind that unfortunately it won't be the case. You should translate this il with it, okay. It's like an impersonal, it's not personal, so in personal form, okay. So let's see now how it will go. Il est bon que. Il est convenable que. Il est dommage que. Il est essentiel que. Il est étonnant que. And let's see now the translations. Il est bon que. Il est convenable que. Il est dommage que. Il est essentiel que. Il est étonnant que. So let's continue now. Il est étrange que. Il est faux que. Il est heureux que. Il est honteux que. Il est important que. And the translations. Il est étrange que. Il est faux que. Il est heureux que. Il est honteux que. Il est important que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est inadmissible que. Il est incroyable que. Il est indispensable que. And let's see the translations. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est inadmissible que. Il est incroyable que. Il est indispensable que. Il est injuste que. Il est inutile que. Il est invraisemblable que. Il est juste que. Il est naturel que. Let's see the translations. Il est injuste que. Il est inutile que. Il est invraisemblable que. Il est juste que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. Il est obligatoire que. Il est peu probable que. Il est possible que. Il est rare que. And let's discover the translations. Il est nécessaire que. Il est obligatoire que. Il est peu probable que. Il est possible que. Il est rare que. Il est regrettable que. Il est ridicule que. Il est surprenant que. Il est temps que. Il est urgent que. And let's see the translations. Il est regrettable que. Il est ridicule que. Il est surprenant que. Il est temps que. Il est urgent que. Il est utile que. Il faudrait que. Il faut que. Il importe que. Il se peut que. So as you can see, you've got little bonuses here, because I thought that, well, I could put them in the same video as this il est, okay? So of course they don't follow the same structure because you don't have the verb être, okay? But then they will require anyway this subjunctive after them, okay? So let's see now the translations. Il est utile que. Il faudrait que. Il faut que. Il importe que. Il se peut que. And we can continue a little bit. Il suffit que. Il vaut mieux que. Il y a des chances que. Il y a peu de chances que. And that's it. Okay? So the translations for this last part. Il suffit que. Oops. My O is missing here. Enough. Il vaut mieux que. Il y a des chances que. Il y a peu de chances que. Et voilà. Le subjonctif and especially the structures that will require the subjunctive. So in this video we will see this ça me, and then something is coming que, and it will require le subjonctif. Okay, so ça me que plus subjonctif. So let's see now. Ça m'énerve que. Ça m'ennuie que. Ça m'est égal que, ça m'étonne que. And let's discover the translations. Ça m'énerve que, ça m'ennuie que, ça m'est égal que, ça m'étonne que. Ça me dérange que, ça me plaît que, ça me surprend que. Let's discover the translations. Ça me dérange que, ça me plaît que, ça me surprend que. The verbs that will be constructed with que, les verbes avec que, and the question is, shall we put indicatif or subjonctif after? Okay, so it's the first part. It means that we've got two parts for these verbs. Okay, so let's start right now. Accepter que, and then you will put subjonctif after. And this is the meaning. Admettre que, indicatif. Affirmer que, indicatif. Aimer que, subjonctif. Ajouter que, indicatif. Annoncer que, indicatif. Apprendre que, indicatif. Approuver que, subjonctif. Assurer que, indicatif. Attendre que, subjonctif. Avertir que, indicatif. Avouer que, indicatif. Cacher que, indicatif. Comprendre que, indicatif. Confirmer que, indicatif. Consentir à ce que, subjonctif. Convaincre que, indicatif. Convenir que, indicatif. Craindre que, subjonctif. Croire que, indicatif. Décider que, indicatif. Déclarer que, indicatif. Découvrir que, indicatif. Déduire que, indicatif. Demander que, subjonctif. Déplorer que, subjonctif. Désirer que, subjonctif. Détester, que, subjonctif. Dire, que, indicatif. And that's it for this video. Les verbes avec que, okay, just to know that, well, if they should be followed by l'indicatif or then le subjonctif, okay, so it's the second part and then there will be another one right after, okay, so 3 videos covering the same topic, okay, so the list continues and we start right now. Douter que, subjonctif. Dissimuler que, indicatif. Écrire que, indicatif. Empêcher que, subjonctif. Enseigner que, indicatif. Entendre dire que, indicatif. Entendre que, indicatif. Entendre que, subjonctif. And you can see that, of course, it's the same verb, it's entendre que, but then clearly the meaning is different. So that's when you will know whether you should put indicatif or subjonctif after your verb. So according to the meaning. Okay? Espérer que, indicatif. Estimer que, indicatif. Être habitué à ce que, subjonctif. Éviter que, subjonctif. Exiger que, subjonctif. Expliquer que, indicatif. Garantir que, indicatif. Ignorer que, subjonctif. Imaginer que, indicatif. Indiquer que, indicatif. Informer que, indicatif. Interdire que, subjonctif. Jurer que, indicatif. Lire que, indicatif. Mériter que, subjonctif. Montrer que, indicatif. Nécessiter que, subjonctif. Noter que, indicatif. Observer que, indicatif. Obtenir que, subjonctif. Ordonner que, subjonctif, oublier que, indicatif, verbs that are constructed with que, and then we can see together if they use indicatif or if they are followed by indicatif or then subjunctive. Okay, so it's the third part, so remember that if you want to see the full list, then well, the previous video and the one before are covering the same topic. Okay, so let's start now. S'irriter que, subjonctif. S'opposer à ce que, subjonctif. Savoir que, indicatif. Se douter que, indicatif. Se féliciter que, subjonctif. Se ficher que, subjonctif. Se froisser que, subjonctif. Se méfier que, subjonctif. Se moquer que, subjonctif. Se plaindre que, indicatif. Se rappeler que, subjonctif. Se réjouir que, subjonctif. Se rendre compte que, indicatif. Se soucier que, subjonctif. Se souvenir que, indicatif. Sentir que, indicatif. Signaler que, indicatif. Souhaiter que, subjonctif. Souligner que, indicatif. Soutenir que, indicatif. Supposer que, indicatif. Tenir à ce que, subjonctif. Tolérer que, subjonctif. Trouver que, indicatif. Veiller à ce que, subjonctif. Voir que, indicatif. Vouloir que, subjonctif. And that's it. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 17, leçon D. And in this lesson we'll see together les verbes pronominaux, and we'll actually try to see whether it's possible to see one form or two forms, okay? So une forme ou deux formes. So let's start now. And so when we're talking about les verbes pronominaux, actually we will have several situations. The first one will be that actually this verb will only exist at this form pronominal. So it does mean that it won't exist at this other form non-pronominal. Okay, so we'll see that. The second situation is that, well, the two forms will exist, whether the pronominal and the non-pronominal. And in these cases, well, actually, the meaning won't be that different. And the last situation, you will have the two forms existing, so pronominal and non-pronominal, but then the meanings will be quite different. Okay, so we'll start first with this situation when we've got only one form, la forme pronominale. Okay, so for example, we take this verb, se souvenir de, and it's quite interesting because, well, many students tend to make the mistake in a way when they want to use souvenir, well, they use souvenir without using this se. So actually they would like it to be non-pronominal, and unfortunately for you it doesn't exist. So actually souvenir like that doesn't exist, and if you want to use this verb, you've got to use it with se, so it will be la forme pronominale. Okay? Few examples like s'absenter, s'écrouler, s'effondrer, se moquer, se méfier, s'enfuir, s'en aller. Okay, so in all these cases, actually, these verbs exist only with se before them, so pour la forme pronominale. Okay, so let's see now the meanings. S'absenter, s'écrouler, s'effondrer, se moquer, se méfier, s'enfuir, s'en aller. Okay, so you've got here the translations, and keep in mind that if you want to use them, you will have to use them with se, and then of course it will modify the way that you conjugate them. We've been seeing that previously, so you can check the previous videos about that. Okay? S'abstenir, s'efforcer de, s'envoler, se soucier, se souvenir, and that's it. Okay, so s'abstenir, s'efforcer de, s'envoler, se soucier, se souvenir. Okay, so it will be exactly the same situation. These verbs only exist, or they are only used as verb pronominaux, so with this se before them, and they don't exist without it. Okay, so let's see now the second situation. So deux formes, so they exist with or without se, so pronominal et non pronominal, and then the meaning is not really different. Let's take this example. So the verb attendre, okay, and then the verb s'attendre à. So s'attendre à means to expect, yes, and then attendre is to wait. So clearly you can see that the meaning doesn't change that much. Le sens change peu. And then la préposition peut changer, because you can see here that, of course, we've got the preposition à, okay, and we don't really have it right here. Okay? S'attendre à, an example. Je m'attends à recevoir un appel. So it's actually, and then j'attends le train de 15 heures. Okay, so in that case, well, it will mean to expect, and then in that case, it will mean to wait. Okay, je m'attends à recevoir un appel, so I expect to receive a call, and then j'attends le train de 15 heures. Well, I expect the train that will arrive at 15 heures. Okay, so let's check now. S'attendre à, and then attendre, another one. Je m'attends à une belle surprise. Or then it would be possible also to use attendre like that. J'attends d'avoir une belle surprise. So it would be possible to express almost the same idea without using this form pronominal. Okay? That's it. So now, if you want to use, well, some verbs will have two forms, as I said, so the two forms will exist, but then strangely the meaning will change, and actually these two verbs will look alike, but then the meaning will be really, really different. Well, an example like s'apercevoir and apercevoir here. Okay, so s'apercevoir will mean to notice, and then apercevoir to catch sight of. Okay, so le sens change totalement, so the meaning changes quite much. Okay, and then la préposition peut changer, not in that case, but then, well, preposition might change when you put that whether at the form pronominal or non-pronominal. Okay, so we'll see few verbs now. Agir, s'agir de. Aller, s'en aller. Apercevoir, s'apercevoir de. Attendre, s'attendre à. Douter, se douter de. Ennuyer, s'ennuyer. Entendre, s'entendre avec. Okay, so let's see now the translations. Agir, s'agir de. Okay, so I will respect exactly the same order for the translations. Okay, so it will be agir, it's to act, and then s'agir de, to be about. Okay, so it will be exactly the same for the other verbs. Aller, s'en aller. Apercevoir, s'apercevoir de. Attendre, s'attendre à. Douter, se douter de. Ennuyer, s'ennuyer. Entendre, s'entendre avec. Faire, se faire à. Imaginer, s'imaginer. Mettre, se mettre à. Passer, se passer de. Plaindre, se plaindre de. Plaire, se plaire à. Prendre, s'y prendre. Let's see now the translations. Faire, se faire à. Imaginer, s'imaginer. Mettre, se mettre à. Passer, se passer de. Plaindre, se plaindre de. Plaire, se plaire à. Prendre, s'y prendre. Servir, se servir. Tromper, se tromper. Trouver, se trouver. And that's it. Servir, se servir. Tromper, se tromper. Trouver, se trouver. Okay, so remember that, well, we can have an example here now. S'apercevoir de, and then apercevoir. Je m'aperçois de mon erreur, and then j'aperçois un bateau sur la mer. Okay, so in these two cases, actually, the first one, s'apercevoir, will actually be translated by to notice. Okay, and then here, j'aperçois un bateau sur la mer, to catch sight of. Okay, so as you can see, well, of course, they look the same because you get apercevoir and s'apercevoir, but then the meaning is really, really different. Okay? So keep in mind that it's possible when we're talking about les verbes pronominaux to have only one form, or then to have two forms, okay, pronominal and non-pronominal, and then the meaning will be almost the same, okay? And then it's also possible to have these two forms with totally different meanings when it comes to the form pronominal and non-pronominal. Okay, I hope it was clear. Have a great day. Au revoir et à bientôt. Les verbes pronominaux, and more precisely, les verbes pronominaux réfléchis. Okay, so les verbes pronominaux réfléchis. Okay, so we'll see in the coming videos other type of verbs, les verbes pronominaux. Okay, but this one will focus on les verbes pronominaux réfléchis. And we can start right now. So what are les verbes pronominaux réfléchis? And it's a good question. So let's imagine that we've got the subject. So the subject will be me. And well, the idea of this verbe pronominaux réfléchis is that if I do something, so I will do une action, well, I will do it on myself, okay? And that's the whole concept of these verbes pronominaux
réfléchi. Okay, so I'm doing something and I'm doing something on myself. Okay, so let's see now few examples of verbes pronominaux réfléchis. The first one, se laver. Se lever, se peigner, se parfumer, se raser, se maquiller. Okay, so all these verbs are in these categories a category of les verbes pronominaux réfléchis. So let's see now what they mean, and now it will be probably more clear for you. So se laver is here, se lever, se peigner, se parfumer, se raser, se maquiller. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases, actually, when we're talking about, well, the verbs, well, if I say je me lave, well, clearly I am washing myself. Okay, so that's the whole concept. So the subject is doing an action on itself. Okay, so let's see now another series of verbs. S'amuser, se brosser les dents, se coucher, s'habiller, se déshabiller, se regarder. Okay, so let's see now the meanings, the translations. S'amuser, se brosser les dents, se coucher, s'habiller, se déshabiller, se regarder. Okay, so now that you have an idea of what these verbes pronominaux réfléchis are, let's see how we will conjugate them, and we'll start with the present form. Je me lave, tu te laves, il, elle se lave, nous nous lavons, vous vous lavez, il, elle se lave. Okay, so you can see that, well, actually, laver or se laver in that case is a regular verb. It belongs to the first group. So you've got the normal endings that we have for the present form. Okay, and keep in mind that as it's a verb pronominal, as we say, you will have to add this thing for je. So je me lave. Okay, just to express that you are doing the action on yourself. Je me lave, then tu te laves, il se lave, and then elle se lave. Okay, then nous nous lavons, vous vous lavez, il, elle se lave. Okay, so it's not that difficult. You should just definitely remember that you should put these little things, you know, here, 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 and here. So let's see now for the passé composé form. Je me suis lavé, tu t'es lavé, il, elle s'est lavé, nous nous sommes lavés, vous vous êtes lavés, ils se sont lavés, elles se sont lavées. Okay, so what we can see here is that, well, you've got your subject, then you put me here, and then remember that because we are talking about un verbe pronominal, we should use at the passé composé form être and not avoir. And as we use être, then we should put at the end the feminine if needed. Okay, so that's the reason why it's like that. So, je me suis lavé, and then if it would be the feminine form, then you should add this at the end, but then phonetically it doesn't exist, you don't pronounce it, so it would be exactly the same form phonetically, je me suis lavé. Okay, same thing here, tu t'es lavé, okay, and the feminine here, possible as well. Il s'est lavé, so if you use this il, of course you should keep the masculine form, and then if you get elle, which is the feminine, you should put this at the end. Elle s'est lavé. Okay, here there is a little mistake, sorry, I didn't put as an option, but it could be here as well and here as well, okay, because nous could be a group of women, and in that case you should put the feminine form, of course. Nous nous sommes lavés, so remember, final S is not pronounced. Vous vous êtes lavés, okay, and then ils se sont lavés, elles se sont lavées, so exactly the same thing. You put this as an option, so if you've got il, you don't put it. And if you've got elle, so the feminine plural form, you should put it here. Keep in mind that when we're talking about the pronunciation, whether it's the masculine singular form like that, so it's lavé. If you've got the feminine form, it will be lavé as well. If you've got the plural form, it's lavé. And then if you get the plural and the feminine or feminine plural, it's lavé. So clearly, phonetically, you get only one form, and it's lavé, okay? So it's quite important to remember, if you want to write and if you don't want to make any mistakes, to put the at the end for the feminine form, and then to put the S for the plural form. But if you only want to speak French, then it's actually quite easy, because you've got only one form, okay, and it's lavé. Important thing, it is possible to add what we call complément d'objet direct after the verb, okay? So even if you've got this verb pronominal réfléchi, so you are doing the action to yourself, it is possible to put un complément d'objet direct after the verb, okay? So we'll see how it goes. For instance, if you've got the sentence il se lave, okay, it is possible to use il se lave, and then you want to be more precise, because you want to say what parts of his body he's washing, okay, and in that case you put les mains, hands. Il se lave les mains, okay, so that's possible, okay, you could say il se lave, but then in that case you don't really know, what part of his body is washing, and in that case, if you want to be more precise, il se lave les mains, okay. Elle se lave les mains, so it would be exactly the same way to proceed, okay? But then be careful, because we've got some common and classical mistakes that students tend to make. This is one thing that I've been seeing quite often. Elle se lave ses mains, okay? So in many situations, students tend to put here, so instead of what we saw it was les mains, they want to put the possessive, so they want to put ses mains, okay, which, I mean, it would be logical, I mean, why not, but then unfortunately the French grammar say that no, it's not possible, so keep in mind that if you want to use this structure and put this complément d'objet direct after your verb, you should put the article here, les, okay, and don't use the possessive c'est, okay, so you say elle se lave les mains, and you don't say elle se lave ses mains as we have, or as we had here before, okay, so it will be exactly the same thing here when you say tu te laves tes cheveux. It's actually, well, it would be logical, but then unfortunately that's not the way it goes. You don't say that, you will say, as we saw, tu te laves les, so the article, and then cheveux. Okay, so remember, don't put the possessive here when you get this type of structure. Okay? So same thing, je me lave mes dents. Well, actually it's not possible, but you will say je me lave les dents. Okay, so remember, no possessive.
another thing to remember if you want to put le passé composé. Il s'est lavé, and then il s'est lavé les mains. Okay, so you will keep this structure. It's actually quite simple. Il s'est lavé, and then you put your complément d'objet direct after les mains. Elle s'est lavée. So in that case, if you look carefully, as we saw previously, you should put the feminine form here at the end, okay, because you are using être in that case. But then look, and that's the reason why you should be careful, elle s'est lavée, and then you don't put anything here, okay, so you take away your feminine form, and you've got your complément d'objet direct after, so elle s'est lavé les mains. This is quite tricky. Many persons tend to make the mistake and to put this feminine form here, or it could be the plural as well, but then in that case it's the feminine, so take it away, don't put anything, and keep your structure like that. Elle s'est lavé les mains. So for instance, in that case, you've got elles se sont lavées, so remember that, well, it's logical, we use être, and then we put the feminine form because it's the feminine, and we put the plural form because it's the plural. But remember this strange rule, but still it's a rule, so you need to follow it. It will go like that as well. So elles se sont lavées, and then you drop the feminine, you drop the plural form, you just put your participe passé like that, okay? And you continue your sentence with your complément d'objet direct, les mains. Okay, so elles se sont lavé les mains. As I said, phonetically, if you speak, it's not a problem because laver, you pronounce it like that, and laver, same pronunciation. So we don't hear that. If you pronounce this form instead of this form, it's not a problem because we don't hear it. Okay, if you want to write correctly, keep in mind that you should drop the feminine and the plural in this type of structure when you've got le verbe pronominal réfléchi and le complément d'objet direct after. Les verbes pronominaux, and more precisely, les verbes pronominaux réciproques. Okay, so we saw previously, or in the previous video, les verbes pronominaux réfléchis, and in this video, we'll see les verbes pronominaux réciproques. Okay, so let's start now. And well, the good question that we could ask is, what are les verbes pronominaux réciproques? So let's see. And the first thing that you should keep in mind is that you will need two persons. So la personne numéro un, and then la personne numéro deux. Okay, and the concept is that la personne numéro un will do something that will affect la personne numéro deux, and la personne numéro deux will do something that will affect la personne numéro un. Okay, and this is what we call les verbes pronominaux réciproques. Let's see an example, and one good example will be se parler. Okay, so when you've got the sentence or the subject and here the verbs ils se parlent, okay, in that case it's quite clear. They speak to each other. If you want to translate that directly, this is the concept. So they speak or they talk to each other. And this is exactly the main concept of les verbes pronominaux réciproques. So, la personne numéro 1 parle à la personne numéro 2. La personne numéro 2 parle à la personne numéro 1. So, this cycle, okay, will actually symbolize in a way this concept of les verbes pronominaux réciproques. Okay? So, as we have two persons, la personne numéro 1 et la personne numéro 2, it means that le sujet est au pluriel. Okay, so the subject will need to be at the plural form, of course. Like we have here, ils se parlent. If you look, the subject is il and it's the plural form.
Be careful, because in some cases, well, let's say that it will be difficult in some cases to really understand. So, utilisation et compréhension parfois difficile. So I will give you a good example here. You've got this thing. Il s'admire, okay? S'admirer, it's to admire. So, il s'admire. So, of course, you get the plural form, and then it's verb pronominal. So, probably you could think that it's a verb pronominal réciproque in this example. But actually, it is possible to have, of course, two persons, okay, because we've got the plural. But in this situation, it would be also possible that the first and the second person, they admire only themselves, okay? So it's actually not, as we saw previously, you know, they admire each other, but it could mean in that sense, it could mean that they admire themselves. And in this case, well, this il s'admire would be considered as a verb pronominal réfléchi, okay? But then, of course, the same sentence can mean, as we saw previously, this concept of verb pronominaux réciproques. So, la personne numéro 1 admire la personne numéro 2, and then la personne numéro 2 admire la personne numéro 1. And in that case, of course, the meaning would be verb pronominal réciproque, so they admire each other. Okay, so it is tricky in some cases. Normally, it doesn't come like that. So normally you've got a context, and normally you tend to understand quite fast and quite well if it is verb pronominal réfléchi or verb pronominal réciproque. Okay, so but if it comes just like that without anything before or anything after, well, it can be tricky, because as we saw, it can mean two different things. Okay. Be careful when we make the passé composé form, because of course, as we are using être here, okay, we will have to put at the end, well, whether the feminine or the plural. So when you get ils se sont regardés, so in this case you will have to add this final S at the end because it's the plural. And then if you get the feminine form, elles se sont regardées, then you will get E for the feminine and then S for the plural form. Remember that we don't pronounce them, so you will get phonetically regarder and then here the same form regarder. Okay, so you don't pronounce anything after your E, but still you should write them if you want to write correctly. Okay, so masculin pluriel and then féminin pluriel. Les verbes pronominaux, and we'll continue, and this video will see more precisely, les verbes pronominaux à sens passif. Okay, so the first question is, of course, what are they, or what does it mean? Well, the main concept that you've got to keep in mind is that when we talk about le passif in French, it's actually quite strict in a way. We just want to express the fact that le sujet ne fait pas l'action, so the subject doesn't do the action. Okay, so I know it can be quite tricky. That's the reason why I want to give you an example here. Ce grand classique s'appelle Les Enfants du Paradis. So in that case, we want to talk about a movie, Les Enfants du Paradis, and it's a classical movie, so ce grand classique. So let's have a look at your sentence. Here you can see the verb. Okay, you can see that before the verb you've got this S apostrophe, so it does mean that it is a verb pronominal. Okay, and then here, just before, you've got the subject, ce grand classique. But if you take 1 minute to look at the sentence, ce grand classique s'appelle Les Enfants du Paradis, you can notice that actually the subject, ce grand classique, doesn't do the action, because it's not possible. I mean, the movie cannot call itself. And that's the whole concept of what we call le passif. Okay, and in that case, this verb pronominal, s'appeler, will be used as we saw here, un sens passif. Okay? So, if we take a look again at the sentence, ce grand classique s'appelle Les Enfants du Paradis. Well, it could be possible to write it like that. Ce grand classique est appelé Les Enfants du Paradis. And this is one interesting thing, because now you notice that it is possible to use this verb appeler. So in that case, you don't have this form pronominal, okay? You just have this form non pronominal, so appeler. And it's possible to use it at the passive form. Est appelé is called. Okay, so it would be possible in that case, and the good thing is that, well, in this situation, you notice that s'appeler and then appeler, so you can use this verb pronominal s'appeler instead of using the passive form est appelé. Okay, so it can be quite useful in some cases. So, ce grand classique est appelé Les Enfants du Paradis, so it would be an option, of course, or then it would be possible to use on appelle ce grand classique Les Enfants du Paradis. Okay, and in this situation, you notice quite well that ce grand classique, well, actually is not doing the action. Okay, so s'appeler in that case at the present form can be used instead of a passive form, which is quite useful in a way, and it's quite good to remember that it's an option that you have instead of using le passif in some cases, of course, not all the time. So let's see few verbs that will be possible and will actually work as we saw with the s'appeler. So the first one is s'acheter, okay, and what I will give you the translation, but I will only give you the by translation, so the translation for acheter, just for a good reason. If you look at the sentence, les médicaments s'achètent dans les pharmacies, well, it's exactly the same thing. You want to say that les gens achètent des médicaments, les médicaments, sorry, dans les pharmacies. And so the interesting thing is to know the meaning of acheter, okay, because this is what we will have to use. So, les gens achètent les médicaments dans les pharmacies. Les médicaments s'achètent dans les pharmacies. So, s'acheter, s'appeler, s'apprendre, se comprendre, se concevoir, se construire. And let's see now the translations. S'acheter, s'appeler, s'apprendre, se comprendre, se concevoir, se construire. Okay, so all these verbs can be used as well, as we saw, as verbes pronominaux à sens passif. The list continues. Se corriger, se couper, se dire, se diviser, s'employer, s'entendre. Se corriger, se couper, se dire, se diviser, s'employer, s'entendre. S'exprimer, se faire, se former, se lire, se nommer, s'obtenir. S'exprimer, se faire, se former, se lire, se nommer, s'obtenir. Se parler, se perdre, se porter, se pratiquer, se réaliser, se remarquer. Se parler, se perdre, se porter,
se pratiquer, se réaliser, se remarquer. Se remplacer, se vendre, se voir, and that's it. Se remplacer, se vendre, se voir. Okay, so remember that all the verbs that we've been or have been presenting in this video, they can work as verbes pronominaux à sens passif. Se faire plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so we can start right now. And I thought it might be useful to take a simple and short example. So this is the little sentence that we've got. Il se fait coiffer. Okay, so il se fait coiffer. And the thing is that, of course, we can spot here the verb se faire. Okay, so verb pronominal. And this is the infinitive, se faire. And the second verb that we have here is coiffer. And in English, it means to do somebody's hair. And if you take the time to look at the sentence, then it doesn't really make any sense, when you've got il se fait coiffer, because it would be strange that, well, il would do the action, okay? And the clue is that se faire est une façon d'exprimer le passif. So we can use se faire as a way to express the passive form, and in that case it makes more sense because you just realize that il in that case doesn't do the action at all. So you could change it and you could put it like that: il est coiffé par, okay, or then quelqu'un le coiffe. So it's actually quite interesting because it's a common way of expressing the passive form, okay, and it's quite well, people use it quite often in French, okay, so it's quite useful to know it, okay. So il se fait coiffer actually will mean il est coiffé par, and then you can put the name of the person who is doing his hair, or then quelqu'un le coiffe, okay. So let's see now how it would work if you want to, well, translate, to conjugate that, sorry. Je me fais inviter, tu te fais arrêter, il, elle se fait accompagner, nous nous faisons insulter, vous vous faites escorter, ils se font appeler. Okay, so it would be the way to conjugate that. Okay, so me fait, te fait, se fait, nous faisons, vous faites, se font. Okay, and then after that, of course, you put the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, and then basically, this is the meaning. Je me fais inviter, so to be invited. Tu te fais arrêter. Elle se fait accompagner. Nous nous faisons insulter. Vous vous faites escorter. Ils se font appeler. Okay, so it's quite useful and it's not that difficult to construct. You just need to remember how to conjugate se faire at the present form in that case, and then you put the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, be careful if you want to use se faire and then this structure at the passé composé form, then we'll see how it goes. So first we'll start with les formes au masculin. Okay, so what's masculine forms? Je me suis fait inviter. Tu t'es fait inviter. Il s'est fait inviter. Nous nous sommes fait inviter. Vous vous êtes fait inviter. Ils se sont fait inviter. And if you take the time to look at it, probably you can find something a bit strange, because remember that normally when you use être with these structures, you normally have to put something at the end of your participe passé. So if it's like here, the plural form, normally we should have s here, and here, and also here. But that's the rule. When we will use this structure, you don't put any plural form at the end. Okay, nous nous sommes fait inviter, so it will be like that without s. Okay, so clearly you don't pronounce it when you speak, but then so you don't really hear the difference. But if you're right and if you want to write correctly, remember not to put any s at the end, even if it's the plural form. Okay, so it will be more clear when we will see now les formes au féminin, so for the feminine forms. So je me suis fait inviter, tu t'es fait inviter, elle s'est fait inviter, nous nous sommes fait inviter, vous vous êtes fait inviter, elles se sont fait inviter. And in that case, you can see quite clearly that, well, first here, as we decide that all these forms should be for the feminine, it would mean that normally we should put this at the end. But then in this case, we don't put any final okay? And then exactly the same rule, we won't put any final s for the plural form. Okay, so that's the rule. Remember that even if we use être, we don't put for the participe passé form, we don't put any mark for the feminine and the plural form. Se laisser plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so se laisser plus verbe à l'infinitif. And actually I wanted to take a little and simple sentence here. Il se laisse coiffer. Okay, so il se laisse coiffer. And well, of course you can spot se laisse here, and this is se laisser, so it's the infinitive, and the second verb that we've got in this sentence is coiffer, and in English it's to do somebody's hair. Okay, so you've got this sentence, il se laisse coiffer, and it looks really strange because you've got the subject here, and then you've got the verb, and then coiffer, and then it means to do somebody's hair. And the clue here is that you can use se laisser actually as une façon d'exprimer le passif. So you can use se laisser as a way to express this passive form that we've got in French. And if you take this sentence, well, clearly you could have it like that. Il accepte d'être coiffé par. And then it's quite clear now because it means that il, with this structure, se laisse, okay, doesn't do the action at all. Okay, so this is the concept of the passive. Remember, the subject doesn't do the action. Okay, so il se laisse coiffer. Okay, and the important thing here is this accepter. Okay, il accepte d'être coiffé. Why? Because se laisser, well, actually, if you want to translate that directly, you can translate it like to let yourself be, or then to let yourself become, or then to let yourself get. This let thing is quite important because we've got also this expression that we saw previously in the previous video, se faire, and then verb at the infinitive form, okay? And it's actually the same concept. You can express this passive form with se faire, okay? But in this case, when you use se faire, you want to give the idea that le sujet est partiellement responsable. So the subject has something to say in a way about what is happening. But when you use this structure se laisser and then the verb at the infinitive form, well, the difference between the two is that in this case, le sujet n'est pas responsable ou résigné. So the subject let the things happen, actually. So the subject is not responsible, or then he is resigned. Okay, so this is the main difference between the two. Okay, even if in both cases they are expressing this passive form, okay, there is this main difference between the two. Se faire, the person is partially responsible, or is, well, the person has something to say about what's happening. Je me laisse inviter, tu te laisses arrêter, elle se laisse accompagner, nous nous laissons insulter, vous vous laissez escorter, il se laisse photographier. Je me laisse inviter, so you get the translation of the verb. Tu te laisses arrêter. elle se laisse accompagner, nous nous laissons insulter, vous vous laissez escorter, il se laisse photographier. So it's actually quite simple if you look at it. You've got the verb se laisser. Okay, it's a regular verb, so for the endings it's not really tricky, especially at the present form here. Okay, so je and then me laisse, and after that you just put the verb at the infinitive. Okay, but of course we've got some tricky things, and when we talk about le passé composé, it will be a bit more difficult. Let's see how it goes. So we'll start with les formes au masculin. Okay, so the masculine. Je me suis laissé inviter. Tu t'es laissé inviter. Il s'est laissé inviter. Nous nous sommes laissés inviter. Vous vous êtes laissé inviter. Ils se sont laissés photographier. Oops, there's a different verb here. Well, it doesn't change anything anyway. So, je me suis laissé inviter, tu t'es laissé inviter, il s'est laissé inviter, nous nous sommes laissés inviter, vous vous êtes laissé inviter, ils se sont laissés photographier. And the important thing, if you have a look at it, is that you don't have any S at the end of your participe passé form here. Because normally, when we've got a structure like that, and normally when we use être, the participe passé form that comes after should have at the end whether the mark of the feminine with but it's not the cases because we started with the masculine form, or the mark of the plural s at the end. We don't pronounce it, but we should put it. And it's an exception here because with this type of structure, you don't put anything at the end of your participe passé. Okay, so it's quite a good news because it means that it will be always laissé like that. Even if you don't pronounce it, well, you know, in some cases, when you need to put it, well, you need to put it. In that case, you don't need to put it, so it's a good news. And for the feminine form, je me le suis laissé inviter, tu t'es laissé inviter, elle s'est laissée inviter, nous nous sommes laissés inviter, vous vous êtes laissé inviter, elles se sont laissées photographier, so it's coming back this strange one, but then it's exactly the same thing, so keep in mind that for your participe passé form here, so normally, you know, if we would respect the grammatical rules, we should, because we have être, we should put at the end of the participe passé here the mark of the feminine, and then here we should put s at the end, so mark of the feminine, and then mark of the plural, s. But with this structure, you don't need to put the feminine or the plural, so it's a good news. It goes like je me suis laissé inviter, like that. Whether it's the masculine or the feminine, you don't make any difference. Se voir plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so we can start right now. And so the sentence that we will start with is il se voit invité à une réception. Okay, and of course, the thing that will interest us is se voir, and of course, it is the infinitive se voir. But then if you look at the sentence, so se voir would be to see oneself, okay? And it doesn't really make a sense if you look at the sentence like that. Il se voit invité à une réception. And the key is that you get to know that you can use se voir as a way to express the passive form. So, une façon d'exprimer le passif. Okay? And it's quite interesting because if you think about the passive form, then it means that the subject doesn't do the action. So actually in this case, il doesn't do the action, so invite, but it's the passive, so he is invited. Okay? So you could actually have the sentence like that. Quelqu'un l'invite à une réception. Somebody is inviting him at a reception. Or then, if you want to directly translate the sentence, it would go like that. He sees himself invited to a reception, but then clearly you would translate it like that. He is invited to a reception. So it's a way to avoid the passive. If you don't want to say il est invité, he is invited, you can use il se voit invité à une réception. Okay? So let's see how we can conjugate that at the present. Je me vois invité, tu te vois invité, elle se voit invitée, nous nous voyons invités, vous vous voyez invité, il se voit invité. Okay? So, translation would be like that. Je me vois invité, tu te vois invité, elle se voit invitée, nous nous voyons invités, vous vous voyez invité, il se voit invité. Okay, so it's not that difficult. Of course, you need to remember how to conjugate this voir verb at the present form in that case, because it's not a regular verb, so it's voir, voit, voyons, voyez, and then voir. Okay, and of course, as we are using this form pronominal here, se, so you should put me. Je me vois, tu te vois, elle se voit, nous nous voyons, vous vous voyez, il se voit. Okay, and after that you just put your infinitive verb. Okay, of course, when we're talking about these structures, then they can be tricky at the passé composé form, and it is the case. So we'll start with the masculine. Je me suis vu invité. Tu t'es vu invité. Il s'est vu invité. Nous nous sommes vus invités. Vous vous êtes vus invités. Ils se sont vus invités. And it's actually quite strange, because if you take the time to look at the forms, and especially the plural forms here, normally when we've got this type of structure, so we've got here se voir at the passé composé form, normally you should put s at the end, here, here, and here. But that's the rule with this structure here. So when you use se voir followed by un verbe à l'infinitif and you want to express this thing, then you don't put this final s at the end. Okay? And then for the feminine form, it will go like that. Je me suis vu invité, tu t'es vu invité, elle s'est vue invitée, nous nous sommes vus invités, vous vous êtes vus invités, elles se sont vues invitées. And it's exactly the same thing as we had previously. So for the plural form, you don't put this final s, okay? But then we've got also, because it's the feminine, we don't put this final here that you should put normally in a normal situation. Okay, so pas de e, pas de s à la fin. The verb s'entendre followed by un verbe à l'infinitif. S'entendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Oh my god, I was so fast. So I want to start. Let's start with this structure. Il s'entend appeler par son prénom. Okay, so let's take the time to have a look at this first part here, s'entend, and then of course it's s'entendre, so this is the infinitive form. So s'entendre, if you would like to translate it directly, it's to hear oneself, okay, or to listen to oneself, but then to hear oneself, and then actually it doesn't really make any sense if you start to directly translate this sentence with this concept, hear oneself. It's quite strange, and the reason why is that you will use s'entendre as a way to express the passive form, une façon d'exprimer le passif. Okay, and in that case, well, you understand that if it is the passive form, then it means that the subject doesn't do the action. So in that case, il won't call. I mean, he's not calling. Okay, but then if you want to get the meaning of the sentence, you could use this quelqu'un, somebody, someone is calling him by his first name, okay? Quelqu'un l'appelle par son prénom, okay? And this is the structure that you could use. So you could use s'entendre here, okay, and then after that you put the verb at the infinitive form. Il s'entend appeler par son prénom. Okay, so let's see now how you will conjugate that at the present form. Je m'entends appeler, tu t'entends appeler, elle s'entend appeler, nous nous entendons appeler, vous vous entendez appeler, ils s'entendent appeler. Okay, and remember it's a way to express the passive form. Okay, so it's actually quite simple. You only need to remember the conjugation of entendre at the present form. Entend, entend, entend. Entendons, entendez, entendre. And then as it's un verbe pronominal, okay, you will have to add this m for je m'entends, t for tu t'entends, s, elle s'entend, nous nous entendons, vous vous entendez, and then il, elle s'entendent, okay? And then it's followed by the verb at the infinitive. So it's actually quite simple to make, okay? Keep in mind that, as usual in French, we've got some tricky forms, and we're talking in that case about le passé composé. So we'll start with the masculine, okay? So je me suis entendu appeler, tu t'es entendu appeler, il s'est entendu appeler, nous nous sommes entendus appeler, vous vous êtes entendu appeler, ils se sont entendus appeler. And the main thing that you've got to keep in mind is that you won't put this S at the end of your participe passé if you need to, okay? Because normally, when we get this type of structures, normally we get être and then the participe passé, we put S when we get the plural form. In these cases, when you use s'entendre and then a verb at the infinitive, you don't put this S at the end of your participe passé. If you've got a feminine form, then je me suis entendu appeler, tu t'es entendu appeler, elle s'est entendue appeler, nous nous sommes entendus appeler, vous vous êtes entendus appeler, elles se sont entendues appeler. And it will be exactly the same situation, so keep in mind that as it's the feminine, we'll have also this at the end of our participe passé, but then we don't put that. So that's the rule. Don't put the feminine, okay, at the end of your participe passé here, and don't put the plural either here, okay? So these are the only tricky things that you should keep in mind. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. Apprenez le français avec Vincent. And this is Unité 17, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll see together le passé simple. So this video will be divided in two parts. The first one will be covering l'utilisation, so when do we use le passé simple, and the second one will cover la formation, so how do we construct this passé simple tense. So we can start right now with l'utilisation, okay? And well, the main thing when we think about le passé simple, well, the first thing it's a tense from the past, and then utilisé à l'écrit. So in most of the cases you will see or you will encounter this passé simple form at a written form, okay? So dans la littérature, dans les récits historiques, dans les contes, dans les journaux. Okay, so in most of the cases we will see these passé simple forms in literature, dans la littérature, historical stories, les récits historiques, fairy tales, les contes, and then newspapers, les journaux. Okay, and then keep in mind that it is quite rare à l'oral, assez rare à l'oral. So, dans le passé, in the past, of course, and you will express with le passé simple une action, un fait, un événement. Okay, so it will be used in the past to express une action, an action, un fait, a fact, and then un événement, an event. Keep in mind that
you don't have any connection with the time when you say or when you tell this thing at the past. Okay, so pas de connexion avec le moment de l'énonciation. And the last thing is that normally the person who will express this passé simple form will be somehow exterior to the story. So la personne est extérieure au récit. Okay, so keep that in mind if you want to express in the past une action, un fait, or then un événement. Okay, don't have any connection with the time when the person is telling this past form. Okay, and then the person who is actually telling this past form is somehow exterior to the story. Okay, so this is now how we will construct la formation du passé simple. And you will see that it's a bit tricky, so I've been making some groups and then subgroups, but then here are the groups. So the first one is, well, the first group of regular verbs in French, you know, ending with er, okay? And for this group, well, the endings will be for je, ai, and then for tu, as, il, elle, a, nous, a accent circonflexe, mes, vous, a accent circonflexe, tes, il, elle, at the plural form, accent grave, rent. Okay, so you've got here your endings for the first group of verbs, so the regular verbs, ai, as, a accent circonflexe, mes, a accent circonflexe, tes, accent grave, rent. Okay? And let's see now the endings for the group of the second, the verbs of the second group and the regular verbs in IR. Okay, so you will have for je, is, and then for tu, is, for il, elle, it, for nous, I accent circonflexe, mes, vous, I accent circonflexe, tes, and then il, elle, at the plural form, irent. Okay, so you get these. There are the endings for the regular verbs from the second group, ir. Okay, so is, it, imes, its, irent. Okay, don't forget the circumflex here and here. So let's continue now, and we'll discover now, so it's a bit more tricky. So we're not talking about groups and subgroups, but we'll talk about the verbs that will have their participe passé, so past participles, in I en I. Okay, so remember, we're not talking about all the verbs in IR, for instance. And then je, so it will end with is. Tu, it will end with is. Il, elle, it will end with it. Nous, I accent circonflexe mes. Vous, I accent circonflexe tes. Il, elle, irent. So of course you can tell me that, well, these endings are exactly the same as we saw previously. And yes, of course, because, well, all the regular verbs from the second group in IR do have their participe passé in I, like that, okay? But in this case, we're mostly talking about, and we'll see a few examples, about the verbs from the second group that do have their participe passé in I. Okay, so let's continue now with these groups. So we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but then of course, as usual, I'm honest with you, and we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, okay? And the endings will go like je, us, tu, us, il, elle, ut, okay? Nous, U accent circonflexe mes, vous, U accent circonflexe tes, il, elle, U-R-E-N-T. Okay, so keep in mind these endings, so US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. And we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but remember, not all the verbs. Let's see now another category, OERE. And then, as usual, remember, we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them. And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, and then il, elle, UT, okay. Nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay, so remember, verbs ending with OERE, but not all the verbs, US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. Okay, then we'll continue with the verbs that do have their participe passé en U. Okay, remember, not all the verbs, of course, but most of them. And the endings will be je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay? And then verbs like tenir and venir, they are a bit tricky, so be careful. We're talking about these two verbs, but then of course all the composed verbs based on tenir and venir. Okay? So let's see now. And then je, INS, tu, INS, il, elle, INT, nous, INMES, vous, INTES, il, elle, INRENT. Okay? So, we'll now see a few examples, quelques exemples. And now I will focus on the pronunciation. Okay, so let's start with the first group. So, les verbes en ER, and then the example is parler. Okay? Je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. Okay, so one more time. Je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. And now the second group of verbs ending with ER, so the regular one, and I've been choosing this finir, to finish, or to end. Example. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. Okay, so one more time. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. And now let's see all the verbs that will have their participe passé en I. Remember, it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this suivre verb, to follow. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit, nous suivîmes, vous suivîtes, ils suivirent, elles suivirent. Okay, so one more time. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit, nous suivîmes, vous suivîtes, ils suivirent, elles suivirent. And now let's see a few verbs. So like attendre, so it's to wait, dire, to say, entendre, to hear, faire, to do, mettre, to put, sorry, and then voir, to see. J'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, Elvire. Okay, so j'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. Alright, so let's continue now with this group. Remember, verbs ending with OER, but we said that it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this recevoir example, to receive, recevoir, and it goes like that. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. Okay, so one more time. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. And now the verbs ending with OER, and remember I said that we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, and for this example I've been taking boire. Boire is to drink. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. Okay, so one more time. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. And now the verbs that will have their participe passé en U. So I've been choosing this lire verb, so lire is to read. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. Okay, so one more time. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. And now, venir is to come, so remember they were a bit tricky. So we're talking about venir and all the verbs that will be formed with venir. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes. Remember, it's quite tricky to pronounce that. Vîmes. Vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. Okay, so one more time. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes, vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. And then, as I said, tenir, so exactly the same thing as we had for venir, so we're talking about tenir and all the verbs that will be composed based on tenir, okay? So, je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, same thing, same tricky phonetical thing here. Nous tîmes, okay? Vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. One more time. Je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. And this is it for le passé simple. So I will do few videos right after this one, and we'll see, well, of course, être and avoir, and few other important verbs at the passé simple form. Okay? I hope it was useful. Have a great day. Au revoir et à bientôt. Le passé simple, and more precisely, le passé simple du verbe être. Okay, so let's see now. Être, au passé simple, je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. Okay, so one more time, encore une fois. Je fus, okay, keep in mind that final S is not pronounced. Tu fus, exactly the same thing, final S not pronounced. Il fut, final T not pronounced. Elle fut. Okay, so basically you've got only one phonetical form here, and it's fut, 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 the same. Okay, then, nous fûmes, final S not pronounced, vous fûtes, same thing, ils furent, elles furent. Keep in mind that ENT, you know, the ending for the plural form is never pronounced, so furent. Okay, ils furent, elles furent. D'accord? Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. And that's it. You've got the passé simple forms of the verb être, and être is to be. Passé simple, and in this one we will cover the verb avoir, so to have. Okay, so let's start now. Avoir au passé simple. J'eus, tu eus, il eut, elle eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so as you can see, phonetically it's quite a challenge because you've got to keep in mind that for each forms you will pronounce this combination of vowels u. You don't pronounce it like normally we would pronounce it okay, but we will pronounce it u all the time. Okay, so j'eus, final S not pronounced, tu eus, final S not pronounced, il eut, final T not pronounced, elle eut. Then nous eûmes, so you can make this little link between the two. Final S not pronounced. Vous eûtes, same thing here, and then the link, vous eûtes. Ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, remember that when we've got this ENT ending at the end of the plural form, so third person of the plural, you don't pronounce it, so you get eurent. Okay, and then with the link, the liaison, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so one more time. J'eus, tu eus, il eut, elle eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. And that's it. You get all the forms of the passé simple for the verb avoir. Le passé simple, and in this case we'll see the passé simple du verbe faire, so the verb to do. Okay, so let's start now. And so we've got faire, and it means to do, as I said, and this is the passé simple form. So let's start now. Je fis, tu fis, il fit, elle fit, nous fîmes, vous fîtes, ils firent, elles firent. Okay, so one more time. Je fis, final S not pronounced, tu fis, same thing. Il fit, elle fit, final T not pronounced. Nous fîmes, same thing here, you don't pronounce the S. Vous fîtes, don't pronounce S. Ils firent, elles firent. Remember, ending ENT for the plural, you don't pronounce it. Firent. Ils firent, elles firent. Okay? Je fis, tu fis, il fit, elle fit, nous fîmes, vous fîtes, ils firent, elles firent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for le passé simple of the verb faire, to do. Le passé simple, and in this case we'll see le verbe aller, and more precisely, la forme du passé simple. And we can start right now. So let's see le verbe aller au passé simple. J'allais, tu allas, il alla, elle alla, nous allâmes, vous allâtes, ils allèrent, elles allèrent. Okay, so let's see that one more time. J'allais, tu allas, remember final S is not pronounced, il alla, elle alla. Okay, so you get the two forms here. You are pronouncing them the same way. You put this S for tu, but you don't pronounce it, okay? Then, nous allâmes. Okay, so remember that you should make this little link between the two. Nous allâmes, okay? Vous allâtes, same thing, la liaison. So final S here and final S here is not pronounced. Ils allèrent, liaison, elles allèrent. And then this ENT at the end, you know, the mark for the plural, well, clearly you don't pronounce it, so you get allèrent. Okay, so ils allèrent, elles allèrent. So let's see one more time. J'allais, tu allas, il alla, elle alla, nous allâmes, vous allâtes, ils allèrent, elles allèrent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for le passé simple du verbe. The verb vivre, vivre is to live, and we'll see especially le passé simple, so the forms from the passé simple du verbe vivre. Okay, so we can start right now. So we've got the verb vivre, to live, and then les formes du passé simple. Je vécus, tu vécus, il vécut, elle vécut, nous vécûmes, vous vécûtes, ils vécurent, elles vécurent. Okay, so one more time. Je vécus, final S not pronounced. Tu vécus, same thing. Il vécut, elle vécut, final T not pronounced. So basically you've got only one form here, and it's vécu for all these three persons. Nous vécûmes, final S not pronounced. Vous vécûtes, same thing here. Ils vécurent, so remember, mark for the plural, and T is not pronounced phonetically, you don't get it, so vécurent, okay? Ils vécurent, and then elles vécurent. Okay, so one more time. Je vécus, tu vécus, il vécut, elle vécut, nous vécûmes, vous vécûtes, ils vécurent, elles vécurent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for the verb, le verbe vivre au passé simple, le passé antérieur. Okay, so we can start right now. And normally when I introduce tenses in videos, I divide the video in two parts. The first part will cover l'utilisation, so when do we use, le passé antérieur, and the second part will cover la formation, how do we construct, how do we make this passé antérieur. Okay, so let's see first now l'utilisation. And well, the important thing when we talk about le passé antérieur is that we will use that pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés. And then they should be exprimés au passé simple. So clearly, what does it mean? It means that this passé antérieur form is the past in the past. Okay, so when you want to express something that happened before another event that happened in the past, then in that case you should use le passé antérieur, but keep in mind that it works in connection to le passé simple. So it means that if you want to use that orally, if you want to use this past in the past concept, normally we've got, well, the tense that I've been introducing previously, and that's what we call le plus que parfait. Okay, but then in some cases, if you want to use le passé simple, and if you want to use something that happened before, then you should definitely use le passé antérieur. Okay, so keep in mind that l'utilisation est rare, so you will use it quite rarely, maybe never, okay, but you will probably encounter a few passés antérieurs. L'utilisation est à l'écrit, so it's mostly written, and then l'utilisation est dans le langage soutenu, so we are talking about formal French in that case. We're not really talking about the French that you will use orally with friends or family, okay, because in that case you will use other tenses of the past. So let's imagine that this is now, so this is the present, c'est le présent, okay, and let's say that you want to express something that happened in the past and you want to use le passé simple. Okay, so it's possible, of course. If you don't know how to make the passé simple, well, I've been making little videos on that, so you can check it if you want. Okay, so first idea, you want to express something in the past at le passé simple. So keep in mind that the rule is quite strict, because if you want to express something that previously happened, in that case you've got to use le passé antérieur. Okay, so first le présent, then first thing in the past you want to use le passé simple. Keep in mind that this is le passé antérieur. That should be used if you want to express something that happened even before. Okay, so this is the past in the past. This is the concept. An example here. So, dès qu'il eut bu son café, il partit au travail. So you can see here that you've got the verb boire, and it's at the passé antérieur form. So, first he decides to drink his coffee, then he decides to leave and to go to work. Okay, so in that case you get this passé simple here. So that's the whole concept. First you've got this passé antérieur, then you get the passé simple. Everything happens in the past, okay, but then you wanted to use first, in that case, le passé simple, and then you get no choice, but you get to use le passé antérieur for this past in the past concept. So now let's see how do we construct le passé antérieur. And I've been deciding to put few examples, okay, so the first sentence will be always at le passé simple, and the second sentence will be at le passé antérieur. So le passé simple, je mangeais au restaurant, okay, so the verb is manger, to eat, and then you will get j'eus mangé au restaurant. Second one, tu regardas la télévision, regarder is to watch, tu eus regardé la télévision. And then we've got il alla au travail, il fut allé au travail. And if you take the time to look at these forms, you can spot and you can see that we've got two parts. So it means that it is a compound tense, okay? And then, as usual in French, when we're talking about compound tenses, then the second part here is always the same. It's le participe passé, so this past participle. Okay, so manger will become manger, regarder, regarder, aller will become aller. Okay, and the first part here, as usual in French, we will use whether avoir or être. And in this case, when we're talking about le passé antérieur, then avoir should be, or être should be at the passé simple form. Okay, so this is the concept and this is the way we will construct this passé antérieur form. First you get avoir, and it must be conjugated at the passé simple. Then you will put your participe passé, this past participle, and you will get le passé antérieur. Okay? In some cases, remember, we will use être. Same thing here, you get to conjugate être at the passé simple form. Then you will put le participe passé, and it will give you le passé antérieur. Let's see now the verbs that will require the use of être. And we're talking about aller, to go, arriver, to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, to be born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, to come back, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. So all these verbs will be conjugated at le passé antérieur, or then more generally at all the compound tenses in French with être. And then we've got the verbs like se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. Okay, so to watch, to look at oneself, to call oneself, to present oneself. So these verbs are called les verbes pronominaux. And all les verbes pronominaux will as well require être at le passé antérieur, or more generally at all the compound tenses in French. So let's see now how avoir is conjugated at le passé simple, because that's the first part that we will use in this passé antérieur form. And it's j'eus, tu eus, il, elle, on eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so j'eus, tu eus, il eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent. Then être goes like that. Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut,
on fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. Okay? Je fus, tu fus, il fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, elles furent. Okay? So this is the first part. Remember that you get to use when you construct this passé antérieur. Then the second part is what we call le participe passé. And keep in mind that when we're talking about the verbs from the first group, regular verbs ending with er, then they will be quite easy because you just need to take away this er form and you put accent aigu instead. Phonetically it's quite easy because it's exactly the same thing. Parler will become parler. Regarder will become regarder. And even this tricky verb aller, to go, remember you don't conjugate that like the verbs from the first group, but even this one, when it comes to this participe passé form, then it's quite easy because it goes like aller. Okay? Parler, parler, regarder, regarder, aller, aller. Alright, so the second group of regular verbs, so ending with er, remember we're not talking about all the verbs ending with er, but they will be quite easy as well because you just take away this er thing and you just replace it with I. Okay, so choisir will become choisi, finir will become fini, unir will become uni, okay, etc., etc. After that, of course, we've got the tricky ones, so verbs from the third group, so we can make some subgroups, but then be careful, you should definitely learn them by heart, but if it helps, so les participes passés qui finissent avec U, that will end with U, for example, connaître will become connu, voir will become vu, okay, and then in I as well, so partir will become parti, rire will become ri, okay, and then in IT, écrire will become écrit, dire will become dit, and then in IS, mettre will become mis, and prendre will become pris. Okay, so connaître, to know, connu, voir, to see, vu, partir, to leave, parti, rire, to laugh, ri, écrire, to write, écrit, dire, to say, dit, mettre, to put, mis, prendre, to take, pris. Okay? Few examples now, or I will conjugate the verb parler at the passé antérieur form, and you will get j'eus parlé, tu eus parlé, il eut parlé, elle eut parlé, on eut parlé, nous eûmes parlé, vous eûtes parlé, ils eurent parlé, elles eurent parlé. Okay, so you can see that we've got our participe passé that will end with a. Okay, for a good reason, because remember that when we use être, then something will happen like for all the compound tenses in French. When we put être, then it means that at the end of your participe passé here, you will have to put whether the feminine or the plural form if needed. Of course, in that case you get elle, so it's the feminine singular, so you should add this e at the end for the feminine singular. And then in that case you get the plural, masculine plural, then you should put s for the masculine plural, and here you've got the feminine plural, and you should add this e and s for the feminine plural. Okay, keep in mind that well, it's actually quite easy because phonetically they are the same, all right, but then you should add this final e for the feminine, final s for the plural, and final es for the feminine plural, and it goes like that: il fut allé, elle fut allée, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. Okay, so let's see now all the forms. Je fus allé, tu fus allé, il fut allé, elle fut allée, nous fûmes allés, vous fûtes allés, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. So I will make now the liaison because I know that some of you want me to make the liaison all the time. Je fus allé, tu fus allé, il fut allé, elle fut allée, nous fûmes allés, vous fûtes allés, ils furent allés,
elles furent allées. Okay, so remember that you put when needed for the feminine form, you put s when needed for the plural form, and then s for the feminine plural form. Okay, so keep in mind that le passé antérieur, one more time, you get avoir conjugated at the passé simple. Then you will have your participe passé form and you will get this passé antérieur form. In some cases, as we saw, we'll use être, same thing at the passé simple. Then your participe passé and it will give you le passé antérieur. Les verbes en IR du troisième groupe. So keep in mind that in French we've got three groups of verbs and then the third one, the troisième groupe, is quite irregular, and especially we can find some verbs ending with ER, okay, that don't belong to the second group of regular verbs, but they belong to this third group. So we will see them, okay, because someone wanted me to list them. So of course, it's always a pleasure to please you. So let's see now how they go, and keep in mind that all the verbs en ER don't belong to the second group, because many people tend to think that all the ER verbs will be regular and they belong to the second group, and it's not the case, unfortunately, so we will see them right now. Tenir, s'abstenir, appartenir, contenir, détenir, entretenir, maintenir, obtenir, retenir, soutenir. Okay, so one more time. Tenir, s'abstenir, appartenir, contenir, détenir, entretenir, maintenir, obtenir, retenir, soutenir. Venir, advenir, circonvenir, contrevenir, convenir, devenir, disconvenir, intervenir, parvenir, prévenir. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Venir, advenir, circonvenir, contrevenir, convenir, devenir, disconvenir, intervenir, parvenir, prévenir. Provenir, redevenir, revenir, se souvenir, subvenir, survenir, acquérir, conquérir, s'enquérir, reconquérir. Okay, so one more time. Provenir, redevenir, revenir, se souvenir, subvenir, survenir, acquérir, conquérir, s'enquérir, reconquérir. Requérir, sentir, consentir, pressentir, ressentir,
mentir, démentir, partir, repartir, se repentir. And one more time. Requérir, sentir, consentir, pressentir, ressentir, mentir, démentir, partir, repartir, se repentir. Sortir, ressortir, vêtir, dévêtir, revêtir, ouvrir, couvrir, découvrir, redécouvrir, recouvrir. So one more time. Sortir, ressortir, vêtir, dévêtir, revêtir, ouvrir, couvrir, découvrir, redécouvrir, recouvrir. Entrouvrir, rouvrir, offrir, souffrir, cueillir, accueillir, recueillir, assaillir, défaillir, faillir. Entrouvrir, rouvrir, offrir, souffrir, cueillir, accueillir, recueillir, assaillir, défaillir, faillir. Bouillir, dormir, endormir, s'endormir, rendormir, se rendormir, courir, accourir, concourir, discourir. So one more time. Bouillir, dormir, endormir, s'endormir, rendormir, se rendormir, courir, accourir, concourir, discourir. Encourir, parcourir, recourir, secourir, mourir, servir, desservir, resservir, fuir, s'enfuir. So one more time. Encourir, parcourir, recourir, secourir, mourir, servir, desservir, resservir, fuir, s'enfuir. Les verbes en war, so from the third group of course, so les verbes en O
I-R en voir. Okay, so let's start now. Recevoir, apercevoir, concevoir, décevoir, percevoir, voir, entrevoir, prévoir, revoir, pourvoir. Okay, so one more time. Recevoir, apercevoir, concevoir, décevoir, percevoir, voir, entrevoir, prévoir, revoir, pourvoir. Savoir, devoir, pouvoir, mouvoir, émouvoir, promouvoir, pleuvoir, repleuvoir, falloir, valoir. Okay, so let's repeat them. Savoir, devoir, pouvoir, mouvoir, émouvoir, promouvoir, sorry it doesn't look so nice, but then promouvoir, pleuvoir, repleuvoir, falloir, valoir. Équivaloir, prévaloir, revaloir, vouloir, asseoir, rasseoir, soir, sursoir, choir, déchoir. So let's repeat them. Équivaloir, prévaloir, revaloir, vouloir, asseoir, rasseoir, soir, sursoir, choir, déchoir. La négation avec les verbes pronominaux. Okay, so we can start right now. And when we talk about la négation in French, normally we are talking about two different parts. The first one is ne, and the second one is pas. Okay, and then in that video, we will focus on les verbes pronominaux. So we are talking about the verbs that will have this se in front of them at the infinitive form. Okay, so for instance, regarder, to watch, to look, and when you put this se form, well, basically, se regarder, it's to look at oneself. Okay, so it's actually quite interesting. And when we will put these verbs at the negative form, well, they can be a bit tricky. So that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to make a video regarding these verbs. So let's see, and we will see first le présent, then le futur proche, then le futur simple, and then le passé composé for this first part. Okay? So at the present form, regarder will actually be like je regarde, okay? And then if you put the negative form, it's actually quite simple. Je ne, so remember the first part here before the verb, and after that, pas. Okay, so you've got the negative form here. Je ne regarde pas. Okay, so let's see now when we've got this verb pronominal se regarder, and you can see that when you conjugate it, then you will get je me regarde, and for the negative form, je ne. So now you can see that the first part of the negative form should be here. Then you will have me, then regarde, and finally pas. Okay, so je ne me regarde pas. So for the futur proche now, remember the futur proche is somehow a fake future because actually you are using this aller verb to go. So je vais regarder. If you want to translate that directly in English, it's I am going to watch, I am going to look. Okay, so je vais regarder. And in that case, it's quite interesting because you've got two verbs. So remember that when you put the negative form, je ne, okay, so the first part will be before aller and then the second part right after aller. Je ne vais pas regarder. Okay, let's see how it will go with se regarder. So, je vais me regarder. So, I am going to watch at myself or myself. And then, négation, je ne vais pas. So, actually, it does behave the same way. You put ne and pas before the first and after the first verb. Okay, then, me regarder. So, je ne vais pas me regarder. So let's see now the futur simple, so the real future, and it's actually not that difficult. So you will get je regarderai, okay, so negative form, je ne regarderai pas, okay, so it does behave like normally when you get only one verb, and then se regarder, je me regarderai, je ne, so exactly the same way, after that me regarderai pas. Je ne me regarderai pas. Okay? And now let's see le passé composé. So normally the passé composé is quite tricky because it's a compound tense, sorry. So it will go like j'ai regardé. And remember that the negative form of le passé composé is quite tricky because you should start, well, first with je, and then you put the negative form here, ne, okay, and then e is going away because you've got the vowel here. So, je n'ai, and then your second part of the negative form is coming right after pas, and then regarder. Je n'ai pas regardé. Let's see for se regarder now. Je me suis regardé. And then for the negative form, je ne. So first you put your first part of the negative form, then me suis pas regardé. Okay? Je ne me suis pas regardé. So let's see now how we will construct this negative form of les verbes pronominaux at the imparfait form, so plus que parfait, conditionnel présent, and then conditionnel passé. So for l'imparfait, then regarder will go like je regardais, and then the negative form, je ne regardais pas. Then se regarder, actually quite simple. You've got only one form or one verb. So, je me regardais. Je ne me regardais pas. Okay, so remember, as usual, ne first, then you will put me, and then pas at the end. Let's see now for the plus que parfait, remember, so plus que parfait and conditionnel passé, well, they somehow will behave like le passé composé because they are compound tenses as well. Okay, so it will be exactly the same thing. So let's have a look at regarder at plus que parfait. And it goes like that. J'avais regardé. And then for the negative form, je n'avais pas regardé. And for le verbe pronominal se regarder, then you will get je m'étais regardé. Then je ne m'étais pas regardé. Okay, so exactly the same thing. Remember, you will put ne to your first part, then you will keep mettez together, and after that you will put your pas. Okay, a common mistake is to put this pas at the end, right here. Okay, so remember, it shouldn't be here, but it should be definitely right after avoir or être in that case. Okay. Conditionnel présent, then it will go like that. Regardez, je regarderai. Okay, negative form, je ne regarderai pas. Forme pronominale se regarder, je me regarderai. And then it will go, je ne me regarderai pas. Okay, basically one verb, so it's not that tricky. You just keep it here. Remember that me should be connected to it, and then before and after. And let's see now le conditionnel passé. So remember, as I said, it's a compound tense, so it will behave exactly as we had le passé composé and then le plus que parfait. So let's see. Regardez, j'aurais regardé, je n'aurais pas regardé. Okay, and let's see now for se regarder. Je me serais regardé, je ne me serais pas regardé. Okay, so exactly the same way as we had for the passé composé and le plus que parfait. Okay, remember that actually for the subjonctif, le passé simple, le futur antérieur, so all these tenses that we already covered in the past lessons, well, it will be exactly the same way. Les interjections. Okay, so when we're talking about les interjections, actually, une interjection can also be une onomatopée. We are basically talking about all these little sounds or words that people can produce when they want to express certain feelings. Okay, so and of course they are different in all the languages. So we'll see now how we do express la douleur in French. Okay, so here is the translation. And well, here are the options. The first one will be aïe. The second one, oui. Oh, then it can be aïe aïe aïe. Okay, so remember, aïe, oui, aïe aïe aïe. When we're talking about le dégoût, so disgust, in that case, we can, well, actually use this burk or then pois. Okay, so burk, pois. Then l'incrédulité. Okay, l'incrédulité. Well, tu parles would be an option. Then mon œil, it's actually quite funny, my eye, mon œil, or then oui, sûrement. And this one is quite funny as well because basically it's yes for sure, yes of course, but then in that case, of course, you want to say that you don't believe this person. Okay, so whether tu parles, or then mon œil, or then oui, sûrement. Then l'admiration. Oh. Or then wow. Super. Top. Or then trop fort. Of course, in this category, well, it does evolve, and probably there will be some new expressions in the coming months or years, but then these ones are actually the basics that you can find. So, oh, wa, super, top, trop fort. Okay, so let's see now. L'indifférence. Bof is a common one. Bof. Then le soulagement. First one would be ouf. And then the second one would be enfin. Okay, so ouf, enfin. And finally, la satisfaction. Très bien, extra, super, parfait, and it's exactly the same as I said previously. So basically this category evolves all the time. So these ones are the well, basics one, and then well, you can hear some new ones from time to time. Okay, so but then très bien, extra, super, and then parfait. So the important thing when we're talking about les interjections, it's quite good to know them. Just know exactly according to the context that you are in, or the persons you are talking to or talking with, if you can use them or not, because they are not that formal. So if it's a formal context, then maybe it would be better not to use them. L'interrogation et les registres de langue. Okay, and more precisely, we will cover la langue soutenue, la langue courante et la langue familière. Okay, so la langue soutenue, la langue courante et la langue familière. Just because, well, in most of the cases, if you want to ask a question, you will have all these options. So whether it's in a formal situation, an everyday situation, the last one, it's spoken and it's really informal. So I would advise you to know it and maybe not to use it. Well, it's up to you, but then be careful. Okay, so we can start right now. And the first question is, qui est présent? And so in that case, you can see that it's a normal way of asking a question. You will start with qui, who, est, is, présent, present here. Okay, so it's, well, a normal question. But then, of course, we can have these two other options, as I said. So the second one here is the more, well, common. So it's an everyday language. So qui est-ce qui est présent? And then the last one, qui c'est qui est présent? Okay, so this one, as I said, it's really spoken and not formal at all. So don't use that if you're not sure about the context or the situation or the persons that you are talking with. Okay, so I'd rather advise you to use the first one or the second one. Okay, so qui est présent, or then qui est-ce qui est présent? Keep in mind that we tend to use this est-ce que, est-ce qui, okay? So this is quite oral in that case. Second question, so que fais-tu? Okay, so in that case, what do you do? So basically we put the verb first and then after that we will put tu. Okay, so que fais-tu? Let's see how it will go if it's not as official. So it would go like, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Okay, so same thing. We tend to use this est-ce que. We add that. Okay, and the last one, tu fais quoi? Okay, so in that case, keep in mind that you should raise your voice at the end, just to make clear that it's a question. Okay, then à qui penses-tu? So in that case, it's quite interesting because penser, to think, okay, in that case, to think about someone or something, should be constructed with the preposition à, so it's coming before. À qui penses-tu? Okay, and so if it's less official, then you could, as usual, add this est-ce que, so à qui est-ce que tu penses? Okay, à qui est-ce que tu penses? Okay, and then the less formal, so the spoken way, à qui tu penses, or then tu penses à qui. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Qui est présent? Qui est-ce qui est présent? Qui c'est qui est présent? Then, que fais-tu? And you will get, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Tu fais quoi? À qui penses-tu? À qui est-ce que tu penses? À qui tu penses? Tu penses à qui? So let's continue. And then the next question, it is, de quoi parle-t-il? So parler, to talk. Parler de, to talk about. So what is he talking about? De quoi parle-t-il? Okay. So the less formal or the everyday way of saying that is, de quoi est-ce qu'il parle? Okay, so you can see one more time that we add this est-ce que thing. And then, de quoi il parle? Or then, il parle de quoi? Okay, one more time, be careful, the last options are really informal.
Then, avec qui vient-elle? Okay, so venir is to come. Venir avec, it's to come with. Okay, so avec qui vient-elle? So it will be like avec qui est-ce qu'elle vient? So one more time, we add this est-ce que. Okay, and then avec qui elle vient? Elle vient avec qui? All right. À quoi pense-t-elle? So we saw that penser is to think. Okay, so in that case, it's not to think about someone but something. So à quoi pense-t-elle? Okay, and it will become à quoi est-ce qu'elle pense? Or then à quoi elle pense à quoi? Okay, so let's see them. And normally keep in mind that we should, raise our voice at the end because there are questions. So I will raise my voice now. De quoi parle-t-il? De quoi est-ce qu'il parle? De quoi il parle? Il parle de quoi? Avec qui vient-elle? Avec qui est-ce qu'elle vient? Avec qui elle vient? Elle vient avec qui? À quoi pense-t-elle? À quoi est-ce qu'elle pense? À quoi elle pense? Elle pense à quoi? Okay. Few more questions. The first one, comment s'appelle-t-il? Okay, remember, so what is his name? Comment s'appelle-t-il? So that's the correct way to ask the name of someone. So if you want to actually, as usual, make it less formal, then you will have to use this est-ce que. So, comment est-ce qu'il s'appelle? And then the spoken way, comment il s'appelle? Il s'appelle comment? Okay. Où allons-nous? Où est-ce que nous allons? Où nous allons? Nous allons où? Quand viendras-tu? Quand est-ce que tu viendras? Quand tu viendras? Tu viendras quand? Okay, so, one more time. Comment s'appelle-t-il? Comment est-ce qu'il s'appelle? Comment il s'appelle? Il s'appelle comment? Où allons-nous? Où est-ce que nous allons? Où nous allons? Nous allons où? Quand viendras-tu? Quand est-ce que tu viendras? Quand tu viendras? Tu viendras quand? La négation, and more precisely, the famous ne, ni, ni. Okay, so it looks a bit strange maybe, but don't worry, it will be quite clear after this video. So normally when we talk about la négation, so the negative form in French, we have two parts, so ne and then pas. Okay, but of course when we talk about ne pas, we are talking about une négation. Okay, and actually it's possible to have deux négations as well, and in that case, of course, the structure will change and we won't use only ne pas, we will use ne, so the first part, then we will use ni, and then ni as well. So let's see how it will work. And we will see examples avec des verbes, so with verbs, avec des adjectifs, with adjectives, and avec des noms, with nouns or substantives. Okay, so the first one, avec des verbes. So let's see how it will go. So if we've got a sentence like il chante. Chante is to sing, so he's singing. And in that case, if you want to put the negative form, in that case it's quite simple, because as usual, we will put the first part, ne, so before the verb, and then you will put the second part, pas, after the verb, so you will get il ne chante pas. Okay, so it's quite simple, but then if you have a sentence like il chante et il danse, okay, so he's singing and he's dancing, in that case, well, whether you will use il ne chante pas et il ne danse pas, so it's actually quite interesting, because in that case, and that's normally what people tend to use, okay, you will basically repeat this negative form with et, and. Okay, so il ne chante pas et il ne danse pas. Okay, so we've got this other option, and in the case of verbs, actually, it's quite interesting because if you use this other option that we saw, ne, ni, okay, in that case, it will be quite rare to hear that because in most of the cases, that's what we call langue soutenue, so it's really, really formal, official, it's not really everyday language, okay, but then it would go like il ne chante ni ne danse, okay, and keep in mind that you don't use the pas at all, okay, il ne chante ni ne danse. But in most of the cases, well, people will use this option right here. Il ne chante pas et il ne danse pas. And in that case, we're talking about verbs, okay? Because you will see that for les adjectifs, it will be a bit different because, let's see now. Il est grand, okay? Grand is tall. Il est grand, okay? Négatif, forme négative, pardon. Il n'est pas grand, okay, so it's quite simple in that case. We just keep the negative form as usual. But then if we've got il est grand et fort, fort is strong, okay, then in that case, if you want to put the negative form, you will get il n'est, okay, so you will use first this first part of the negative form, ne, okay, but then as you get this vowel here, you will drop the e, il n'est. Then you will put your ni before the adjective, the first one, and the second ni before the second adjective. Okay, so you will get il n'est ni grand ni fort. Keep in mind that pas is not here at all. Okay, so it's a common mistake to somehow try to put pas in the sentence. Pas is not here, okay? Il n'est ni grand ni fort. So let's see now how it will go avec des noms, okay? So the first example, of course, with one word or noun, j'aime le fromage, and then for the negative form, it will go like je n'aime pas le fromage, okay? So not a problem at all. But then let's see how it will go. J'aime le fromage et le vin rouge. Okay, so fromage is cheese and then vin rouge is red wine. So it's only for adults, remember that? J'aime le fromage et le vin rouge. And in that case, if you want to put the negative form, then it will go like je n'aime, so the first part of the negative form, ni, so you put it before your word here, le fromage, ni, before the second one, le vin rouge. Okay? Je n'aime ni le fromage, ni le vin rouge. Same thing, there is no pas at all, so pas doesn't exist here. Okay? So, je n'aime ni le fromage, ni le vin rouge. L'expression de l'intensité. Okay, so l'expression de l'intensité. So clearly we're talking about how to express this a lot thing in concept in English, in French. So it will be, for instance, here we can use the préfixes. Okay, so let's see what kind of prefix we could use. The first one would be hyper, then super, extra, maxi, archi, or then sur. So if we're talking about prefix in that case, it means that you will have to add these little things in front of your word. Okay, so hyper, super, extra, maxi, archi, sur. All right, so let's see how it could go. Quelques exemples. C'est super bon. Okay, so basically you could say c'est bon, it's good, but then if you want to make it more, even more, in that case you can add this super in front of bon, and you combine it, you get c'est super bon. C'est archi classique. C'est hyper difficile. Ok, c'est super bon, c'est archi classique, c'est hyper difficile. So let's see now if we've got a noun, so un nom. In that case, you can also use énormément de, then it will be followed by your noun. My God, I will manage. Or then it could be beaucoup de followed by your noun. Okay? Let's see a few examples now. Quelques exemples. Il a beaucoup de travail. Il a beaucoup de travail. And then, il y a énormément de neige. Il y a énormément de neige. Okay, so remember, beaucoup de, énormément de, and then your word, travail, neige. If we have un adjectif ou un adverbe, in that case you can use extrêmement, très, énormément, parfaitement. Okay? Extrêmement, très, énormément, parfaitement, avec un adjectif ou un adverbe. Quelques exemples. Il voyage très rarement. C'est extrêmement bon. Il voyage très rarement. C'est extrêmement bon. Troisième et dernière catégorie avec un verbe. Verbe plus beaucoup. Verbe plus extrêmement. Verbe plus énormément. Verbe plus beaucoup, verbe plus extrêmement, verbe plus énormément. Quelques exemples. Elle travaille beaucoup. Il voyage énormément. Elle travaille beaucoup. Il voyage énormément. Okay, so keep in mind that you will have to put them after your verb. Ok? Et voilà, vous êtes des spécialistes pour l'expression de l'intensité. Merci beaucoup, passez une agréable journée. Au revoir et à bientôt. La comparaison parallèle. La comparaison parallèle, so it's actually quite simple. It's a bit difficult to present, so I'll try to be as clear as possible, but normally when we'll cover the examples, you will understand that quite quickly. So basically, la comparaison parallèle, you would like to compare two things that are somehow going in the same direction, so basically more and more, plus et plus. Okay, or then it could be in the other direction, moins et moins, less and less. Or then it could be in the same direction like that, autant, autant, as much as. Okay, the other possibility would be, of course, like that. Okay, and it's plus et moins. Or then the last option would be moins et plus. Okay, so let's see exactly what I'm talking about right here. So the first example is plus et plus. Okay, so you can see that I don't pronounce it final S. Plus je travaille, plus je suis fatigué. Okay, so keep in mind that you should start your sentence with plus here, then you should put this virgule right here, then continue with plus. And basically what you want to say is je travaille, I work, je suis fatigué, I am tired. So the more I work, the more I am tired. And it's quite useful, it's quite simple to make because have a look, plus, structure, virgule, plus, and then you continue. And of course, if you want to say the same thing but in the other direction, so moins et moins, less and less, well, it will be exactly the same way to construct your sentence. Moins je dors, it's I sleep, so the less I sleep. Moins je suis en forme, I am in a good shape. Okay? Moins je dors, moins je suis en forme. Okay, so it's quite simple. Don't forget here la virgule to make the little separation between the two. And then the other one would be autant. So remember, autant son travail est intéressant. Okay, so son travail, his job, est intéressant, is interesting. Autant ses collègues sont désagréables. Ses collègues, his colleagues, sont désagréables. Well, they're not so nice. And then in that case, well, clearly with this sentence, you want to compare two things. The first one, and you want to put them like, you want to compare the two things because they are somehow equally important. So, son travail est intéressant, so his job is interesting. And the second thing is, ses collègues sont désagréables. So the structure will be exactly the same. You start with autant. Remember to put here la virgule, and you continue with autant and the structure. Okay? Autant son travail est intéressant, autant ses collègues sont désagréables. So now we'll see what it or how it will go if we've got plus and then moins. Because basically it will change a little bit. In that case, have a look. So we start with plus. Okay, so plus je me couche tard. Okay, so coucher it's to go to bed, and then tard it's late. Okay, so plus je me couche tard. And now you can see that we don't put la virgule, but we put et. Okay, and et here. Okay, so plus je me couche tard et, and then you will continue with your moins. Moins je me lève tôt. Okay, se lever is to wake up tôt, early. Plus je me couche tard et moins je me lève tôt. Okay, and basically in the same way, we will construct the structure with moins et plus. Like that, you start with moins. So, moins je mange. Okay, so basically, je mange, it's to eat. Moins je mange et plus j'ai faim. J'ai faim, avoir faim, it's to be hungry. So, plus j'ai faim. Moins je mange et, remember, you should put this et and then continue, plus j'ai faim. La comparaison progressive. And you will see that it's actually quite simple in French. So basically when we talk about la comparaison progressive, we talk about la progression. So that's the key word. So la progression, it could go like that, or then like that. And you will see that it will be really simple to construct that, because basically in that case you will use this plus et plus, and then here it will be moins et moins. So let's see now how to construct that if we want to combine it with un adjectif. Okay, so in that case it will be quite simple. You will need to use this de plus en plus. So basically you make the liaison de plus en plus. Okay, and then here de moins en moins, but then you make the liaison de moins en moins. So let's see two examples now. And the first one, il fait de plus en plus chaud. Il fait de moins en moins froid. Okay, so you can see that it's really simple to make it, because basically you've got your adjective here, and just before it you will have to put this de plus en plus, okay, or then de moins en moins. Alright, so it is really, really simple. Let's see now if you want to combine it with an adverb. Okay, so basically, what a surprise, it's the same. De plus en plus, de moins en moins. Okay, so il vient de plus en plus rarement, and then elle voyage de moins en moins souvent. So it's exactly the same thing. So normally you would have your sentence il vient rarement, so the adverb would come after the verb, just between the two, or then to be more precise, before your adverb you will put this de plus en plus, okay, and then de moins en moins. So let's see now how it will work with un nom. And then in that case, you can see that it's a bit different because you will have to use this de plus en plus, but then keep in mind that you should put de as well, okay? And then de moins en moins, de. All right? It will be the only difference between what we saw for un adjectif ou un adverbe. So let's see how it will go now. Vous avez de plus en plus de livres. Okay, so you can see that you put this de here, and then you will put your words or your noun, livre, chez vous. Okay? Nous avons de moins en moins de problèmes avec nos voisins. All right? So it's actually the same way, you just put this de plus en plus, but then you need to remember to put de, okay? And then de moins en moins de. So you can see that it's quite simple in French to make this comparaison progressive